Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, hey you guys, welcome to the live. Charmaine will be joining me in just a bit, by the way. Other than that, happy Saturday. I figured, you know what I figured I'd do today? Today, I'm just gonna do what do I want to call it? You know, when it's like, what's that? I can't even think of the word. Almost like, God, I don't know. I can't think of the word. You know, when you just are gonna be like a long time. What's the word, people? I can't even think of the word. You know, when it's a marathon. A marathon. That's the word I'm looking for. So what I'm gonna do today with you guys, whoever wants to join in and whatever, I'm gonna start off. Like I said, do a marathon. First of all, we'll look at TBI. Well, we're gonna watch this quick video in a sec. Then we're gonna go to the TBI, and then we're gonna start with the Duchess. Then we're gonna go to the WSMV interview. Then we're gonna go in order. Okay, so Duchess, WSMV. Then it was Caitlin Miller on Fox 17. Okay, and then after that, it was Chronicles of Olivia, and then Smiley's World. Okay, so those were like the first 5 interviews that the Proudfoots have done. So I figured that, you know, we'll just listen to it all just together again. So again, join me if you want. Again, Charmaine will be here in just a little bit, but of course we'll say hi. Hi, Karen Powers. How are you? Happy Saturday again, everybody. It's June 1st today. Yay. And let's see here. So this is where it starts this month, the next month starts getting a little bit more busier and stuff like that. Like my brother-in-law's birthday is on the 12th. My husband's is on the 22nd. Mine's on July 3rd. Aspen Connors is on July 13th. And, well, hold on. Back up one. Mine and my husband's anniversary will be 9 years. Will be July 11th. So this is, and then I have a twin sister, but, you know, as well. But anyways, my brother's birthday is July 9th. Anyways, my niece's birthday is July 15th. So it's one of those periods where, like I said, a lot goes on. I took off from like, I think 30th, but really it's before that because my days off are Friday, Saturday. So I took off the Sunday till the next Monday, I think it is. So I kind of like took off my whole like birthday week in a sense, just because it's like, I don't know. I just like to kind of have that area off. So I thought, okay, I'll take it off. My husband's like, right, you get vacation while you're still on probation. I'm like, yeah, you still accrue vacation, you know. Sorry, because I started like in March, I get like 12 days, which is, you don't ever count your 2 days off. So it's like, you know, those 12 days, sometimes you can linger them out, especially when there's like Canada Day right there before my birthday. So that's like a stat holiday. Anyways, like I said, so welcome to the live. I'm just gonna like, so in this clip right here, I'm gonna play. And at first I was gonna do it like when Katie basically talks about that day. And then I was just like, whatever. We're just going to listen to the interviews, and you guys can determine for yourself whatever you feel about this case, one way or the other, whether you're Christopher Proudfoot, Katie, and whatever you think about them, or Seth Rogers, and whichever. Everyone's still entitled to their own opinions. Just, of course, keep it respectful and classy in the chat, please. No need to insult other people and stuff like that. Just keep your opinions. You can say them, but just don't sit there and try to get into an argument with somebody about their opinions. You can say something, but just say it nicely. People always forget sometimes how to say things in a nicer manner than just coming off as rude and stuff like that. So, anyway, so in this particular clip here, the reason why I want you to listen to this particular clip, and it's just really about inconsistencies in a sense. But at the end of the day, we'll listen to them all. You guys can determine when we listen to the different interviews, you'll see the timeline in a sense of how it's being said. Now, in this particular one, the reason why this one bugs me a bit is because of when Christopher Proudfoot says that he called the police. So I'm putting the kind of the two together because in this one here, he makes it sound like it happened as well. Katie was in the house. And it's rare that Katie ever says that she went in her vehicle. She says it on, I think, Chronicles. I can't remember if she said it on Nancy Grace or not, but she says it in Chronicles of Olivia. But anyways, I'm just going to play this one out for a minute just so you guys can hear it. And again, welcome everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button if you could. That would be great. Keeping Sebastian Rogers, case alive. And let me just play this.
3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes. And
after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying and I was screaming. And he was like, he three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And 20 days later.
Okay, so I guess I'll do it like this for now until Charmaine comes. But anyways, so again, it's however you want to think about it. These are their words coming out of their mouth. And that's what I like to use the most, is like if it's Seth's words or the Proudfoot's words, right? Because again, the only thing that we truly have to go by with Sebastian's case is really Katie's timeline of events. Christopher Proudfoot, very little. Obviously Seth Rogers, very little to do with it. It's really Katie who holds, well, I guess I can't really say that because, it really is dependent upon whether or not, like if Sebastian left on his own accord and why he would have left and what makes the most sense. But in this one, it's like, is he under the bed or, type of thing, or beside the bed on the other side. We called the police immediately. But then in the other interview there with Chronicles of Olivia, she's like, I looked all around the house, called my husband, got in the car, went searching through the neighborhood. Then we went, to the school. Hi, Lisa, how are you? And then it said that way. But it's always, to me, one of those things is like when a storyline, especially after it's been like, first of all, like the first interview on Duchess was like about what, a week after. Then next thing you know, pretty much this interview comes out on WSMV for the other one. March 18th is Chronicles of Olivia. I'd have to go back and look at Caitlin Miller's one. Which day did she do that one on? Full interview. 11. It's been 11. Has been missing for 11 days. Okay, so it's basically like a Duchess, right? Then I have to actually see what day did they do the Duchess on. 1 second here. Let me just take a look. That's Smiley Duchess. Okay, so Duchess was on March 3rd. So February 26th, Sebastian goes missing. March 3rd is the Duchess, right? Then we're into the WSMV, and then Caitlin Miller. And then, and then basically it just kind of keeps going on after that. But it's always the first 5 that I remember. After that, then it was like Nancy Grace. Wasn't there Court TV at some point? But that was with Seth, I think, with the Court TV one. But anyways, it was easier to keep track of the Proudfoots than it was to keep track of Seth Rogers, to be honest, because Seth has been, I can't even count on how many he's been on. But, Christopher Proudfoot since has been on, and Katie have been on Terry Lynn's channel, Queen Bee's channel. It seems like I noticed that SF Investigates was on there as well. I also seen him if anyone knows him from Twitter. Anyways, he has definitely a lot of opinions and stuff like that on Twitter when it comes to cases. And what was Michelle After Dark? She was this morning, and I was watching it this morning, hers. No offense, Michelle After Dark, but actually I couldn't stand to watch you after about 15 minutes of listening to you. It's just, I don't know. I think it was just because it was almost like the way it was coming across, almost like if you don't think this way, then pretty much you're all dumbasses, is how it kind of came across to me. And the thing is that nobody knows really what happened to Sebastian Rogers at all. But we do know that they have said that there's that at this point, there's nothing to show that there's any foul play. We do know that. But again, that's at this point. Whether it turns that way is a whole different. I quit watching Michelle after she took a liking to Richard Allen. Yeah, I mean, I don't watch her that much. She was from the Nicola Bully and stuff like that, and each to their own. Just this morning, for some reason, she was irritating me as I was watching her live, and I hadn't watched her in quite a while. But it was the way she was being snarky. It was a very snarky type of thing, and it was very Christopher Proudfoot oriented. It seemed like, and that's fine. But it was just the way it came across to me when I was listening to it. It was almost just very abrasive, I felt. But hey, whatever, each to their own. And so, anyways, I want to go to the share screen. So let's go to the Amber Alert. We'll go look at that, okay? And we'll just go through that. Again, today, you guys, it's just going to be like a marathon of Sebastian stuff with regards to like the first interviews from the Proudfoots. And why is that more important in a sense than, say, these interviews with Seth are important as well. But at the end of the day, Sebastian Rogers was with his mother. And so, that's the whole point, is the timeline, right? The timeline of events. Things that, say, Seth has said and stuff like that add to food for thought. And, when he arrived at the home and stuff like that. And, that all adds into it, and all the different allegations of, you know, abuse, or the CPS, or whatever you guys call it, CPS, what is it? Child Protective Services, and stuff like that. But it's about, at first, it's about like the timeline. And then, so you have the timeline, and then you kind of look, around that, at what might have created Sebastian Rogers, if he left on his own, to have left on his own. But let me just make this bigger so you guys can see it. I'll take off the banner, because sometimes the banner gets in the way. I don't know. Sometimes it bugs me. Okay, so let's just go through this. Okay, so this was on the January, February, March, April 25th of 2024. I guess it says right there. April 26th marks 2 months and since Sebastian Rogers was reported missing from his Sumner County home. Since that time, TBI special agents from multiple units have been assisting the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in efforts to locate Sebastian. These efforts have included multiple large-scale searches on ground, in water, and from the air. The searches have included multiple local, state, federal law enforcement agencies, including the FBI and Secret Service. Residents in the area have also conducted searches on their own properties in the hopes of finding Sebastian or learning what may have happened to him. To date, there have been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian since the issuance of the alert. TBI special agents continue to review the information gathered since the investigation began, follow up on all leads or tips that come in, and work with counterparts from other law enforcement agencies to review strategies and consider options. The Amber Alert for Sebastian Rogers remains active. We continue to encourage anyone, of course, with information to call 1-800-TBI-FIND or email. Okay, so TBI special agents are joining investigators, and that's on like the 3rd of April, with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and law enforcement agencies from surrounding counties to conduct another thorough search in the Long Hollow Pike area in reference to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. While there has not been any additional information to indicate where Sebastian may be or may have been, trained search teams will again execute a ground search in the wooded and open areas around Sebastian's home and neighborhood. Additionally, we have made aware that the altered version of the official TBI Amber Alert poster has been made and is being circulated throughout social media, indicating that this new poster has been verified. Please be aware, a lot of false information is being posted through multiple social media channels. The poster our agency has developed and is using is this below. Okay, so Sebastian Rogers, age 15, male, white, brown eyes, 5'5", 120 pounds. And let's see what it says. An Amber Alert has been issued on behalf of the Sumner County Office for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian is 15 years old, 5'5", 120 pounds, white, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen on February 26, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee, which of course obviously is the home of the Proudfoots. Sebastian has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact, of course, the 1-800-TBI-FIND. Okay, so on the 22nd of March, special agents and intelligence analysis continue to go over. So they're going backwards. I guess it probably started at the bottom then, eh? Analysis to go over to review information that has been collected since the search for Sebastian began. They have also continued to follow up on tips and leads to come in. Okay, same thing. More than 240 tips were provided. We still encourage residents who live in the area to check their property, their outbuildings, under their decks, inside their boats or cars, anywhere a teen might be able to hide. If residents have property that has terrain that may include ledges, holes, or unstable footing and don't feel comfortable assessing them, we can have someone with law enforcement do that for them. Much of the work being done to track down information about where Sebastian may have gone is not something you will necessarily see in the public, but we want you to know that every day work is being done to find Sebastian. And of course, any information you may have about Sebastian, what he likes to do, where he likes to go, people he may know. If it can help us find Sebastian, please let us know. So on the 15th of March, 15-year-old Sebastian disappeared from his Sumner home. On February 26th, leading a large-scale ground search resulted in first responders covering over 2,000 total miles in the effort to find him. We continue to work with County Sheriff's Office and the FBI to both proactively pursue information that may be relevant to the search for Sebastian. I can hear Charmaine on there. Charmaine, I'll add you, but I'm just going to put us back down again.
Okay.
So, okay. Thank you. Okay. So at this stage of the investigation, there are a few clues to indicate what happened to Sebastian. I should probably read this part here. We have not forgotten about Sebastian. Much of the work being currently done to bring Sebastian home may not necessarily be seen public or visible, but agents, detectives, and intelligent analysts continue to work around the clock to review every bit of information. Sebastian's family has remained cooperative since the search began and have done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this stage in the investigation, there are a few clues to indicate what happened to Sebastian or where he may be. There is no proof at this time that there is any criminal element involved in his disappearance, but also there is no proof that there is not a criminal element involved. So agents and investigators are reviewing any possibility at all that may indicate where Sebastian is. In order to preserve the integrity of the investigation, we cannot discuss many of the specifics surrounding the case, but we know how many people care about Sebastian and what has been done and is still being done to bring him home. Also, we want to caution the public about putting out too much stock into information being presented by various media forms that is inaccurate and incomplete and could be damaging to the investigation. So we ask the public to help us by refraining from sharing speculation posted by or discussed by non-official sources. Information that has been released by TBI or Sumner Sheriff's Office throughout the investigation, including the list of frequently asked questions. What areas have been searched? Within the first several days of the search, more than 2,000 miles were searched on foot. Many of these areas were initially searched and searched again. Law enforcement officers have searched the neighborhoods, surrounding neighborhoods, schools, and many other areas by the county by foot. Bloodhounds and handlers have searched the same areas. There have been aerial searches and helicopter drones and a fixed-wing plane. These aerial searches have been conducted on multiple days and multiple nights using thermal imaging technology. Sebastian's residence, the yard and the house, the vehicles have all been searched multiple times. The neighborhood where Sebastian lives has been canvassed. Neighbors' houses have been searched. What does that say? Neighbors' houses have been searched. Sebastian is autistic and his family says he is drawn to water. Pools in the neighborhood were searched. Dive teams were brought in bodies of water around the neighborhood, and beyond that were searched, including caves. What about the technology aspect? Have you collected security video from area homes, businesses, cell phones been checked? Many neighbors and businesses have provided video from home and business surveillance systems. We are grateful for that cooperation. The video has been collected from the beginning of the investigation and has been analyzed and enhanced where possible by tech experts with the TBI, FBI, and the Secret Service. To date, nothing gathered from these video systems has been determined to be significant, aka they have nothing. We do caution that some surveillance video being shared in the public may have been misinterpreted or misidentified or not shown in its entirety. They're referring, of course, to the flashlight video that came out by Nick Perez. And so it says, it has been determined that it does not hold any evidentiary significance to the investigation, referring to that particular video. Numerous search warrants have been executed. Cell phone data has been analyzed, and any other available digital evidence has been collected, searched, documented. Information was collected from Sebastian's gaming system and has been analyzed. With help from the FBI, vehicles that were placed in the area at or around the time of Sebastian's disappearance has been accounted for. These videos and all the electronic evidence has already been reviewed. It is often being reinvestigated. So what's going on now? What's next? The search for Sebastian has not stopped. Every day, tips and leads investigated. People are being interviewed and re-interviewed. Evidence that has been reviewed once already is being gone over again. We continue to ask residents in the area of the search to keep an eye on your property to see if anything may have been removed or displaced. Is this a place where a child could have hidden? If you have a property that has ledges and holes, they're asking you that you can contact them and they can send somebody out. Sebastian has, if you know Sebastian or have any information about him, what he likes, how he acts, basically what they said up top there. We know how many people are so invested in Sebastian, in getting Sebastian home. We will update information when there's developments. Obviously, there's nothing going on that we know of. Finally, we are extremely grateful to so many members of the Sumner community for the time, attention, prayers being offered to help find Sebastian. The members of multiple law enforcement communities, emergency management personnel, wildlife organizations, and so many other groups, along with the very generous and individuals who have provided well wishes for Sebastian, along with water, food, and comforts to the searchers. All these contributions are so greatly appreciated. And then, of course, there's Sebastian. Just breaks my heart, honestly, when I just, you know, the minute I saw this child, he just, yeah, I don't know. He just has this, aura around him. There's always these big smiles on his face. And there's the puppies. There's the little yappy puppies on there. The snakes that got taken away. Um, and of course, Sebastian with glasses on there. Okay, so and you guys can always find this yourself, of course, on the TBI and stuff like that. Okay. Hey, Charmaine, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Here, I know Charmaine's got the C word, which we don't talk about, but C word. Yeah, so you're all stuffy, you said today.
Yeah, I'm stuffy, but it's definitely getting better.
Good.
Definitely getting better, yeah.
When did you start feeling not so well?
Just really tired, I think. Like Monday, and then a little bit of a sore throat Tuesday, Wednesday. It wasn't until like 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon where my sinuses started filling up, and I slept a lot. I left work early and I slept a lot. And yeah, I'm okay though.
You're
It's
good.
not so bad. I've had a really bad bout of the C word before, so this one
Yeah.
is nothing. This is like a mild flu compared to what it could be. So I'm good.
Yeah, I know. I remember when my husband gave it to us, and then me and Ryan got it, but they both had like severe headaches. To me, it was just like having a typical head cold. Um,
Mhm.
yeah. Although the last one I had, it could have been because I'm not gonna lie, the last one I had, Jermaine, was like it was just full on 2 weeks, and
Just
normally.
and lingered for you, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it was like full on 2 weeks. I felt like I was almost getting it back to back on
Mhm.
there. No, Bossy, there's not been any update at all for Sebastian's case. And yeah, so Charmaine, and stay as long as you want or whatever. I feel like I'm just gonna do like a marathon of kind of like the first. Well, there's like 5 interviews that always stand out because I remember them, how they went, and after that, then I believe like the Proudfoots were on Nancy Grace after that, and then after that, it just kind of exploded. The Proudfoots after Nancy Grace really didn't speak up much because I mean, honestly, to me, it was like a duck and hide type of thing because, um, after saying that he had passed a polygraph test, and I don't know, I think even
It's
he
almost
knew.
like he was smartly scared to say any more after he said, I can't remember
Yeah,
what he said so clearly,
yeah,
then obviously it wasn't the truth. You know
you
what I
know,
mean?
you know.
Maybe that was the smartest thing he did, but then didn't they start
Well,
talking again? I haven't heard anything. I've been really busy, but
yeah.
they did more interviews recently, didn't they?
Oh
Like,
yeah, they've been like,
yeah.
Yeah, now it's full throttle. I think he found a little nest, like on Queen Bee's channel there.
Oh
He
yes.
found
Yeah.
himself a little spot there, and I mean, at the end of the day, regardless to me, it's like still each to their own channels, right? You
That's right.
know, um, everyone has a place, and we don't always have to agree, and we don't always have to like a channel or whatever. But at the end of the day, each to their own. um, my okay, so we're gonna this is the Duchess. This will be the first one on there. And again, hey everybody for joining us today. And so I just figured that you know we'll listen to the words from the Proudfoots, right? Because to me that's a very important, of course, because it's Katie's timeline that is all we know. Um, we know that there was some searches done, by TBI, and there's some video footage of dogs searching around the house. But I want to ask you something. And thanks to Bogey Street for joining us last night. And Charmaine couldn't because she wasn't feeling too well. So she was, a chat potato over there on there. And thanks for the 10 gift certificates, by the way, the
Yeah.
memberships for people. There was a lot of different names that I see that got them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfamiliar
Yeah.
names. That was nice to see.
Yeah. Because then they don't have to deal with slow mode time, but then they can play around like Sebastian Hart or the different emojis as well. But anyways, thank you for doing that. And then Rick Astley made his presence known, of course.
I think
As
I
he
fell asleep before he showed up. I passed out
did,
pretty
yeah.
early. Yeah.
It was one of those things um, like I could have probably kept going for another couple hours, to be honest with you. But my husband, I forgot that. Well, my husband does get tired, because he gets up so early in the morning. And today, I forgot that last night when I was on, I was like, oh right, my husband works today because it's because of the transition, Charmaine, going on for them with the merge. So they're having to take like all the office and reset it up and rebuild it and stuff like that. So all I can say is, 35 plus time and a half, like time and a half. Yeah, I'm not going to complain. He's not going to complain when he sees his next paycheck. I'll tell
No,
you that much. Yeah. But one thing, so just in general, let me ask you, just for you, like your opinion, and you guys can put whatever opinions you want in the chat as well. But Charmaine, how do you perceive Seth, like in general with this whole case, and how would you deem Seth and what he's been doing, how he's been handling things? Just, you know what I'm saying? Just your own thoughts, perception of Seth, and then next will be perception of Katie and say Christopher.
So for Seth, I think that it's fair to say that he is, and I totally agree with you, he's acting like a parent of a missing child would be acting. But it's been so long, and he's got to be so exhausted and frustrated. And I think all of that is starting to come out, and maybe a little bit of unreasonable behavior that it's easy for us to sit back and say, he's this or he's that. But I mean, thankfully, I can't relate to anything that they're going through. So I try to take a step back and try to put myself in their position. And I think I would be a mess, and I think I would be saying things that would come across wrong, and just the level of exhaustion and frustration. I don't slight Seth for anything that he's been doing. I feel terrible for him. Just an unbelievable amount of compassion for him. And I hope things get a little bit easier for him. I read something that he had said his life can't go on until he knows where his son is. And that, I can't relate to it, but I understand that sentiment. And could you imagine just trying to go on day after day with no new leads and all of this drama and everything else packed on top of what's going on? I feel terrible for the guy, and not everything he's doing is quite the way we think he should be doing it. But thankfully, most of us can't relate to that level of grief and frustration and fear.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so what about Katie?
Katie has not, in my opinion only, Katie has not conducted herself as I would expect a mother to conduct herself if her only child is missing. There's been so much since day one that is just not, I don't know, what do you call normal behavior in this kind of situation? You know what I mean? But it's just been off. Even the littlest things seem off. Her stories are, to say the least, a little bit inconsistent, and filling in gaps down the road makes me think that memories possibly could be getting jumbled, mixed up. Did she really hear the thud that night? Did he really respond to her that night? Could it have been a different day? Yeah, I just, and the big thing for me is when she left in the morning, and I keep saying it, and I don't feel good about it, but I can't help but think of Letitia Stuck, and she had all of this time in the garage to do whatever she was going to do. She was able to remove Gannon, and nobody was the wiser. Right? The police were actually in her home, and Gannon was there. So there are many possibilities that because she hasn't created a credible storyline, that we have no choice but to question it all. You know what I mean? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
And okay, and Christopher Proudfoot.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about Christopher. He's not a grieving parent. To me, he doesn't seem too terribly concerned about where Sebastian is. I wish I would have watched some of the more recent interviews. The last thing that I actually listened to front to back was the phone call about the other private investigator.
Oh, okay.
So the rest of it is kind of, I've just been hearing bits and pieces, but I don't know what I can say about Christopher Proudfoot. He needs to just disappear from the case and put the focus where it needs to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have any, okay, sorry, did you have more to say to that? Or
Not really. I don't know what else to say about Christopher.
well, let me ask you this, because the tides are turning, and the attack on Seth is pretty thick right now. And right, and so it's almost like there's like a 50-50 split kind of going on now, that through all this drama and stuff like that. Anyway, so let me get your opinion on this whole shift from Seth being, oh my God, he's such a great dad, he's looking for a son, and did it, to all of a sudden this all this different information and drama coming out, and this whole big shift has been turned on Seth with the money, the GoFundMe, like, I just want to hear your opinion.
But who's behind it? Who's behind it? We know the influence that social media can have on, you can't even say public opinion, but this community's opinion. So depending on where the shift is coming from, we can twist anything we want and run with a narrative. Like, look at Delphi.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's an entire community that won't listen to reason. So I don't put a lot of stock into any of it because it doesn't come from law enforcement.
Right. Well, I mean, really, that's just it, to be honest with you. For me, again, like, regardless of what's truthful or not truthful, the people that are being looked at, in the case, obviously, no matter what, will always be Christopher, Katie, Seth, and, perhaps family members. Because, like we know all full well know that it starts at home and then it bubbles out on there. And I don't know. It's just one of those things where, honestly, Shireen, this case is giving me, a headache. I had the most crazy dream last night. It was a mixture of everything. Sebastian Rogers, my husband, people I work with, people I used to work with. It's like it all morphed into the dream. And I'll tell you, it was the most nightmarish dream that I had. And it was just like, so typically, do you dream, Charmaine, by the way,
I do.
a lot? Like, do you dream a lot?
Yeah.
Because I'm a dreamer.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the day or thoughts morph into the dream, and then it turns into this twisted thing in my head, but it's usually in nightmare form. And I just remember waking up being so pissed off at my husband from my dream. He didn't know it, but he still doesn't even know I had a dream. But it was just like, but it's when they're so real that literally I wake up so heavy, and I got up to go to the bathroom and I'm just sitting there going, it was just a dream. It was just a dream. And in my head,
A
go
lot of
ahead.
times your dreams are your subconscious trying to make sense of fears, and it misplaces kind of, it tries to illustrate to how your brain is going to understand it. And it's
Mhm.
just about like a fear or a misunderstanding or something that is in your subconscious, and it comes out in dreams, and it makes you feel like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, yes, I know. To be honest with you, for the most part, I'm not one of those people that do analyze my dreams. Honestly, it's kind of like tarot cards. I always wanted to learn them, but I couldn't be asked to sit there and learn each one of them and stuff like that. So it's like I have decks, but I've never, you know, I've always just went, nah, I'm good with my intuition and stuff like that. And dreams, like I said, sometimes they give me food for thought. Um, but at the end of the day, it's kind of just like, I don't know. I just let my intuition with people and different things, whatever, guide me. Like females, we use our gut instinct and stuff like that, which is one of the best things. But okay, so as for this whole, um, let's say this twist on Seth that's going on, I just find it very crazy and despicable, about how YouTube channels are trying to push a bunch of bullcrap out there, trying to create drama. Um, all of a sudden, this one channel, for instance, let's see, Seth was on the show, and next thing you know, Seth and him aren't so much friends anymore. And then all of a sudden, it's poof. Here, now let me tell you about this private stuff, you know, about, Seth asking me to buy him a gun. And, but I was always keeping that close to my vest. And oh, wait a second, up until he pissed me off. But I'm not here. I'm just here focused on Sebastian. I'm not here to cause drama, and da da da. But hey, let me just tell you some of these secrets now that I was holding close here and stuff like that. And he's not the only one, but I just mean in general, it's this whole twist on say ever since Tony uh basically came in to help with Seth, right? People wanted to search him up, check his background out. They basically, it's like what I call a pack of wolves, like piranhas. They just will attach to anything. And as I sit there and watch people's chats and the stuff that they say, it's amazing how many people I see in chats take from other channels a conversation going on, act like they invented that sentence themselves, and bring it into another channel that they've heard the bullshit from. And I'm like, God gave you guys, each and every one of us, a brain, and yet it's like little, I don't know, like little peons just going, oh, I heard this over here. And then you'll see them say it in another chat, and type of thing. And it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's when I see people that are just being peons and followers instead of just speaking their own thoughts for themselves, instead of when I see it and I'm watching them literally repeat what somebody else has said, but they're not saying like, oh, yeah, on whatever they were talking about this. No, they make it seem like it's their own thought, and I'm just like, oh, you little follower, you know. Um,
It's been
but
one of my biggest with YouTube and certain creators, and I've been saying this to you for months, that when you have a platform and you have an
yeah,
opinion, but you are stating that as fact, your opinion, you're peddling it to all of your followers as fact. Like
yeah.
viewers, these people, they believe you, they trust you. So that's exactly what's happening here.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
and
Well,
CJK said something earlier about
yeah,
that's exactly what's going on, is just for whatever reason, certain YouTube channels have gotten on Christopher Proudfoot's side. In my complete speculation, it's got a lot to do with clicks and views. You go against the grain, you've got the drama,
Google, yes,
you've got the shit
yeah,
people are going to watch. And then a certain percentage of those people are these people that just believe what these creators are putting out there. And this is where the problem is. This is the mushroom.
yeah. And then, so like I know, honestly, it's you can't do nothing about it because no matter what, people are going to do what they want to do, and if it feeds their pocketbooks, and then they sit there and try to preach that they're doing this for the better of the Sebastian Rogers case and stuff like that, it's to me it's like, shut the frick up, honestly, like shut the front door. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I know you two, and I think anyone that has any sort of brain cell and sort of compassion and transparency with people, you guys can see a snake in the grass when you come across a snake in the grass, or you can
Most,
see bullshit when you hear it, you know.
most people can, but some people just believe
No,
what's told.
you know. So, you know, um, I do enjoy our chat in here with people, you know, uh, good questions, good thoughts, and stuff like that. We don't allow the trash to be in this channel. I do not care about that. This isn't one of those free for alls that you just come in and, attack and say the most ignorant things and stuff like that. Um, yes, well said, Charmaine. Hi, Candy. How are you? Um, so you guys, okay. So did you? I know that you had watched the Duchess video. You probably forget a lot that's in it as well. I'm sure because it's been, you
I
know,
think it's all kind of
yeah,
morphed to my brain. I don't know which one was which. I do remember a lot of what was said, but I couldn't tell
yeah.
you this was on this was on that.
Honestly, even myself, right? I mean, it's been over 3 months now, and so when it starts off, I have a very clear grasp of like when they did this. So the first 5 interviews, I'm very clear. Actually, probably six, but I'm very clear of the order that they went into because it was always about the timeline and about because that's the whole point of this is what ended up happening to Sebastian. What would either propagate a teen leaving his home or something happening to Sebastian where it was foul play or that he was removed for the home or hidden from the home. Have like there's an answer somewhere to all of this. And let me ask you this, Charmaine. I have my personal view on where I think that the TBI is with this, and I honestly feel like they're like at ground zero pretty much. Um, what are your thoughts with TBI and or Sumner County? Like, where do you think that they are with Sebastian's case yourself?
I mean, if they had any leads whatsoever, I think we'd be getting more information or more requests for help in certain directions. And I don't think that they have any evidence that something happened inside the home. I don't think that they have any evidence that Katie is being untruthful. But at the same time,
That's a good way of putting it, Charmaine.
the
They don't
level
have,
of silence is kind of, to me,
yeah.
saying that they're still watching very closely and they're still looking at inconsistencies and stuff. Like
I was gonna say, I think that's a good way of putting it. They don't have any evidence that, as one of the aspects, meaning that Katie is being untruthful.
mhm.
Because if they did, obviously there would be movement. So they don't have, to me, um, anything at all. Like they're literally telling you that none of the videos, had any significant, information to them. Um, they don't know, like they said, the assumption was what that Sebastian what left through the front locked door from the home, like they think that he ran away, right? That's the assumption that they were working on, based upon the information that they had from, obviously, Katie, from Katie Proudfoot. Simple as that. um and so, yeah, so but it's not like they could tell you anything past the house that we know about anything, because
Right.
there was no evidence to support any movement of Sebastian from that home. Not to say that there couldn't have been, but there's just nothing to show them where Sebastian could have gone if he left the home himself, or what happened to him. So I just feel like they're scratching their heads like everybody else, going, what the heck happened to this kid? But yet we know that something had to happen. Now, I like, for you, like, okay, so what's your strongest belief on this case for what happened to Sebastian? If you were just, what do you feel is your strongest one route that you would take for what happened to Sebastian that day, knowing something happened to him?
Um, I don't. I mean, it makes me sound crazy, but I,
No.
I feel like something happened to him in the house and the garage, and her trip out first thing in the morning to go look for him. Like I mean, I don't know what to say. And the only other thing that makes sense to me is that, yeah, he walked away, and like the other kid, maybe he got stuck in a chimney or stuck in a hole or something, and people just haven't found him. It's one or the other. Literally, I don't think, I used to, but I don't think that a stranger just happened upon him in the middle of the night and took him and, did something to him so far away that nobody's even, stumbled across anything. Like I'm really stuck on the, how long was she gone in the morning? Where did she go? Does she have a GPS tracker in her car? Did the police verify her story? None of that has come out. So, I mean, I said, my brain is a dark and twisted place when it comes to stuff like this, and it would not surprise me if she was able to disappear and conceal him long enough for Christopher to get back. And I mean, it sounds terrible and I don't like saying that, but it is strictly my opinion and my dark opinion. So don't repeat that anymore because I'm probably wrong.
Okay, I'm just going to try to bring this to the closest, because unfortunately, just,
I'm Miranda.
okay. So we know that this area, yeah, and hey, Miranda. Okay, let me just take this off of there again. Actually, let's just see what you guys are saying here. CGK, it's happened before. I think he could have been hidden somewhere else. However, everything is speculation with no evidence.
Exactly, bossy. Exactly, bossy. Yep.
And there, I think the only way TBI can move forward now is to request a GJ to investigate. What's that? That would give the DA subpoena power for documents, records, and testimony. Grand jury. To request a grand jury to investigate. Hello,
Yes,
Bossy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello.
exactly, Lisa. Like, I mean,
Heather.
I'm not. I'm pretty. I don't know. I don't want to say convinced, but if I had to throw out an opinion or scenario that could have happened, I think that's I think that's where I'm sitting. That something happened and she was able to conceal him long enough for Christopher to take over.
So he went up in his camper probably like on the third. Like, so Seth said that it couldn't have been Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday because he saw Christopher Proudfoot. So it had to be one of the days after that, Thursday or Friday, that he had gone back up with the camper, and then he stayed the night and then came back the next day with the camper. Um, the camper's been searched. I mean, these are things like, I mean, they obviously said in there that all vehicles, but then Seth Rogers said, well, my vehicle was never searched. And yet they're saying like all vehicles were searched. But Seth said,
Was his alibi was pretty rock solid. He was working.
right. Um, I mean, hence why both Christopher and Seth have both said that they weren't asked to do a polygraph because of their alibis, that he wasn't there, in a way. And the thing is that, like I said, I know that they've checked all this stuff. They've checked all this stuff. Here, let me make this bigger on the screen. You know that you would like to think, of course, and believe, you're talking about FBI service helping out, Secret Service, I mean, FBI, TBI, you got, EquiSearch in there as well, helping out and stuff like that. But my thing is this, okay? So they've said that all vehicles and that have been accounted for as well, right? So again, there's just nothing there that we know of to show. But just quickly, it's kind of like, so Sebastian's home is right here, right? This is all built up now with subdivisions in there. But this imagery date is what, 2021? Okay, well, let's go to 2023. Even then, you start seeing some of the subdivision. But most of this has already been built up. And now they're working, down whatever over here area. And this is where the retention pond is right. Where is that retention pond? Right over here. This one. This is the pond that they speak about, is this retention pond. Okay, so that's the one that's not very deep and that was drained. Um, and this is where Christopher Proudfoot is saying that, the dogs basically went here, back up, crossed down over here, went up Kellen, and then it was like through here and to their retention pond on there. And but again, FBI is saying that no, it's like there wasn't anything.
And also, like, who's to say he didn't? I mean, how long does scents last? And it
Well,
was his neighborhood. He could have been there on the Saturday or something. I don't know.
well, from what I remember, them saying is that I want to say that a scent dog is like a week, and that a cadaver dog or whatever, a bloodhound, I think was 2 weeks.
I
With
mean,
the
it
scent,
could
I
have been
remember hearing that when they were talking about that, about how long the scent lasted, and um, well, like I said, I'm just going by what I remember them saying about the scent dogs and the bloodhounds. Can't remember who said it, but it was in regards to it. Um, but I can't remember exactly where I heard it. I just remember hearing it. But so my thing is this: So if they, okay, the narrative from the Proudfoots, of what they're saying is that Sebastian left through the front door and it was locked. Now, I've always thought it was odd that they just kept in, like, that it was strange that they didn't think anything about somebody taking him, that it was that Sebastian had to run away. Like, it's almost like that he's not an eloper, he doesn't do stuff like this, but yet he left through the front door and was just gone. And it was almost just like Sebastian took off. And you're thinking, in your head, you're kind of thinking, but like, why would you kind of keep thinking that? Like, meaning it's just as like that was their straight focus, was that Sebastian left the home as on his own accord, and that no other scenario really seemed to exist. Now, in saying that, in all fairness, the police are at their home at the time. They're going through, there's no damage to any doors or windows and stuff like that. So the reason why they might simply be perpetuating that angle is because, kind of like Katie made mention of, that you know that Sebastian didn't show signs that he went out a window or the other doors, especially say the back, because it's like so loud, and screen door. And that they determined that the most plausible route, and this is like I said with the police, is that he went out the front door. And so that could be why they keep saying it like that, is because of that conversation with the police, but we don't know because we weren't there. But it could be the fact of that's what they saw. There was no sign to show of anyone that entered the home or anything
Right.
that was out of place. But you know it's kind of one of, like, this doesn't make sense to me here at all. Like, the scent dogs are going here to here, according to Christopher Proudfoot, and he said three of the dogs, and like on different days, went to the same location. He said he didn't know where the other dogs had kind of went, but three of them had gone to the retention pond. But it just seems like just from our perspective, that to not be seen on any sort of cam, knowing a lot of these homes do have floodlights or cameras. So let's just say someone has a cam on their home, and uh, Sebastian's in the back of somebody's yard and the floodlights do go off on somebody else's home. Chances are that's going to be picked up by somebody's camera or something, you know. But it seems unrealistic to think that he got by all of this and
Yeah.
somehow, because that's where the dogs went, right? It's not like they went right across. They went like here to here, according to Christopher. So it seems unrealistic to me that he just was not seen on anything, or that there wasn't a movement of a person, even if the camera
Don't tell me that there's no streetlights or anything there. There's no, and I mean, I'm not even going to say there's a slight chance. There's no possible chance that none of those houses have some kind of security camera, motion sensor lights, something, and there's no street lights, so that he could have just been completely incognito, so stealth like a friggin' ninja to get through there. It didn't
right.
happen. It didn't happen.
Right. And that's how I see that myself. And no, you're right. He didn't pay child support because it was joint custody. Chris says Sebastian just vanished into thin air. Come on now. That man insults my intelligence. Nobody just vanishes into thin air. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think he insults a lot of people's intelligence, to be honest.
I think he tries to, but
And he tries to. That's the better word, tries to. It just doesn't make sense. He left on his own through the front door and wasn't caught on camera. Yes. In my version, he was put into a vehicle inside the garage and then taken out, if he even made it home. So that's another thing, Charmaine, is that, you know, you know what? Let me, before we get into the other stuff, Let me just go to this live. I'm not really sure what channel this is, Charmaine, but but this is when Seth had come on our live, and it's about it's about the
Seth,
We'll see what he says. 1 second.
first of all, I want to say thank you, of course, for joining us on the live here.
This is an older live, you guys. Don't forget.
So sorry. Like I said, this case is touched our hearts here on It's a Criming Shame. Honestly, there's nothing to say that could ever, of course, take the pain that you're feeling. But thank you for joining us. I want to say that first and foremost. And prayers to you and Sebastian, and that he's found. So how are you doing today? How?
Okay.
Just tired.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of skip this part.
Okay. So, okay, thank you, husband. So I'm just gonna. Sorry, but there was someone that says you have shamed your son. Block. We don't put up with that here. Okay. Have some respect for Seth. You will get blocked instantly. We don't put up with that.
Okay, hold on.
Actually, spoke the most. It was like Katie's Muppet in this.
Okay, we're not gonna talk about that.
On show, they were asked if Sebastian was upset about anything, and that the only thing they could come up with.
He dropped a couple times, I think, on this one, but I want to see where he's talking about.
Right. That's kind of where it all went down. Because, okay, now if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know Katie said that he was wearing jeans. And I believe I want to say she said a white shirt. Is that correct?
It was jeans, and I think it was a blue.
No, it was a white shirt. That was when he was at
and
the
it's like
restaurant.
there's at no point would Katie really give any sort of timeline. It was just more like, we woke up, we went and did some errands, went out had for dinner. If she even said that the first time, can't remember. I'd have to go listen again. He said at 9:00, I told him it was time to go to bed. And then, he says, love you, mama, love you, puppies. And the next thing you know, she wakes him up or goes to go wake him up and he's not there. And then, and then the next one they do, they're too emotional and we're just looking at Ham.
Okay, hold on.
Isn't that like, what the F, right? Oh, yeah. Maybe he's
That's when he dropped. Sorry,
only
guys.
child. This is your camera angle.
Let's come back on. Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's
Fake.
was it? Wait, okay.
Even Seth Rogers has, Seth Rogers, let me clearly state,
Did I miss it?
Seth Rogers only child.
I might have missed it.
Like, what the heck?
Blue.
No.
Reestablish this connection.
Yeah.
Oh.
In Katie's home, you can tell the difference, Sorry, the wind's coming through your mic there. But most people, Seth, said
Okay.
yes, that they would do the same,
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it there because I can't find it. I should have that one I wasn't really prepared for, to be honest. But the part that I wanted to show there is when we're talking about the trash can, Charmaine, or about Sebastian, and Seth says, I asked Seth specifically, did you see Sebastian taking out the trash on that video? And he said, no, I couldn't make out it was Sebastian. It was too dark. And I said, well, could you at least make out a figure taking out the garbage? And so he said he could see a figure, but not say that it was Sebastian. And I personally just still don't believe, even though a couple of people said this yesterday, I've never seen this video. A couple of people said that they've seen it, but I don't think so. I really don't. Has anyone here ever seen this trash can video themselves? Besides Seth saying that he had seen it. And my question to you is, Charmaine, is do you believe, without us, say, fully knowing, do you believe that when they got home, kind of like what Katie says, we got back home, we took out the trash. Do you believe that night he did take out the trash? I'd have to think that you would say yes, though, because you believe in the...
Yeah, if that was his regular chore, I absolutely do. But I also find it really suspicious, or hard to believe that his own father wouldn't be able to recognize his shot. If you can see a person and it's going to be either Katie or Sebastian, you would know which one it was. You know, even just your instinct. Yeah, that's definitely Sebastian. Just like the stature, the size, the walk, and if it was really that dark, which again, there are no lights anywhere, like even on a neighbor's house, like I don't know, and it's possible that they do have information to go on with all these videos, and they're just telling the public that it's got no evidentiary value to kind of keep social media from running with a certain narrative, or do you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
they could be saying it means nothing while they're still investigating it because they don't want the public or the YouTubers or the sleuthers to dig in too hard before they've got all their information. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, maybe.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. And the thing is, okay, this is how I feel, kind of, about the police. You know, I think for the most part, they want to give a big middle finger to the YouTube true crime area. I think that they find them more of a pain in the ass and a hindrance. Two cases, because of all the drama and speculation and just what goes on with pretty much every case that comes along. There's always going to be twists and turns. I think it. I just don't think that they're ready to, for the most part, convert to, like, yes, let's all help each other out type of thing, kumbaya. That it's kind of like old school still to me, like, we'll take care of business. You guys just need to shut your mouths over there, and because you guys
Old
are.
school, but then very new school. Because remember, there was a time when the police would reach out to social media and public
Yeah.
and ask for help because it was useful help. It wasn't
Yeah.
so-called creators
Right.
taking a narrative and running with it and completely, changing the narrative on their own. It's more of a hindrance now. 100% it is, and I understand why they don't want it out there. But there was a time when YouTube and social media was very helpful in cases. Look at Luca Magnotta. If anybody watched Don't F with Cats,
Right. Yes.
you know
That
what
was a
I'm
good
saying?
one.
There was a time when this community was helpful, but now it can be so toxic and so disgruntled and so one-sided and bizarre. I mean,
Yeah. I was just about to text my husband, and then I heard the door open. Hi, husband. I was about to text you, go, honey, can I have a sub?
No, I know, you got this.
Pizza. Yay.
What we had today, so 2 left.
Domino's.
wow.
Oh, and a coffee, too. Timmy's. Good husband. Love you. Oh, and vape juice. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, husband. Okay. So I agree. And I love that Don't F with Cats. That's why I have that show called Don't F with Trails.
Yeah.
Because it's a really good video showcasing the dangers of females nowadays jogging alone. And, because this isn't a safe world. It really isn't. And it's sad that you have to protect yourself at all angles, whether it's from scammers, or like being a female is a lot harder definitely than being a male when it comes to crimes, for sure, and it's just simple as it is, really. Now,
Do you remember like how fast you guys creators can get a picture and a name and a case
Yeah.
information out to the masses? Like it is
Yeah.
really impressive
it is.
the potential help that this community can give to a missing person.
Yeah.
But there's a fork in the road sometimes, and unfortunately
Yeah.
it goes sideways real fast nowadays.
And that would be it, like, honestly, like, in my own brain, it would be great if people just, like, work together for the positivity of the case. And, like, meaning, instead of, like, all this, the drama of it and trying to stir shit, and trying to bring things in that really don't have anything to do with Sebastian's case, and and it honestly, it's like watching. I just always feel like it's like watching Jerry Springer, and
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Jerry Springer was that show that just purposely had certain guests on, stirred the shit, stuff like
Thriving
that.
on drama.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the bigger this community gets, the more there is of that stuff. And I really want to say, like myself, I do appreciate the content creators. I really like watching Pascal. Um, he, I like watching him for the fact of he has no problem asking questions, and it's like watching almost like I feel with him, it's almost like watching a radio type show, you
Yeah.
know, type of thing. Then watching, 9 different blocks of people, type of thing. But anyways, um, so whoever is coming in now, I'm basically doing a Sebastian marathon, and we're gonna listen to the first 5 interviews of Sebastian. But as we do it, we can stop and talk about things along the way, Charmaine. But I'm just gonna play. So I'm gonna start off with the Duchess. Okay, that was the first interview. Again, it's all about awareness to Sebastian. But again, these are the words of Katie and Christopher, and that's exactly what everyone's trying to figure out is what happened to Sebastian. It would be nice if there was a pinpointed timeline like that, like why, like Katie and Chris, like you literally have nothing better to do with your time, honestly. So just go ahead, pull out that pencil, start at the time that Katie got up in the morning when she made this, FYI, I made breakfast that morning, start there and then just go and talk about it in order of how that day happened. If you have no guilt of anything, it really shouldn't be a hard thing to do, you
No,
know.
and they wouldn't have to remember what they said last time.
No, just here,
With
just
the
put it
truth.
in order, I started late watching, and I wonder if Chris's mom and dad took him. I know a lot of people kind of so that stuff sometimes doesn't make sense to me because it's like if Katie or Christopher wanted to take Sebastian out, why or hide him? Why would they do that? Like, here, go over to your dad's, enjoy
That's
your
right.
life. So it's certain things just don't make sense, right? Um, because it doesn't seem logical that Katie would want to hold back Seth from getting Sebastian, in a sense, when it seems like he was almost like the root of the issues in their marriage, as well as probably other things, I'm sure. Heaven forbid that Christopher should ever have a wife number 6. Anyways, but there's certain things that just don't make sense. So like, why would they hide a child or like when there's too many people involved, the story's gonna break. It's
I
what I mean?
the only way you keep a secret is if you're the
Yeah,
only one that knows it.
knows,
Mhm.
because and if 2 of them know, at some point, usually, like one of them's gonna break. Once it breaks apart, then like I said. So that whole Alaska thing, I understand why people have thought that, but it doesn't make sense to me personally. Actually, most of it doesn't make sense.
Well,
This,
considering he was set to move, like it was
yeah,
already, it was already
there would be
a
if
done deal.
Yeah, if they wanted to, like, I can't see because, I mean, when you listen to South, even like, I mean, and if you guys haven't listened to Bullhorn Betty with South, in a sense, and this is only, of course, there's 2 sides to every story, but when you listen to South, it's almost like Katie wasn't really big invested in being a mother too much, to be honest with you, is how he had kind of portrayed it. That she didn't want to get up with him in the middle of the night. She was like out like a log. She was more focused on herself, it seemed like. Whether that's true or not, that's Seth's side. But it's one of those things I just, I'm not buying this portrayal of Katie myself that she's portraying. I think that she is a lot more like Christopher Proudfoot in a lot of ways. I think she has the mouth of a sailor for sure. I don't, like when somebody's applauding themselves for making breakfast. Fun fact, I got up and made breakfast, for my child. Oh,
Exactly.
did you prop your ass out of bed there, Kitty? Did you move from the couch to that, It's just things like that. So it just doesn't make sense to me. It would be like, here, Seth, take him. Come on now. He's causing problems,
And so why would you need to try to create this whole storyline in a sense of that? So the hidden up in Alaska thing, you know, then you have to involve the parents, and act like FBI is totally, or Sumner and the police are totally stupid, and you know wouldn't have looked already into all that stuff and stuff like that.
But you can't, I mean, unless they drove, I guess, to Alaska.
They
But
didn't.
so,
They
I mean,
did.
there's cameras, they've
Like,
looked into it.
yeah.
And
It
uh,
just it's when you involve too many people, and the story starts from here, and then it goes, well, then this must have happened, and this must have happened, and in order for that to happen, this happened, and this happened, and all the way up to Alaska, and that doesn't make sense. To me, it seems more logical to me that an instant happened. Either he left the house on his own accord, you know, and managed to be a ninja and get by cameras, or he was, came out through the garage. If all vehicles are accounted for, there had to be a slip up time there where, because just because they can say, like, I'm just hypothetically speaking here, but just because they can track Katie's car where it was with the Wi Fi, doesn't mean it couldn't have stopped somewhere, like at a store or whatever, off to the side, and then continued on driving and stuff like that. It's not like a little camera sitting there going, "Oh, I see you, Katie, down there," you know. But yet, it's just logically, there's that gap there where she does get into her car and search around the neighborhood. Now it's anyone's guess because we don't have the camera footage to say one way or the other. Some of the neighbors do, so they know more of the truth that way. Whereas, unless you're personally speaking to a neighbor with the camera that can see the Proudfoot's home and see that Katie left and then came back within 10 or 15 minutes, you know,
but I
unless you,
think CJK made another good point about that. If she was out, even if there was no cameras or whatever, she would have been driving slowly. She would have been calling out Sebastian's name if she was out there looking for him.
right,
So, I mean, that to me holds a lot of information in and of itself. What time did she leave the garage? How fast was she driving? What direction did she go in? How long was she gone? How far did she go? Does that
right,
car have GPS or satellite or OnStar or whatever they call it in the States?
right.
That's got
And,
a lot of information and it could take a while to get it.
mhm. Okay. Well, let's start listening to this one. So this is the Duchess, the original first interview. Now, how many subs does she have now? She has, one second. Because when I first watched her, why isn't it minimizing? Why is it? Where's the minimization thing? Okay, right here. Okay. So when I watched her, she had 5.5K or something like that. Now she's at 7.75 on there. Anyways, this was the first interview.
Pretty happy kid usually.
Oh, hold on. Let's go back.
Jackie, you can hear this. The pup are joining me to help get this case out. So it looks like that. That looks like again for everybody.
We'll do this for a minute. I'm just gonna eat my pizza.
He did have a really good weekend actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, um, he was playing.
Mhm.
When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very, um, to himself, so to speak. Um, between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night that, now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way
Okay.
there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, "Hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed." Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Um, Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, "I can't find him." I was like, "Do what?" And she goes, "Yeah, I cannot find him." I said, "Well, hang on." I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you.
Just quickly there. This is okay. So this is what I know. Well, so I do note the fact that Christopher Proudfoot, I'll put my thing here. I'm just eating my pizza that my husband brought me. So a couple things there. So Christopher Proudfoot, he didn't have to introduce the phone call. To be honest with you, if he didn't introduce it, we'd probably never know about that phone call for quite a long time, because Katie never mentions it ever in any of her interviews. Why she doesn't mention it, I do not know. But another thing, so that's just food for thought on that about Chris. Okay. So at this beginning of this case, I've listened to Katie and Christopher, was sympathizing with all the family members, feeling like that, there was genuineness coming from what they were saying, and Katie's hurt and pain, and, Christopher. This is where I got the impression, and Charmaine did too, that Christopher was more of a takeover type of personality. Hey, you stop meowing over there. And so, uh, what you guys just heard there, right, is that there was no mention that Katie even had left the home at all. And most of the interviews you hear, you actually don't hear that up until the one I showed you, which was on Chronicles of Olivia, which will be right. And I always say that in my things, 9:43 or 9:46. Is when the phone call was that he had said. And that's why when people say 3 hours, it's not 3 hours. It's literally quarter to 10, and they were talking to almost 12. It's more of a closer to 2 hour conversation than 3 hours, right? It makes a difference, those small things. I mean, it does. But so it's kind of like, again, this is their first interview and the first bit of information. Now, prior to Chronicles of Olivia, this was the most information that you would have got is from this particular interview, because this is the one where she talks about the flashlight and stuff like that. But anyways, so my point being is that Christopher introduces the phone call. Katie never does. Um, Obviously, hindsight shows that. But they don't mention anything at all that, Katie got into her car, checked around the neighborhood, checked around the school. I called the police immediately, basically, once she couldn't find Sebastian. Anyways, Shemaine, did you have anything to add to that? Or are you still taking your dogs out?
No, I'm back. I'm just having a sneezing fit.
Yeah? Okay. Do you want me to just continue playing it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be,
Right.
and seeing how kids can be easily manipulated. Um,
He's very young in mind.
yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15, and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids, because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis, just to be sure. If you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched, just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. The outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. It's we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting you right now. Was his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at math, but he doesn't
I understand.
understand time and money.
And single mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, single mom, that, he sees his real father every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware. And he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other, we talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? I mean, it's not, there's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I'll give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. And so it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. I mean, he Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends. Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open up doors if for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area, and I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. And, I mean, they have let the departments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras, everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, so he probably knows the route to his father's house. So maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are conducting is extremely widespread and thorough. So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, he's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
RQ, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's favorite color. What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. He's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it. To be honest with you,
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off. That's for
Hey,
sure.
there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you guys because, I know that sometimes when we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Discovering the truth, I'm sure that they are probably looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI, was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is that they were consulted, and the card team, I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team, and they are trying to work with them from a distance. They're not physically present, to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay. Light and sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to see if he has been chatting.
Evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices, there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message, to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator, and that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think that's sweet. I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So,
who here to me has a boy, and their name was Bubba because that was my son's name as well. That's what I call him. We always call him, or actually even his milk, his bottle. Here's your Bubba. Here's your Bubba. But yeah, that's a very common one on there. Just to let anyone know, basically what we're doing here is like a Sebastian marathon going on here. So Charmaine's going to stay as long as she feels like staying. And we're starting at the first interview with the Duchess. Okay. And then the second interview that they did was the one on WSMV after that. And then the next one they did was the Caitlin Miller one. And then it went on to Chronicles of Olivia and then Smiley's World. That's basically the 5 first ones. So we're just listening to what the different things that are being said throughout it. Just like I said, a marathon. And Charmaine, at this point, is there anything that you wanted to say that you've heard that you're just wanting to say anything about, or?
Yeah, like I want to know. I want to know, is this genuine, Katie, or with the emotion and the fear and the sadness that we can hear in her voice? What's genuine? Because this is the only time that I recall hearing this kind of angst in her voice and emotion. The rest of it, there's like she's subdued, definitely 100%, but not like this. She's emotional here, and this is how I would expect a fearful mother to be communicating, I guess, if her son is missing, like genuinely missing. So if this is genuine, I'm still not straying away from the possibility that something happened and he 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 left via the garage in the car, just because grief and emotion can be from any situation whatsoever. But like I said, this is starkly different from the
What we're,
key,
yeah.
what we're used to, you know. So which is the real genuine emotion? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, because this is the one when I watched it, I was like, well, like these emotions seem genuine.
Yeah.
So, like I
So
said,
was this before the one?
this is the first one,
So,
period.
so they were not televised first.
No, nope.
Yeah.
They went to this YouTube channel called The Duchess first. Duchess was 5.5K. I thought it was very strange that they would make this their first appearance instead of going to the news first. It still seems strange to me. Now, I think it was Trev Time that had said, because I was like, why did they go to the Duchess first? Because Trev Time is obviously on here as well. And he said something like, I don't want to say it word for word, but I think it was something like, um, somebody knew the Duchess, who knew the family. And so I think it was that they were asked, hey, like, do you want to come on and share your story? And so it's one of those things. So I can see that someone doing that. And then, and it just so happens to be that it's a nominal channel with 5.5K view, subs to it. But it just seems strange that after a week that like it's something that I would have went to the news first, the national
Why
news.
didn't a TBI? Because that's what law enforcement does. They say you need to get your son's face out there. You need to
Yeah,
go to a press conference, hold his picture. That happens in 99% of the cases, unless law enforcement has a reason to believe that they're involved somehow. So I'm at a loss, especially listening back to this one and hearing the emotion in her voice. Emotion could come from anything, but
I
it's
know.
the time we heard it.
That like I said, so if this is myself, and hold on, two things before I continue that. So thank you, Chastity says that that the person, sorry, I'm not sure female and male, but says that they got a cast, and Sebastian's. We said, "What color do you want?" And he said green, or she said green. I'm not sure if you're male or female, but so that's really sweet. And Robin says, "I've lost 2 children, and I'm still fighting for one after 30 years. Katie, where is your son?" So sorry for all that grief in your life, Robin. Of course, thank you for joining us. And like I said, everyone has their own reasons why they attach to a case or true crime in general and stuff like that. Um, Everyone has a past and story to tell. Not all of us have one that is necessarily, as horrific.
as what some people have faced for sure, but everyone attaches to it something for some reason, and it's usually because they care, you know.
Mhm.
Um, as for the authenticity of Katie, um, listening to her, because this was the first interview, is that I felt like it was authentic. Um, and it's because of hindsight later on that I'm just like, I don't understand this. So this is authentic. And people wanted to hear from Katie. And so in essence, what I think, like what I feel kind of happened was that, so TikTok first took control of this story when they heard about it. Um, Instantly, a lot of stepdad attacking. Okay. Yes. Um, because this is like whatever, 8 days or whatever after it's happened. And so everyone was kind of wondering, not just Katie and Christopher, but like, why wasn't Seth or Katie and Christopher, like, why was nobody saying anything? Now, we did come to hear that they were asked by TBI, like, like not to, um, you know, do interviews and stuff like that at the time. Um, and then once this happened, next thing you know, Seth comes out as well. And then it just kind of has transpired from there. Now, what to me has happened is that Katie speaks a little bit in here, but Christopher takes the higher voice and kind of keeps talking for Katie in it, and then you'll hear Katie's little meek voice. But as the interviews were happening, Christopher Proudfoot, it's like he's just a controlling type of person. Like, I get it because I'm a personality that can easily just be like, "Don't worry about this, husband. I got this. All right, I got you." So I could see that in Christopher Proudfoot that it's like he's speaking. But the thing is, people wanted to literally hear from the mother of the child that's missing, not from Christopher Proudfoot. We wanted to hear from Christopher, but not in the way that it transpired. That it seemed like he was controlling the live stream, and Katie was like, you'd hear like a little beak, and it's just like, hey, Christopher, shut up, let Katie talk. And then
Mhm.
at some point in Smiley's world, Katie says, well, I don't have any issue with Christopher talking for me and stuff like that. Well, we all do, because you are the mother. And as a mother, right, myself and whoever else is a mother, and Charmaine, you know, it's like this is our fight song, type of thing. And a mother is a lioness. When you touch our children, try to hurt our children, you come to the forefront like you're freaking a lion, and you're basically like kind of like Becky Patty. It's like when you touch a child that's yours, in a sense, the mother usually comes to the forefront and is speaking and stuff like that. And this wasn't happening in this case. And
Mhm.
then Christopher Proudfoot ended up getting the harsher rap, because not only did people put suspicion on the stepdad right away, but then he was doing most of the talking, and it pissed a lot of people off, including myself, because again, this is my child, and I only have one child. And as we've seen in the future, as it's gone along, the whole thing is just like watching two people that are almost non-existent to the case, and they're going on these lives of these channels that are creating drama and stuff like that. And it just seemed absurd to me. It was
Mhm.
like even now, it's like, why are you sitting there? Like it's almost like he's sitting in this little nest on Queen Bee's channel type of thing. Like, oh, I found my perfect home over here. Everybody loves me, and then they got all these people that are on there going, like bad Seth, Christopher, Proudfoot, greatest type of thing. And it's like, how about you just go to the actual news?
Mhm.
Sit down and have like a proper conversation about what happened that day, the timeline. Instead, it's instead of it's turned into like a Jerry Springer bullshit thing all along. And honestly, I can't say this enough myself, but this case embarrasses me for how it's transpiring. And I just think when you put yourself out there to the public and you want to embarrass yourself to this extreme, and I think that Christopher Proudfoot has done that tenfold, to be honest with you. And I think that Seth has said a few things that, would not be deemed as what you would want to be said out in the public, whatever. But if I had to pick and choose between who has done the most damage in looks wise to this case, it would be Christopher Proudfoot.
Absolutely. Hands down.
Personally.
Hands
About, yeah. But anyway, so we're just kind of like I said, they bypassed 911 altogether. But we're just kind of like I said, for anyone coming in, we're just doing a marathon here, listening to what's going on. Okay, so do you want me to play it again still? Yeah, on there. But so anyway, just comment as you like in chat, you guys. Just play it out. And, come on, hit play.
It just, that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. Cindy Caton, thank you for being here. She says, are there any old wells that maybe he accidentally fell in, or any areas or mines that he might be at risk of coming in contact with? I know sometimes those things occur out in Tennessee. The divers, have they found any possible leads? I know that I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
They're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They've brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they have searched, they've dived them all for sure. They've walked, I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers, it's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes. So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those are enclosed and secured, but the runoff, water runoffs were all searched by a dive team.
Okay. And I know Ginger Snap said is law enforcement looking into the possibility that he met a friend through Minecraft. I hope that they would just go ahead and vet all of that just to make sure, because you never know. I'm not really sure how all of that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate like via Xbox because my son is a gamer. So, and Gabrielle, I believe that you guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes, my wife was at Costco on Saturday.
Yeah,
The
not
shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were at BJ's on Sunday.
Okay, and when it comes to a restaurant or?
No, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay, okay.
Charmaine, this is what I don't understand. Why is Christopher Proudfoot here answering the timeline when Katie is right there to answer it?
Right.
She's the one that was with Sebastian. So
and
why
since
is
day one that's bothered me. Like
Yeah.
she's the only one who knows that timeline, so he's just regurgitating whatever she told him. And as a mother, I can only imagine the amount of panic and people made, well, maybe he left with no shoes on. Well, maybe he had shoes, something that she forgot in the moment because she was so panicked, or she didn't know if there were any other shirts that were missing, or do you know what I mean? Like, when you're in that kind of a panic state, if he truly just vanished overnight,
Right.
how is he so sure of her timeline?
Well, exactly. But, and the thing is that, like, it's like if you tell me everything, am I going to remember exactly everything you told me? This is where Katie should be speaking, not Christopher. And this is kind of where me and you had this conversation about this particular interview, because of Christopher Proudfoot's personality of basically it seemed like he was not letting his wife talk, and she's right there. And people just want to hear from the mother. Like, Christopher should not be given the timeline here. It should be Katie. She's the one. She knows exactly. And if Christopher's saying something a little bit off, right, like again,
She needs to speak
it's
up,
their,
and she never did.
yeah, so it just irritates me that I'm listening to Christopher because Katie's right there to tell. Again, if we use foresight, we can see that it's Christopher that keeps giving more information, and Katie just glazes over like the day, as and you don't really get any clear direction about it until the Chronicles of Sophie, or what is it? Chronicles of Sophia. Olivia. Why am I saying Sophia? I have no idea. Anyways, on that. Okay, so
So Costco Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
Robin, it's your
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before,
Robin, it's not that you're posting links, it's that you put your periods in the wrong spot, so it deems it as a link. So anyone that whenever Streamlabs is talking to you, it's because during your typing you put a period or something in the wrong spot, so it deems it as a link. Okay, so it's sensitive. Streamlabs is sensitive.
he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation. Anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, uh, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming."
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
that we cannot release right now.
Okay,
That is
I
not something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right.
put out to the public.
And we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He
Oh, well,
likes
he's
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play chess.
Carrie Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called? Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
all devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah. That's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
We wouldn't restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah. Safety is not restricted in this house.
Okay, I do have one other question before I read what was his is saying. There was something I was going to ask you. Let's go ahead and do was his question right now. Shackle Island Road and New Shackle Island Road, are they in the same area?
New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too. Now, something I do want to ask you is because I've been watching social media because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms. And I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
Um, I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. You know, it's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. Um, I
Hmm.
I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right. I
you
understand.
know,
But
and it's
people that are
perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be
We gotta take a time out there. Thank you, Gail, for those 5 memberships. Let's just take a look and see who got those. So Miss Wee Lassie got one. Delina Shaw got one. Travis Williamson got one. And Allison Wonderland got one. And I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 5. Oh, yeah, Gail's pulling a U, Charmaine, on there. Thank you, Gail. It's been a while on there. Is that okay? 1 second here. So let's see here. Hold on. So Bossy got one. Firefly got one. Citizen Sleuth, Daisy, and Tammy Polly got one. That was very nice. And Rickroll. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, big thank you to Gail, you guys. Again, that makes you have to use slow mode. And you guys can use those Sebastian hearts while you're in the live or any other emoticons, of course, like that. Thank you, Gail, for supporting the channel and paying it forward is what I always like to say. That's what I like about that. It's like a two-way thing, right, Charmaine? Help support the channel and it's like a pay it forward and it gives to other people for doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I, that's why I love the gifted memberships and stuff like that, just because it's like I said, it's like a twofold on that. So yeah, so Rick Roll goes off. Hey, Rick Astley, where are you, dude? You should be in this live right now.
I was going to say that's the other perk for me. It's there's nothing better than Rick rolling.
I know. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Net, you got yours yesterday from Charmaine. I remember that on there. Yeah, nothing like a good. Who likes Rick Roll? Who likes Rick Astley?
I
We do.
live I live for the Rickroll.
Yeah. On there. Let's see. Oh, nice. I can't actually afford these things. This is awesome. Thank you, Gil, for supporting the channel and all of us at the same time. That's so nice. Wildfire. I class it as a belated birthday. I hope you had a good birthday on May 29th there. Just a few days ago there, about 3 days ago. Yeah. Hi, Sharon Parker. And of course, EP, what did Nina's children? You don't need to be around any children. Probably going to kind of agree with that statement on there. Thank you, Gail, for gifting memberships on there. And yeah, again, so thank you guys, anyone that's joining us. It's kind of like the intro. Certain things just pick me up. Kind of like the Hallelujah, It's Raining Men, or whatever one. I like that one too. Yeah, Sebastian Strong. So again, you guys, just whenever, throughout the live, like I said, we're just gonna I'm just doing a marathon live type of thing here. We're on the first interview with the Duchess that the Proudfoots had done. A lot of people. On
Funny, I
there.
think I'm gonna go lay down for a bit, but if you're still on, I'll come back up.
Yeah, because Charmaine's not feeling too well. She has the C word, and Aspen Connor hasn't been feeling well, and don't jinx it. I'm feeling fine on there. Old school. Okay, well, thanks, Charmaine. And yeah, just fall asleep listening to us, eh?
Yeah, I'll be in chat until I fall asleep, and then if you're
Yeah.
still on later, I'll come back up. But bye, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Go take some more medicine. Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. So we're gonna continue to watch the like I said, Duchess interview with the Proudfoot, you guys. And thanks again, Gail Hurd, for doing that for everyone that got one as well. Yeah, on there. Okay. I know. You can see it in her face that she's, you can just see it. You can just tell, just like when Aspen's sick as well. Okay, so let's continue. And hit the play button. Why does it?
To have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal. So I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not like you said earlier, it's not about you, it's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care.
Wish this on
Nobody should
anyone.
ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well, and we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And She says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good? Can you hear me? Did I lose you guys? Can you hear me? Chris, are you there? Can you hear me? Trev, are you there? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay, maybe Chris lost 5.
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as the special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone so they couldn't access the websites, that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was
Okay.
able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, in a couple of the texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they can understand some of the things that you may be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where they've predominantly been focusing their searches.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in deep and depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Okay, well, that's good to know. David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Reckless Ellis, thank you for being here. Reckless Ellis says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but if the news was on my property, I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoke to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So, no, I mean, as far as
Thank you.
yelling at the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I hope that helps, Reckless Ellis, and thank you so much for being here. Let's see. That's right, Leave It to Beaver. These are real people. Focus on the missing baby. Exactly. Thank you for being here, Miss Chewy. It's so good to see you. That's right. We all know that the child is in danger and needs to be home where he's safe, and that's all we need to know. I just want to make sure that people understand, like, this family is really going through it. And the focus needs to be on the child. So, and we just appreciate anyone that's able to get out there. Now, do they also have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search?
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply, deeply being checked.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me an email, or reach out to me with Facebook Messenger if you have any information that you would like for me to pass on to the family. I'll be more than happy to do that, and we appreciate that so very much. Jennifer Jennings, thank you for being here. Jennifer says, how long has he been married to the mom? Isn't he Seth's son? Who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When you say how long has he been married to the mom, are you referring to Chris on panel? Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio. I know that probably means a lot to him. That's right, Jennifer. I think everybody is searching. It doesn't sound like there's any animosity with anybody that's going on here. So, and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to announce your departure. Light and Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not these kids that, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not
glued to it.
He's not. Because of his restrictions, he knows that what it's for, it's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying.
I can't help but think, as I'm listening to this, as we learned later on, how Seth was talking about Christopher, and even Christopher basically making the comment, innuendo, that Sebastian was like a little perv, basically. And hence why, like when his daughter was there, it's almost like, you go to your dad's now, shoe off type of thing. So it almost makes me wonder, when we're listening to all this strictness with Sebastian, if it's not mostly to do with the fact that we all know what the internet can hold on it. And, with PORN, I should say. I don't know why I added an E, but that's what comes to mind here, is like, let's restrict his ability to look at anything, because he'd probably be looking at PORN or something like that. And how Seth has said, and now Christopher has made the comment about his daughter, and with what we know happened with Sebastian. But almost to say that, you guys think that kind of about that maybe these rules were more enforced because of the fact of how he thought Sebastian was this little perv, and didn't want him to have access to the naughty things that can happen on the internet. I don't know. That's what is crossing my mind right now.
Trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your
Trying to
phone.
teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
You know, and then Julio, I can contest. I mean, we work together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but we're just how long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And please come back again. Okay, let's get back over here to the chat. I try to not get distracted when we have these situations, but we just don't have time for that.
The Duchess.
I'm not going to allow disrespect,
called
and
Duchess.
my moderators know that. So I appreciate my mods in here. Y'all put some hearts and hands up for the moderators in here. They're doing a fantastic job. We have 363 people in here watching right now. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do that and share this out because it helps to get Sebastian Rogers information circulating on social media. People are going to want to know what the parents have to say. I think it's very important that people hear the facts straight from Sebastian's family. 80 says, I'm autistic myself, and as a kid, I used to have restricted internet access, and I've managed to bypass it before. That doesn't shock me because I have a cousin that has the same thing has happened. I think it's different for every kid because there's such a spectrum. There's such a spectrum. So that's why we have to be on high alert. This is a vigilant, important situation because we really don't know the circumstances of what has actually transpired with Sebastian. And he could be in danger. And I see Burton Staggs here. Burton, thank you so much for coming over. He says there's two similar cases. A Mississippi autistic teen was missing and found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially off his medicine.
I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian. And I think I had mentioned that to you earlier. Do you think that this might be talked about? I'm going to put this flyer again here so you guys can take another look at that.
I mean, everything that we've covered so far, I mean, is exactly everything that we've covered. You know, we miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
Bring our baby home.
Mods, thank you for checking the chat. Alan, we're definitely not going to tolerate that. So
I swear Katie might as well not speak because she keeps getting talked over when she does try to speak anyway, to be honest with you. Like, she's made a couple comments about he needs his medication and just want him to be home. And it's like you hear her little voice and then it gets talked over by Duchess on this one a little bit. Chris?
you
Alan's
have a
gone. I got rid of Alan. He's gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Trev.
And Duchess, if I may, while we still have the family up,
Yes.
people in cases like this, guys, and this is for anybody listening now, watching later. However, everybody in their mind has an idea of how a family or how those who know a missing person should react. Should they go and talk to these people this day and say these things this day, or what they don't. The thing is here is law enforcement goes and talks to these people, guys. Known plenty of families in these situations, unfortunately, but law enforcement goes and talks to these people. They don't owe us answers, no matter how curious we get. There's no timetable of when they should stand in front of a camera, or when you should put a microphone in front of them, when they should join this, that, and the other. Now, if they bring that to us, then we should sit back and listen and let them tell their story. But what matters is answering who they need to answer to, and that's not us. That's not me. That's not Duchess. That's not you guys. The chief deputy, I believe Chief Deputy Craddock is his name, has been very clear in his press conferences that the family is fully cooperative and there have been zero signs of foul play. Now, if the TBI and the local authorities are saying that there is no sign of foul play, then it is completely irresponsible to make things up on the contrary. There are cases where you have to look at the home and you look at the family. This is not one of them. We have to look at what's true. And what's true is this 15-year-old boy is missing from his home. He has been missing and he is still missing. And what matters is bringing him home safe to his family, who was kind enough to join us tonight and answer your questions. So while nobody has to believe any certain thing, we need to respect what we're told by those who are in charge. And so just remember that as we go through this case and in any case you listen to.
And I support this message. Thank you, Trev. That was very well said, and I appreciate you saying that. We just need to be respectful. There's things that the family want to share, and there's things that they're not obligated to share any information, but they desperately want to find their child. And I want to give them a safe place to be able to come here and share the information that they want us to know, so that we can get it out there on social media, that we know what the facts are, that we've heard it directly from the family, so we know what the misinformation is. Like they told us earlier, the FBI is not on the ground searching for Sebastian. Yes, the card team was contacted and they were, they were spoken to, but they're not active. And there's people putting that on social media. The facts matter. We're not going to solve the case. It's for law enforcement. We have to let them do their job. So there's no need to come into this live stream and throw accusations around and disrespect this family, period. If you have a problem
It doesn't
with
help.
it doesn't.
Sebastian's still missing and he is without his medication. He's not in his home. He is missing. He is likely very scared and unsure of his circumstances, and he is endangered at this moment. So I think 100% of the efforts and emotions should be put towards finding him. He deserves to be home. And if you, in taking the time to just mislead and say false things, and wherever you may go, leave your opinions at the door, because it's about bringing this child home.
Thank you, Stacy. We appreciate your prayers. Yes, Mary, that is true. There is an anonymous group of Nashville business owners that have started a reward fund for Sebastian, and that is $3,000. So we want to thank those anonymous business owners for doing that. That's an amazing thing to do. I did ask the family if there was any other reward funds that were going to be activated at this time, and there are not. And that's all they're going to say on that. And the families are entitled to privacy, Ginger Snaps, absolutely. And they are entitled to respect, and they will get it in this house. Now, Janeth, I appreciate you being here. How did they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he have anything that he holds on to? Anything that he has to have with him at all times? Something that keeps him calm when he has it?
He
Yeah, shit, I'm muted. My bad. Sorry, took off the camera and started talking. So, going back to the reward fund. So the reward fund was a whole separate entity. This was done by some businesses around there that put in some promissory notes. Okay, so that typically, no, I'm not muted anymore. um, so the so basically, what happens a lot of times is that when a reward fund happens, people, businesses, whatever, they put in a promissory note of maybe $1,000, $5,000, whatever. And should the reward, ever be given to somebody, that they would hold up their end of the bargain by the promissory note. Now, at any point, those people can take back their promissory notes, really, and not want to offer it anymore. So I don't even know if there's a reward fund still, or if it's just sitting in, this thing. It was a separate entity than Seth. Seth is his GoFundMe had literally zero to do with any reward fund. The reward fund was set up. It was a whole separate entity. Where that reward fund is at, who knows? Seth had nothing to do with that reward fund or had any access to that, because again, it was just promissory notes of when people usually, like I said, once the reward's given out. Yeah. I don't know if it's still standing or not, It could be, but we just don't really hear about it. I'm kind of amazed, like a lot of sometimes when there's a reward, usually one of the biggest things to highlight is, look, there's this $35,000 reward for the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. But I noticed in this case, we don't really hear about it at all, to be honest with you, because the whole point of reward money is that the bigger the pot, the more someone's going to talk or say something, you know. Yeah, well, there already was a reward fund. So unless they're like setting up their own, Miranda says, Seth said on Bullhorn Betty that his attorney is still setting up the reward fund, but it takes time. Right. So now, in saying that, like I said, so whether that's a whole new reward fund, who knows? I'm not really sure what happened to the original one. I know I have it in one of my videos where I show it, but like I said, that had nothing to do with Seth having his hands on any of that money whatsoever, as well, to set it up. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. There was a lot kind of said. Didn't have medication for 20. Yeah, but also the medication that he's supposed to take, it was not like it was life threatening, you know. Um, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, I remember Katie, besides his ADHD medication, I think it was like, I want to say one of them was like iron pills, like to do with iron on there, but it wasn't like it's not like this medication is life threatening if he doesn't take it. It's just, like people take depression medicine, right? To try to, keep your brain balanced. Yeah, no one's, yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's really mentioning it on there. Okay, so how much long? Um, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Um, it's been a while since I watched the whole entirety of this, but now when looking back, thank you for subscribing, Steven's Adventure on there. That's how my husband's name is spelled that way. My ex-husband's is with the PH. Anyways, shit, what was I saying? Oh, Now, I know what I was going to say. So now that I'm watching this is their first interview. And I hear a lot of Duchess talking. And there's been a lot of big space here now where you're not hearing from the family. This is their first interview. This should mostly just, to me, looking back on it now, there's big gappage here of, is Katie and Chris even still doing the live? Because all I'm hearing is Duchess's voice and Trev's voice and then Duchess speaking. Like, there's questions that she's putting up, and it's like, why aren't you letting the Proudfoots answer those questions? Like, why are you answering some of these questions for them? Like, they're there. That's what they're there to do, is speak or whatever. Anyways, so just as I'm rewatching this, it's kind of like, because that's what I'm kind of doing right now. I'm just like, God, I just want to fast forward this, because it's like, because I wanted you guys to hear about the flashlight, right? Because this is where it all came from.
He has various fidgets that he changes out and plays with.
Have you noticed any of those are missing as well?
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
Okay. Please put some green hearts and prayer hands in the chat for this family, because today is 7 days, and this is a critical time that we need to come together and stop attacking the family. If you can't do something productive, like just sit on your hands or something, I don't know. And Trev, I do appreciate all that you've done. Trev has been sharing information every day. He has been doing live streams. That's the end goal. So if you see this, it's just sometimes you got to take you guys go, because you've been up here for over an hour, and I don't want to keep you any longer. I want you guys to go take. Miranda said outside his home, where's his most comfortable environment? Does he have a place like that?
His house.
The only place he likes to be is just at his house.
He likes his house. He likes both houses, and he likes. I mean, his favorite thing to do is go play on the playground, and
He
likes to.
he loves being around the family. He loves, just being a kid.
He's not very outdoorsy.
Well, that's understandable. And that's okay. Everybody has their comfort zone. I'm not a people person myself, y'all. I kind of like to stay to myself in my own house where I'm most comfortable. So I'm just hoping that somebody's going to see him. Don't forget, if you live in the area of Sumner County or the surrounding counties, if you live in the surrounding counties, be in touch with you. Just text me tomorrow. Really worried about him, because you just never know all the possibilities of what.
I'm gonna stop that one there, and then just because there's nothing out of that. It's really, what we heard. Then there's a lot of what we didn't. So that was the first interview. So I really do like it. It does irritate me a little bit when people keep classifying the WSMV as their first interview, and I just cringe every time I hear it. I'm just like, know your shit, know your facts on the first interview. If you're really paying attention to the case, you should know by now, after 3 months, that the first interview was on the Duchess, and it wasn't the WMSV one. So that just shows me that they only partially know about the case, if they don't remember that the Duchess, or at least by now, have a clue about that. This case is killing me. Oh, wonder who else it's killing on there. Okay, so the second interview, even though I regressed even wanting to watch this one again, is because it's let's see here. Where is it? Did I close it off from yesterday? I don't know. It's the you guys, it's the green shirt interview. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna close this one off. I don't know that I feel like, but I don't know, you guys, because I just don't know if I can feel like listening to that freaking green shirt interview shit again. But 1 second here. Do you guys want to watch the green shirt interview? That's the second one. Okay, fine. Oh, suffering. God, I'm so sick of looking at that interview. That's go back and find that. Mhm. I think we'll watch it on Matt's. Let's just watch it on Matt's. That way he has them combined.
CHRIS.
Okay,
Last
1
name's
sec.
Proudfoot. PROUDFOOT.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words.
Wait, that's not the right one.
Um,
Stop. That's not the right one. I have that one. That's Caitlin Miller's one. Hey, Steven's Adventure on there. Oh my God, you guys don't know how hard this is for me to want to watch that green shirt one again. It's like, 1 second here. I thought I had it open already. Guess I. Oh no, I do have it open. I'm just blind. Okay, this one. Okay, I'll suffer through it again. Let's go. Okay.
How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
How are you coping? It's such a weird.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless.
So,
and many other
second interview is this one.
emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It
No.
won't stop until he walks through the door.
Hand interview was the third one, Wildfire. That was with Caitlin Miller.
Not anymore.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh yeah. Always. He's gonna walk through that door. And this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a
in the living
second.
room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly stop it there because I just have to say, like, as I come across these little things myself, okay, Katie physically has to walk past the kitchen to get to Sebastian's room.
So that one always bugs me because it's an open layout, right? As soon as she even comes out from her side of the home, right? It's like right there. The kitchen's like right there. And so how do you think he was in the kitchen making breakfast if you literally are walking by the kitchen, like legit walking by on that one? So that one always throws me off a bit for sure. Because 1 second here. Canva. Where's my Canva? On there. Just give me 1 second here. Thumbnail. Uploads. Okay. Which is the best one to look at? Okay, here's probably the best picture. 1 second. I think it's this one here. Well, hold on. I'll show you. Just 1 sec. And okay, we'll come here for a second. So this is Sebastian's room is down this hall. Front door's over here. Okay, here, let's just make this a little bit bigger. Anyways, so the front door is over here. This is the living room. And before this is the kitchen. And there's Sebastian's room. Now, Katie's room, of course, is on the opposite side. So let me show the kitchen. Okay. So again, this is the living room. Sebastian's room's over here. Okay. Katie's room, she literally has to bypass this entire kitchen. Do I have any other ones? Just seeing here. Only because I use certain pictures for certain videos. Okay. Hold on a second. Replace background. Okay. So how do you manage to walk by this big kitchen that's right there and still think that he's, making breakfast? Like she literally has to go see the open kitchen. How do you not see your son there? So unless she was like, I'm just going to go wake up Sebastian type of thing, but you're like, it's not like it's like, here's a little kitchen. It's like the kitchen's like, boom, right when she comes out of her bedroom on there. But anyways, 1 second. We'll go back to the video. Just saying. Come on, keep playing.
3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911 or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't.
It was
So I
due
like,
to
okay, well, hold on a
emotions.
minute. And immediately after that, we
They were too emotional.
called the sheriff's
Heard.
department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so
Yes,
you were not home.
No, ma'am. Okay. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there, and
that sucks.
led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
Within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
had cars from here down to the
main
road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of their minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that.
The power's out, you're miserable, and the food is bad. You ask yourself, why didn't I get that generator? Premier Generators has Generac generators in stock now. Generac home standby generators kick into action automatically as soon as your power goes out, guaranteeing your home stays fully powered.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been
Because
a
it's
reason he was
not a
possibly
YouTube
upset
thing, so
or something
commercials.
outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted?
Our question is, where did he go, or how did he go? Why? How? They keep saying it's through the front locked door. So what do you mean? How did he go? You said that they've already determined that the only thing that made sense was through the front door. So I'm confused on that one. It's like who, what, where, when, why. But what do you mean how? How did he go? All they've ever said is he went through the front door that was locked. So I guess, well, maybe, I don't know. Katie, your vehicle perhaps? I don't know. Alien ship landed. Magic carpet ride came in. Teleportation. Like seriously, so I'm just confused when he says how, because the only thing that they've ever pushed is that he went out the front door. It was only a month later when Katie's like, well, maybe someone took him. Just saying.
Contacted, understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
With this big question mark. He's vanished.
Yes, ma'am.
And no one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And
hey, Gail, just quickly, that's what JLR was diagnosed with. That word, diverticulitis, whatever. Yeah, I have colitis, which is in the stomach. Oh my God, it's so freaking painful. A large cancer last year and outside. Yeah, prayers, Gail. Prayers for all us older people that are suffering from the life joys of aging and shit like that. Sucks, doesn't it?
I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In 2 different households, and the communication between the 3 of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work, and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
I mean,
An eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here. We've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no hip hop.
classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really get
I say
into it anyways.
rap and things.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, even a fly, and he's like, oh!
Summarize long videos in seconds with AI highlight reels. You'll be.
Let's talk too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But just describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
But I mean, he's very smart. He can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, boy loves
he knows where Culver's is because Culver's has malt. He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes. Okay.
Familiar
I mean, if
routes.
I took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
Mm.
He goes up there so often that he
He
knows
knows.
he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and
Mhm.
Mhm.
keeps the same thing, and it works out.
Mhm.
So
Let's talk too, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What of any of that do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Just that you don't know.
Malt, I'm thinking it's like, it's so if you go to Wendy's and you get like a malt, it's like a chocolate ice cream, but way more softer. That's what a malt is. So back when I was a kid, it was called Willy Woozle. And the same thing that Willy Woozle had is the same thing that Wendy's has. So if you guys have Wendy's out there, I'm sure of it, right? On there. So anyways, that's what a malt is. And swamp over outages, tornadoes, and floods and mess. Oh, bunch of stuff going on there. She walked out the front door. How was it not recorded on camera? Well, that's the thing. If they couldn't see Sebastian taking the garbage out, you wouldn't be able to see him at the front door, even if he had white going down his pants, because there's no street lights. So it's just one of those things that's like, we don't really have the answers to a lot of those questions, but we can go by the fact that the LE has stated that there is no video that has anything of value to them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Never heard of a malt. Yeah. Yeah, basically chocolate. When you have chocolate ice cream and then you whip it in your bowl and then it becomes a malt, just like that. Weird CP said that because Seth said it takes Sebastian, oh my goodness, sorry, a different way home depending on his mood, so they can see deer and turkey sometimes, but all he does is play his Switch, not looking. You're a malt. You're a malt. Malted, yeah, sweeter, distinct toast. What? Caramel like the results. It's a sweetener. Oh, okay. Yeah. Would you do? Google it? But they could see something or say, but they could see something or someone taking out the trash. Well, again, I'm just going by what Seth had said during his interview with us when we talked about that. So that's at the end of the street. At the front of the house, it's a lot darker because the only thing that's going on there is those solar lights that Katie talks about in Nancy Grace.
And I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this: everybody has an opinion, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion. But you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different, wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple.
Gotta stop that one there. Because every time I hear that, that makes me laugh. Just be kind to people. Just be kind to people, coming out of Christopher Proudfoot's mouth. Just be kind to people. Oh, so take away the fact that you called but people a bunch of B's and C's and talked really nasty in that one, and you said a lot of degrading things to people, but be nice, be kind to people. If I could just put out the one gospel word, me, Christopher Proudfoot, it would be just be kind to people, So that only counts when people are talking nice to him. And then, of course, if people are attacking him, then a whole different Christopher, the not so nice Christopher, comes out. Just be kind to people. Yeah. No, that's actually not a true statement. That's totally not a true statement. It's easier to be hateful to people than to be kind. That's more the realistic, actually, thing. It's not hard to be kind. People would have to know what that means. But no, this world is not full of a bunch of kind people in it. It's full of some kind people for sure, but it's full of mostly people that want to tear you down or talk behind your back or stab you in the back. And it's full of a lot of jealousy, spitefulness, selfishness. That's what this world is mostly about, to be honest with you. And if people can talk a negative, I mean, you guys know, gossip this, gossip that, this person did this person's that, blah, 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 you know, you know. And what always shocked me is when a female would give me a compliment, because it's not too often females give each other compliments so much. And so when a female typically does, it's like, oh, thank you. Because a lot of times females, whatever, they're just not as nice. You're more likely to get a compliment, probably more so out of a guy than a female, to be honest with you. But I'm sorry, I've been in this world long enough. There's a lot of kind people in it, but I would say that the majority of people that honestly will try to bring people down outweighs the kind people of this world, to be honest with you. And that's what I find sad about it all. Whether you see it on here, whether you see it in outside and stuff like that, a lot of people are just a bunch of fakes and phonies, and that's the truth of it. Most people they can't stand up for themselves. They can't speak for themselves. They can't say the truth and stuff like that, because most people would rather avoid anything that's what they deem as argumentative or confrontational and whatever and stuff like that. I just wish that there was a lot less fake people and a lot more real people, genuine people. There's so many fakes. It's not even funny. Now, Christopher here thinks he's, genuine and real. And, at the start of this, I was like, okay, he's kind of just like a tell it like it is type of person. And until those little cracks show up. And I cannot forget the polygraph thing. I cannot forget that he calls into a show and makes a mockery of a case. Like, I just want to know who does that. Who thinks? The only people that think to do that are the people that are trying to derail from the truth, to me, because that, or else he just simply doesn't give a shit. And honestly, there's stepdads, there's good stepdads, bad stepdads. Christopher Proudfoot, to me, I'm sorry. I would not want to offer any child in his way, to be honest with you, because I think he is a crappy parent. We've listened to the way he talks. It's like a drill sergeant. He takes away Sebastian's snakes. He basically tells you how he's going to empty out Sebastian's room if he doesn't clean it up properly. He's strict. He doesn't allow this. He doesn't allow that. He spanks Sebastian. That R word came out of his mouth. That he is foul mouth, and you can just see it. And Katie, she's pretty foul mouth herself. Some curse word, like the way she put it, some curse words were chosen, and where the F is he and stuff like that. Have another bottle, Katie. Have another bottle on there. But it's one of those things, is like, to me, this here is disingenuous of the truth. And it's not to say that there's not truth in there, but what they're trying to perceive to us is not truly what is happening behind the scenes in Sebastian's life. There's a lot more stuff going on that could have easily contributed to Sebastian deciding to leave on his own. It's very possible because we don't know what happened to Sebastian, but listening to this and seeing this is like, this to me isn't genuineness. At least I get the genuineness vibe when Seth is talking. My heart aches as I'm listening to him. Here, not at all. The first interview on the Duchess, I felt the compassion. I walked away from it thinking like, shit, like, can you let Katie speak? Like, hey, but then it just kind of continued on. I can't even, honestly, sorry, Christopher Proudfoot, but honestly, even looking at his face here, and it's just because of who he is as a person, honestly, you know, um, you're a zero. You're not no hero to any child whatsoever. And this is just all fake to me. And I tried to give Katie the benefit of the doubt myself. And this is just my opinion. But at the end of the day, this is regardless of having anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. This is just watching this as a parent going, let's see, you keep throwing in these little and let me just look over to Christopher, and Christopher is more willing to talk, and he seems so detached from who Sebastian, even like, that loving and caring mode. You just don't get that vibe with him at all. And then you hear later in the interviews that's like, well, life goes on and you just chug along, and people still have to work and da 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 da. Great, yes they do, but do you feel any warmth and compassion coming from Christopher at all? Absolutely not. You know, so to me, he's like dehumanized. He's like just very narcissistic, self-absorbed type of personality. Anyways, and I'm sure
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation with the previous?
So I have a current case that is ongoing in a current case. A current case.
Bogey talks about this a little bit. I don't know if you guys can see it. No, you can't see it that way, obviously. Let me go back to this again. Okay. So right here, or sorry, you guys can't see my mouse, I don't think, but you guys see right, the closest arm to me is, scratches. Now, people have asked about those scratches on his arms that are right here. Like, you guys can kind of see them, I'm thinking. Anyways, so he answers about that. Now, don't forget, in all fairness, he has been home. This is like, the first interview was Duchess. This is like the day later, the 2 days later, something like that. This interview happens. Now, he's already been home. So he says that it was from playing with the dogs, because a lot of people were asking about this. And I don't know if it was Smiley's World that he said it on or whatever. But anyways, so he had scratches on his arms, and a lot of people were like, Sebastian, kind of like Barry Morphew, right? Barry Morphew had these scratches. Of course, they weren't Suzanne scratches type of thing. But anyways, so I just wanted to stop it there because I seen Bogey come in and she was talking about these scratches. Oh, controlling is an understatement of this man. Like I said, when you come across someone that has constantly been more worried about his perception to the public than Sebastian, and then when he keeps trying to say like, this is about Sebastian, no, Chris, because the way it has always seemed, and your probably marriage would have fallen apart, makes you wonder, like, did Katie do something so that her, to bring back her marriage, because the marriage was falling apart, because of Sebastian, or was it because of other issues? It does make you wonder with all the bullshit going on, where the truth lies in there. because something's up with this whole case. There's something. So either Sebastian, well, we'll get into that later. It just, a kid that leaves his home through the front door, locked front door, takes nothing with him and stuff like that. It's either he was aided because he just, no child just goes, yeah, I'm just gonna, the dogs, the little barky dogs bark through this interview. We'll keep watching it.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask. I'll tell you. But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just people would respect that and keep an open mind. It's
just be kind, right, Chris?
Totally
just be kind.
If Sebastian is able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. That we just want our boy home.
Oh, Sammy.
Badly. But
that mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying.
You guys see that? It's almost like she wanted to get up there. Let's look at that again.
Because I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
See, it's almost like because she's in the interview, but to be honest with you, you could tell that it was almost like she wanted to get up there, because of her emotions that were going on. But anyways, I just noticed that out of all the times that I've watched that.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know.
By the storyteller.
Even my church body, I mean, we're all praying. We're all praying.
Counterfeit
safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
Yes, Island.
With everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we have felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But don't stop looking.
If you guys, I remember, just to go over that just really quick, is that so Seth said that he and CP, like they were talking, right? And basically that there was marital problems going on in the relationship, and hence why Sebastian was going to go stay with the dad in a sense. And so, Chris, all for it. But then it was a matter of if Katie, was willing to. So it's like Chris is like, well, I'll talk to her type of idea. So at the end of the day, like I said, I mean, come on, the dude is on his 5th marriage. Heaven forbid anyone should think that marital issue problems would be going on, when you have an autistic child and you have a control freak,
And there's a reason, to me, there's a reason why he left, like, meaning that he didn't come back down during the February 1st to the 26th area, because obviously something's going on. This is what I feel is, like I said, this isn't what I can, like, this one is what I can would consider like partially truthful, but there's a lot more behind this than what they're portraying. Because for the most part, most people do not like to air their dirty laundry, right? In a sense. But then Christopher starts, speaking probably too freely. And that's what actually got him even in more doo-doo, Now watching how it's going now, he's sitting by the sidelines with a big smirk on his face going, yeah, it's about time they started picking on Seth instead of just me, blah, 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 blah. But that's just the point. Christopher Proudfoot here, he's always in almost every interview, it's always about, the criticism towards him, the unfair, and the focus never really has been on Sebastian. And it's almost like watching a stepdad that he's standing by his wife, in the sake of what's going on type of thing. But there's this whole detachment feeling you get from him. You don't get any sort of warm, cozy feeling. And so when he utters these words of like, if he just walks through that door, the whole family's going to celebrate and there's going to be this massive party and he's going to have more friends than he's ever had before. And we can just hardly wait till he comes in that front door. Yeah, I can't buy that shit if you paid me enough.
Yeah, please.
My son is
Coming to the
somewhere.
last one.
This ain't over until he's home.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have. Let's mention it's kind of the.
It will
search
unblur itself in a second.
As we know, thousands of miles have basically been traced and retraced. We've got hundreds. We've got volunteers. We've got law enforcement from within the state, from without, outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're grateful for everything they have done.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back.
They will. They will.
He's out there somewhere. So it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that somehow his image, he hasn't been captured on any video anywhere?
I know that it was very dark that night. I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I went asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check, even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
I understand there was a request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day on Sunday before he disappeared.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you. We were talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in.
thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
And he could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes. Like the search is never over until he comes home. That is for
So
sure.
smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return.
That's the end of that one. So that was number 2. So again, we're just doing like a marathon here. Whoops. Hey, took myself off the screen. Of Sebastian Rogers today, and the Proudfoot interviews from the first one, which was Duchess. This is the second one on WSMV. And so correct. And then the next one we'll be watching is the Caitlin Miller one from Fox 17. That was after this one, like a day later. And anyways, so I say that there's 3 scenarios, but I would say that I wasn't including Seth and them because of the fact of I'm not going to put. He has an alibi. He's doing exactly what every parent should be doing, and has the right cues of emotion when he's talking and stuff like that. So I don't even put him in the same grouping as the scenarios myself. But my 3 were simply that either Sebastian did leave the house. Well, there's probably 4 now. So realistically, Sebastian didn't take any of his items because he went to go take his own life. Okay. That's a scenario. Could be very implausible, but it's still a scenario because Sebastian still is nowhere to be found. So is that a scenario of why someone would not take anything with them? That's a scenario. Scenario is that he did leave the house, wandered about, hurt himself, miraculously avoided cameras, and plummeted to his death somewhere. Hurt himself, bounced his head off a rock, something like that. Okay. Again, really hard to put that with a child that literally took nothing with him. So usually when somebody takes nothing, it's because they're going to go take their own life. Okay. But there's been no sign of Sebastian anywhere. Could Sebastian have been missed? Absolutely, in the searches. It is very plausible. It happens all the time, no matter how much devices you have. The other scenario would be that he was assisted by an adult, to leave. So if he were alive, then chances are, because there's no scenario to me that if a child left the house by himself through the front locked door, that over 3 months later, this child is nowhere to be found. So either he's dead and they missed him. Okay. Very plausible option. But still, you look at the whole package and it's just, what are the chances that this child decided to run away, take nothing with him that he cares about, and over 3 months later, no sight of Sebastian whatsoever, it just doesn't make sense. Okay. It just doesn't. If things were missing from Sebastian's home, absolutely. Everyone, high mind of monsters, everyone would be sitting there thinking that he ran away. If some items besides some nominal freaking little flashlight, right, was missing. So it doesn't make sense in all the cases that you watch, type of thing, right? Usually, if their purse is left at home, like look at Madeline's Soto, right? Oh, she didn't take her phone, really? Because that kid is glued to her phone, but oh, the mom's saying, sometimes she's forgetful and forgets it and stuff like that. Okay, bullshit, right? There's so many cases where the stuff is left at home, but that's usually because the child is usually found murdered. Now, in this case, Sebastian, no items were taken, right? A kid that loves snacks, a kid that loves his Nintendo Switch, a kid that would probably like take his phone if he wanted to be able to access calling his dad, but yet he didn't take anything, let alone shoes. Perhaps bare feet, perhaps socks, perhaps there is some other footwear that, like slippers, that they might have overlooked. Who knows? Why? Doesn't make sense. Because he went out the front door right where his shoes are, according to the Proudfoots. Why would he do that? Why would he bypass his shoes out the front door, turn around, lock it? It doesn't make sense, right? So again, then it becomes to, did somebody assist in trying to hide Sebastian? Right? Right, Katie? Perhaps? Katie's vehicle that we know of is the only vehicle that they have said in one interview, maybe two, one interview for sure, where Katie actually says that she got into her vehicle, started driving around the neighborhood and to the school, and right. So there's points in there we have no clue what happened to Sebastian because there's no video footage on anybody's cameras. The cars and that were all accounted for. You know that they've dived deep into this case, and they have no clue for where Sebastian is. So the only other scenario, which is just more of a off the top of the head thing, is that if they do have any inkling about Sebastian's disappearance, well, they're certainly not going to let on to Christopher and Katie, what they're doing, like watching every move, watching everything that's being done. Of course, they're going to be doing that. There is no evidence at this moment to show that. So they're telling us. That doesn't mean that they don't have any leads at all and that they're just waiting for that moment to open up to maybe something on a phone call or somebody tell, like, hey, how's Sebastian doing over there? Still doing good? So there's only so many scenarios that could have happened here. But when you look at it realistically, how many children just walk away and take nothing unless they're taking their life? But there's no body been found. There's nothing that's been shown. There's nothing that we know about. But yet we know that TBI and Sumner County know more. They know more about Katie's and Christopher's life than we do. Well, maybe not so much now, to be honest with you. I mean, everything, is kind of like, I'm sure there's tons of information out there that Ellie is wishing, like, like, sleuths, knock it off, quit sharing this information, right? Because darn well that they're talking about Katie as a mother, talking about Christopher as the father, asking people, about everything and anything that could have led up to why he disappeared or is missing or is dead, and it's just really because something happened to him. There's no question about that. Something happened to Sebastian, whether he left himself, but it's just odd, right? Usually, most times, a lot of times, the parent is usually someone is involved that knows. And to me, when we're at the 3-month mark, either he's dead off in the woods somewhere, or hidden somewhere dead, because, or somebody has him that knows Sebastian, because Sebastian by himself, what do you think he's going to do? Do you think he's going to pull a fucking Tarzan in the middle of the jungle? You know, build himself a freaking hut and tent and live off the land and stuff like that? Heck no. He doesn't like stuff like that. Now, Seth did say he's not no, Christopher said that Sebastian was not afraid of the dark. His phone can't be taken. Yeah. And you guys going to have to give me a second. So I'll be right back, but I'm just going to start playing this video. So this is the third interview, which is with Caitlin Miller. This is the one where they're holding their hands, okay? This is the video that I deem as one of the most useless, informative videos, because when she talks about the timeline, well, you guys can just listen for yourself. It's pretty much almost non-existent. So let me just play it, and I'll be right back. Let me just turn up the volume. Oh, I can't stand looking at these freaking chubby ass hands the whole time sitting there. Here, let me just give you a bald spot on your freaking wrist. Ugh. I can't stand this one. So this one was because they were too emotional to be on camera. That's what the reason was said in the description of this video. But I'll be right back.
And how my
Parents.
Katie Proudfoot Proudfoot.
Chris, Chris, last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
It's rough. I mean, we are on day 11, no answers. And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But, for us, we sit here and we wait. We wait and we wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully he walks through our door, which would be amazing.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says, oh, it is. You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos. Even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Are there any weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before, he likes fishing and things like that, but
Cats. Boy loves cats.
he does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's a good kid.
There are no leads, nothing caught on video. Your son has been missing for 11 days now. How does that make you feel as parents?
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home.
When you walked in Monday morning and didn't see Sebastian in his room, what was your gut reaction?
My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never.
Wasn't that a little bit ironic there? Where she's like, I just want his, I don't want his face to go to the bottom of the feed as our faces are off camera right now. And it's like, yeah, what'd you do? What'd you do? Get in your vehicle, Katie? Aid in the search that way or something like that. I don't know. This interview personally pissed me off because this is their third interview at this point, and they're so emotional. No, the first two had more emotion than this one had in itself. And this is where I'm just like, really? So you're at day 11 and you can't even be asked to put yourselves on camera, and yet you're reaching out to the public and say, like, this is their child, not our child, their child. But we don't want his face to go to the bottom of the feed, and we're just too emotional that we can't go on to camera and stuff like. Suck it up, Buttercup. All right, suck it up. Because honestly, the reason wasn't so much about too emotional to me. It was more about because of no matter what they look like or things that they do and blah, 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 is that they're being judged. Who gives a shit? People are going to judge all day long. Doesn't matter who you are. Going to judge, right? And this is to me one of those things where it was like, this wasn't about Sebastian. If it was about Sebastian, their faces would be front on camera, asking people, begging people for the help. Anyway, that's what I got to say about that. I'll keep playing. Oh, did I hit? Oh, come on now, Caitlin. Oh, it turned out its volume off.
Basically, for every minute since that.
It is a sad case, Robin.
Not knowing where your child is a pain that I've never known pain like this before.
And walk me through the events that happened, from Sunday leading up to Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening. And when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up.
Just quickly, Island, that was on Trev Time, that video with Nina you're speaking of.
I let him stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. and he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room, and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
And when you panicked, what did you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house. And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house. And at that point, I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police. And I'm with.
Shit, that's twice I did that. Shit. Okay. Can you guys read lips? Could you guys read lips? All right. So my thing there is that the dogs are yapping, right? Those little dogs, they're cute to look at, but they're little yappiers. And so that's what you would expect. That if Sebastian went out the front door, either Katie was in the deepest sleep possible, because those dogs would have yapped. You know that they would have yapped, because are you kidding me? You got two dogs and they hear the slightest sound of a door opening, and stuff like that. They're going to be yapping. They're going to, that's just natural behavior from a dog, those type of dogs, that when they hear a noise, they're just saying, get there, because that's just what they are. And hence why in this video, it's just like, they're like, shh, it's because they're hearing noise. So can you imagine if it's peaceful and then these dogs hear noise of the front door opening and stuff like that? Like, they're hearing you so darn good. You don't think that they would have been yapping at all? So that seems strange to me. Anyways, that's what I have to say about those dogs. As I just wanted to because of the dogs yapping, so to pay attention, because they are little yap ears. Okay.
On his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy, he has his flavors.
And obviously you guys are going through the unimaginable, and then, getting a lot of the kickback that you've seen on social media. I mean, how much worse has that made it for you two to go through something like this?
Honestly, we stopped looking at it. There's a lot of terrible people in this world, and I don't want to waste energy on any of that. I want the focus on finding our son. The facts are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is, if they're able and willing, is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. This is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
Right? It's not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner. like all in that one sentence. It's not normal for him to run away. How do you know he ran away? How do you know it wasn't a predator in the neighborhood at the time? How do you know that? You got the right? So he doesn't run away. It's not normal for him, but they're projecting that, right? That he ran away. So why? Why do they think he just ran away? Why aren't they saying, like he ran away or somebody took him? We just don't know. So that doesn't make sense to say it's not like him to run away. How do you know he ran away? You don't. So it's kind of like, so if he's never done that before, why would your first thought then go to he ran away and not that somebody, took him? I just like, I get the fact that they were talking to the police before this time during that day, and obviously the police, and they're just kind of deeming it on the assumption, like they said in the, what do you call it? Conference, that on the assumption that he ran away. Yes, it was on the assumption that he ran away because obviously, right? Obviously, they're looking through the house and they're determining, is there any movement in the mulch? Something, is the window, was the thud coming from the window? Like what other areas of the house could he have left through and stuff like that? And then Katie had said it was determined that the most probable way was through the front door, the locked front door, But it just amazes me that it's like you're still never hearing from them until a month later when Katie's like, maybe somebody did take him. Oh, well, where was that thought at the beginning? You never really heard that. Anyway. We're at the 11:24 mark and it's 14 minutes and 36 seconds.
I guess I know you guys have been told to stay in the house, right? Just in case he comes home.
And that they did.
We are doing what we've been asked to do by the law enforcement agencies and everybody involved. I am not going to divulge anything more than that.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to ask, I guess, next is if you were to go out and search right now, if people want to help search, what types of places would you guys look at that he could maybe be at?
Anywhere and everywhere. At this point,
It's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah. They've searched the woods. They've searched parks. They've searched creeks. They've searched, at this point, anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be staying out of the weather or getting food or, I mean, honestly, at this point, he could genuinely be anywhere.
How hopeful are you two that he will come home?
I will never give up hope on finding my child.
Optimism is at its highest, regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
And now publicly, like obviously police are now investigating a landfill. People are speaking out about that. What are your thoughts about that?
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, all we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody. Hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can their goal is the same. We just want to find him.
If you could say something to Sebastian, if he's listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say that we love you and we miss you and we want you to come home. And just know that we all care about you so much.
You're not in trouble. That door's unlocked and waiting for you to come home. Your puppies miss you. Your family misses you. I miss you. Just come home.
That one in there, Chris, don't you? I miss you right at the end there. And I miss you. He says he wishes that everyone would look at the facts. Well, the fact is that Katie was the last one with her son. That's fact. You know? So when he says stuff like that, it's like fact. Katie was the last one with her son. Fact. Katie's the one that has told the storyline about where Sebastian has been all that day and the day before and stuff like that. That's fact out of Katie's mouth. You know? So fact. The last person to see Sebastian was Katie. That's fact. So why would it be so ridiculous to wonder if Katie had anything at all to do with Sebastian's disappearance, considering he's not Houdini, right? You know, I mean, even if she didn't, bottom line is Katie was the last one with her son. So that was the third interview with Caitlin Miller. Again, for anyone coming in, just doing a marathon of the five, at this moment, the 5 Proudfoot videos that they did in order. Duchess was the first one. WSMV was the second one. And this is the third one. And I just find this is where I started getting kind of a little bit annoyed, knowing that, you know, this is their son, right? Their son. And as a parent, you know, like, you know, I know people go, you know, like, okay, I get it. People are like, well, I can't really judge someone if I don't really know them, and, you know, and this and that. Bullshit. We all judge all day long on everything we visually see. Okay. We all do it. So I actually it actually annoys me when people say that, because the minute you meet someone, you judge them. If they have a booger on the nose, you're going to stare at that booger pretty much all the time, you know, looking at their face, looking at their lips, looking at this, and you're judging all the time. This video pisses me off because this is not our child. This is their child, and they want the public's help. And yet they're too emotional after the third interview that they couldn't put themselves on cameras, that they couldn't put their egos aside, because that's what this was about. It was about the fact that people are judging them for every movement that they make and what they're doing. And hence, when Seth came out, right, everyone up until this whole bullshit going on, everyone was, you know, Seth, you know, he's out looking for his son. Okay. And Seth is not a small guy. He's a bigger dude, right? So for him to be out there every day, like, I know for me, you know, like, freaking to sit there and try to be searching every day and stuff like that. Like, I'm not in shape anymore. And that would be like, you'd probably be sweating, you know, and yet he's out there every day sitting there trying to find his son, driving around. He's showing emotions. His emotions are matching his words and stuff like that. That's what we've seen from Seth. And that's why people were in his corner. And now people want to change that narrative about Seth in a lot of ways. And yet he's been the most genuineness throughout this whole process of Sebastian, you know. And for people that don't seem to understand that, like I said, I don't get it, because, you know, like I said, God gave you brains to think, use logic, and use perception. And anyone can see, typically, unless you're just dumb, genuineness person. Either you're thick and you can't see past all the bullshit that's going on. So it's one thing to watch all the shows and watch all the drama, and then you sit there and you try to look for the actual truth of it and who's speaking the truth. And yet you have Katie Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot, who can't even bring their ass on camera when they're asking for people. They're not even begging, right? Asking for people. We just want, you know, we don't want his face to be at the bottom of a feed, but let's just turn ours off. And that's putting them in front of Sebastian. Because, like I said, we don't want to see you freaking holding hands like that. We want to see you looking at us, begging us to keep propagating to search for your son to help him out. And so I don't know, it just irritates me. And we all do judge constantly. And that's why sometimes when I'm listening to some of these channels, and they're just like, they're being so hypocritical that they talk about cases and accuse people, and then in all of a sudden, some of them now in this case are like, there's no information to show that Katie or Christopher had anything to do with it, and blah blah blah. Really, because on the case you were just covering before, you were pretty much accusing this person and that person and this, but all of a sudden on this case, and I can't stand that type of bullshit. Like I said, like at the end of the day, the law is the ones that are going to arrest someone if there's any probable cause, and deal with all that stuff. But in this particular case, Katie is the last one with her son. Hence why, if a child shows that they didn't leave the house because there's nothing to show, doesn't mean it isn't plausible or possible. It just means that Katie is one of the main factors of somebody you're going to look at, because there's the moment where she left the house, she was in it's her narrative. And whether it's 100% truth or not, bottom line is that it's okay to speculate, to sit there maybe and say that Katie and Christopher did this themselves, like to literally just blatantly accuse them and not backing it up with facts. Okay, that's probably going a little bit more over the top, right? I did that in the Delphi cases when I was first, besides the Morphew case. But, I learned my lesson from literally just blatantly accusing someone, and come to realize I was fucking wrong, like every other creator of Delphi, type of thing. And people wanted to blast my ass saying, are you going to apologize to that person and whatever, type of thing? Are you going to do this and you're going to go do that? Like these hypocritical people that want to come into chat and sit there and act like somehow their world's perfect and shit like that. No, let's just be real, okay? We all judge. We all have our own thoughts. And in saying this, to think that Katie was a possibility in the disappearance of Sebastian, absolutely. Because it's only if a child, and they don't have nothing to show us that he left the home, back to Katie. She might think it's unfair. If she's 100% being honest and she thinks it's unfair, well, you know what? Life is not perfect. And we all sit there and have our own opinions and thoughts. But then there's the stupid people out there that it doesn't matter if a rock hit them in the head, they're still stupid. That they can't understand a genuine person when they're listening to one. And I'm not saying that Chris and Katie are totally disingenuous, but if you were to compare the two of between the two sides, like I'll say two sides, but you have Seth, who has matched his emotions with his feelings, type of thing. You've had him out there searching for his kid, begging people to help, crying, getting frustrated now, getting angry and upset because every time he turns around now, people are accusing him. And then you have Chumpalumpa over here who sits there, curses, calls women all these, the C word, the B words, and then yet goes on people's channels. He has 5 marriages under his belt. Right now, people are trying to show this Katie thing about her comments towards the divorce and stuff like that. But yet nobody's read Seth's side of it. Right. So it's funny how just people turn and flip flop in a second. And yet Seth is showing the most genuine traits that anyone you think would show when they're missing a loved one or child. And I don't know why people are so thick on that and want to turn on him, and it's just blows me. Christopher, he keeps going on attacking people, constantly talking about how people are attacking him and stuff like that. And he gets the focus off of Sebastian because it's really about his narcissistic. I don't actually give 2 craps about Christopher Proudfoot. He is the stepdad. Anytime you've watched Christopher Proudfoot, he is so detached from Sebastian Rogers. It's not even funny. You don't feel this oomph of love and compassion coming from him whatsoever at all. And so it's hard to sit there and not judge Katie and Chris together because it's like 2 people feeding off each other.
And anyways, so it has totally floored me of watching what Seth is doing to what Christopher and Katie are doing. And at the end of the day, if it wasn't for the news and the public, they would have shit all for people looking for this child. Thank God for people out there that do care, even if they're doing it for clicks and views. At least it's keeping the awareness of Sebastian out there. And for me personally, Chris can keep using this whole bullshit of, well, we're just doing what TBI said for us to do, whereas Seth is like, great, have at it, but I'm going to look for my son. Yeah. So I just don't understand this whole twist and people just following like little peons of this information, because the only information, because most people are just riding off of creators' information instead of truly looking at, like if there's paperwork to back it up, but if it's somebody said that somebody said, trouble was stirred, suspicion fed, all because somebody was indiscreet, all because somebody wanted to repeat that somebody said that somebody said. Okay. That information is useless. It belongs nowhere unless facts are brought up behind it. But if you literally have documents and paperwork to back the stuff up on top of Katie's, Chris's, and Seth's vote, what they're saying to the public, right? That's the best and only information we can truly go on. And the rest of it's just speculation of what could have happened to Sebastian. So again, this was the third interview. Now, this is my favorite interview, the next one, because this is the one where Katie actually talks about the timeline properly in most ways. And that's the Chronicles of Olivia one. So this is my favorite one, just for the sense of a timeline. Let me just, where is it? Come on, where do I got you over here? Oh, I had you up, didn't I? Did I get rid of you somewhere? Caitlin Miller, exclusive. Where did I do with you? Oh, I guess I got to go find it again. 1 second. 1 second. Let me just pull it up again. I did have it open. Okay. And thank you guys again for anyone watching. It's just like a marathon. We're watching for sure the first 5 videos of the interviews with the Proudfoots. So Chronicles of Olivia. And again, thanks to all these creators that have done and covered the Sebastian case. However you feel about any of the creators, any awareness to the case is still awareness to this case. Now, why am I not seeing that? Where is it? Hold on. Chronicles of Olivia. Sebastian. 1 second here. Okay. So if this one's 20 minutes long. I know I had that open. Huh. Anyways. So let's watch this one. And again, so this is the most informative timeline out of Katie that we could possibly get.
Jeffersonville, Tennessee, on February 26th of 2024, he vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast. It's funny like that.
Can you recap the overall story of Sebastian's disappearance? Kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing, we got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, he's 15 and snacks.
You gotta stop that for a second. 1
We
second.
went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to, we had a good.
Okay. The only time that the only time that I know of that she actually said this is when she said that they went to BJ's and then they came home because he liked snack. Why was that never said again? Like, why is it that, what is this, March 18th? March 18th, almost a month later, all right? This is when she brings in about the going to BJ's, picking up Esther. Here, let's just go back to this again. Okay, fine.
Kind of funny because he also doesn't have a.
Can you recap the overall story of Sebastian's disappearance? Kind of walk through that
Right, go
day.
get food.
Sunday, the day before he went missing, we got up and, fun fact, I made
Fun
breakfast
fact.
that morning.
Fun fact. I got up and made breakfast for my
We had a
kid.
good
Fun fact.
time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
Yeah, that his mom made him breakfast.
We went and picked up our niece.
Esther.
Esther.
I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, he's 15 and snacks.
It's the snacks.
We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner.
So, the one part of the story that I would love to know is, when did Esther get dropped off? Because they go to BJ's, gets a colossal popcorn, comes back home, puts away the snacks because he likes the snacks, and then they go back out. But the thing is that they go to the bowling alley and they go out to dinner to Texas Roadhouse. So was Esther, because you know how Katie says, like, like basically the staff at the Texas Roadhouse, like the staff seen him and his aunts and uncles or whatever she says, or aunts and cousins saw him. It's because they went to go pick up Esther, which is like just down the road. But at no point do we still know when Esther was dropped off, because I would just think in my head that if you're going bowling, well, hey, Esther, you coming bowling with us? But yet we came back home. So when was Esther dropped? And it's just one of those minor details that we've never heard. And why do we only hear in this interview that she came back home? Right? She's always glazed over everything, and she's never spoke about the phone call. And I don't understand this. As a mother that's trying to talk about that, like, here, the whole point is that the information is so that people can understand what happened that day, to understand maybe where to look for Sebastian, what he might have liked to do, how he left the house, type of thing, like all those things. And yet to get an effing timeline from this woman is just crazy to me, that this is pretty much a month later. And this is the most we ever hear. And it's still not the full version. It's just the best version that's out there with Sebastian.
Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. He's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. and that's when he went in here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house.
Quickly again. So in this personal video, or this particular video, you hear 1 minute flat. In the other interview, you heard 3 minutes. In this interview, you'll hear about the car ride. In other interviews, you don't hear about the car ride. So those are just little things that stick out, right? Let alone just trying to get her to talk about the timeline. In this interview, in Nancy Grace's, is where she talks about, Sebastian, did you fall out of bed? No, ma'am. Well, you better get your butt to bed or whatever it is you're doing in your room. The other two interviews, she says what she says here. I heard a noise, said you better get to bed, whatever it is you're doing. Right? So it's like picking and finding all the pieces to exactly what truly happened that day. And that's when Nancy Grace said, oh, so you heard Sebastian at 10 o'clock. So we know he was alive at 10 o'clock, and then Katie's like, yes, still can't be asked to get off but now don't forget, she doesn't ever talk about the phone call with Chris.
I looked out all the doors and windows and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And
she found him inside.
I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming. And
so again, what happened to the fact that Christopher Proudfoot said that when he was talking to Katie and she was in the house, that's when he called, whatever it was, just chief of police or whatever the frick it was. Okay. So but in this interview, it's like, as she's driving, even though she's on the phone with Christopher, right? But as she's driving is when he makes the phone call. But yet when she's in the house is how he portrays it in all the other interviews and stuff like that. Now, and it might just be making something out of nothing, but it's about the inconsistencies, because you're just looking for consistency in a timeline that shouldn't have been so hard to get from the get-go. And it's frustrating because it takes, this interview is the one with the most, but you have to go to the other interviews to put the little, about the flashlight, about the shirt, about what he was wearing, about what actually was said on Nancy Grace, and the different things to go bleep, 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 bleep. Here's a timeline, but where did Nestor get dropped off, or Esther, not Nestor, sorry, Esther get dropped off during this whole time frame, considering that Katie and Sebastian were the ones that were at the Texas Roadhouse. So I would just think that Esther would be going to the bowling alley too, but who knows? We don't know and why can't one podcaster that has them on their channel just ask them that darn question? I still have yet to have him, have anyone ask him that. So please, if you're a creator watching this and you have Christopher Proudfoot on your live, just simply ask him. I mean, it would be nice if Katie would say it instead, but since Christopher Proudfoot does talking, just ask, when did Esther get dropped off, just to build that timeline. That's all people wanted, was just a simple timeline, but it's been like pulling teeth.
he was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement. and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And
Yeah, they won't release that.
20 days later, we found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just
What picture at the Roadhouse, Gail? The picture of him smiling is the one from Costco that I believe you're speaking of. There is no picture that I'm aware of Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse from dinner that night. There's a video that Seth saw, but I don't know if you're referring to the one with the big smile that's on his face from the day before on Saturday at Costco. And that's the one that Seth says that Katie was like, see, he was fine here, type of thing. And basically he said he like shoved it in his face like right away.
no, first time.
He's not a child that wonders. He's not one that is like,
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's
really trying not to go down that road because we're gonna find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
We just know he's out there somewhere.
Funny that he kind of says that because it's under the assumption that he ran away. That's what Sumner TBI, it's under the assumption. So I guess assumptions cause problems when they think that he ran away. So bad use of the word on that one, to be honest with you, because it's under the assumption that Sebastian ran away based on the information that they were given at the time. And honestly, I was actually quite amazed how fast that they scaled back the search. Were you guys kind of shocked on that too? How fast the scale seemed to be scaled back about Sebastian, because it was like nothing was coming to fruition about it. And it's just, I don't know, it just seemed like within a week it was like pulled back right away. Were you guys shocked on that?
One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed two flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately. And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. That's
around this neighborhood, and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got they got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, yeah.
That's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And
You're not in trouble.
there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion that we love you, miss you, we want you home. And if you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness because, you know, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone could see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? You know, it is amazing because in the past couple of weeks, you've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old, 6'4" or 7" college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. Like, that's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how? So
It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family is going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Do you guys receive hate on the internet?
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day.
Wonder why.
People are people, and they have their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know. or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can promise you, every single parent has been vetted.
Yeah,
I
Gail,
can't go into
probably Jason
details, but I can
Justice
tell
we are
you we
watching
have
that
been
one.
vetted and we have been cleared of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing to that. Um, we've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand, I do go on and I do talk to these folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks. But I have told them all online, if you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can.
You're
Just
talking
be
about
respectful.
From Evil Exists, Robin,
And keep in mind,
when he shows
there's
that.
3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them. I promise you.
How has your guys' life been affected by this? Like, I know it's a broad question, but what's like when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Miserable, to be honest with you.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's
Bogey,
going to be hungry. He turns into a bottle.
One sec. Bogey, you can't, that nobody can post links unless you're a mod in the channel, right? So if it looks like you posted a link, it's not going to show it. So I'm not sure if that's what that means. See link in chat pending, because you can't post one unless you're a mod.
Pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, always hungry.
Welcome, Mark.
On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart.
That's all good. Just
he can be goofy.
You didn't know, now you do.
He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
No, it doesn't show Bogey at all.
He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stance or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah,
Miranda, is that a funny? Because we are going through each interview in order.
Sure, look.
Be vigilant. You know, we don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes
I won't be mad
just
either,
being
Mark.
a little bit extra vigilant.
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
Because
You
Christopher
never know.
Proudfoot especially doesn't give a shit.
But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. You know, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely, keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taken, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group. And that's why as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So
How can people help?
This community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide, multiple communities, counties, various people, some people in other states reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked. They're constantly looking. They're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this. What about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
It doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts.
The email is up in the
All the
left-hand
things that are
corner up top.
positive.
AcrimingShame@gmail.com.
Any ideas that may help, trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. If you know something, say something. Chronicles of Olivia.
Okay, so that's that one. So again, we're going in order of the interviews, and it was Duchess, WSMV, and then it was Caitlin Miller from Fox 17, and then it was Chronicles of Olivia, and the next one will be Smiley's World, will be the fifth one. So we'll do that one as well. 1 second here. Chrome. That would be this one here. So 1 second. Okay, so what are you guys saying in chat there? I hope they find him. He deserves some form of justice. Absolutely. Green hearts for Sebastian. Oh, hey, Ben. Hey, girl. Hey. On there. Yeah. Funny she said that because extremely funny guy Dolly said he's seen Sebastian yesterday and I didn't call 911. Said that the kid even had a goofy ass haircut. I don't know what even that's about, to be honest with you. Someone said that yesterday. I don't know what all that's about. Robin, it was called in. This is a great one. Yeah. Lots of informative stuff on this one. This one is March 20th. Don't really think any of them really give much of a crap in my information. They have all told untruths, mudslinging, personal info that has nothing to do with the public. We just want to find Sebastian. You know, I really wish that they could just rein it in and, pull themselves together work as a family. Like at the end of the day, right? We don't know what happened to Sebastian, type of thing. It is just speculation because nobody knows what happened to Sebastian. But let's say that 100% what Katie and Christopher have said is truth, in a sense, like between Seth and his arrival there and what Katie and that have said is truth. Okay, so then that really leaves, for the most part, one option, because I think it's highly unlikely that a pedo, and there are a few pedos in the area, a couple that are like 5 minutes away by car, within that vicinity. But that would mean that they would, chances are, be on the street or whatever, because no pedo's probably going to come the back road, and for a kid that barely goes outside and be like, rap, rap, rap on the window. Hey, Sebastian, without your shoes, come out the window over here, and then still not be seen on camera. There's going to be, like, when you think about the area, they're going to, like, let me just pull up the map for a second. 1 second here. Share screen. Okay. So when you think about the area of the Proudfoot home, right, darn well that they're going to be looking for any video footage whatsoever from anyone, right, around the area, from the school to wherever, that had cameras to show any vehicles that seemed out of place, that seemed odd or something. Now, they have said that, like all vehicles have been accounted for, type of thing. So to me, like I said, they'd be combing through, like, and re-going over, all this footage. So for me, in my head personally, I'm like, okay, right, if there's no vehicles that are suspicious that have entered the area and they've all been accounted for, then, and let's just again say that whatever Katie and Christopher have said is 100% truth. So then that would mean that Sebastian would have left home, because what would the other options be? So if everything is completely up on the up and up, right, that would mean Katie had nothing to do with anything with the situation whatsoever, and that the only thing that would make sense to say was there a pedo. Okay, does that make sense? Not really. That's one of the first places they do is check out those pedos that are in the area to see, because, right, that's one of the first things that they do. So there is a couple that are within the vicinity, but come on, Sebastian's 15. He's not meek, he'd probably be screaming his head off or something like that. I doubt he's hopping out the window for any pedo or anything like that. Probably be yelling more for his mother, so then it leaves, okay, so did Sebastian, like, pretty much Houdini it out of the house and, just nowhere to be seen? So 3.5 months later, the only conclusion that I can personally come up with would be that if he did manage to bypass cameras because of the darkness and there are no lights on the road, and he managed to do that, and it's plausible. It is plausible that could have happened. Seems like highly unlikely. Then, but in 3 months, then where is he? He must be dead in the woods somewhere. Like, he must be dead somewhere then, and they haven't found him in this search. It is possible. And it's possible because there's too many cases I know where they did searches and they couldn't find them, and then they were found in the same search area that they searched, with the drones, with the dogs, with this. Now, what's weird about this, is that, okay, taking away Christopher Proudfoot's thing about the dogs, but is that the dogs didn't, right? So this is when somebody was talking about it on it was a news station I was watching. And I remember, you guys, it was about the dogs, and the dogs couldn't seem to find a direction really off of the house of Sebastian leaving. Like this, like, right now, Christopher Proudfoot talks about, I don't even know what the truth is when it comes to that whole 3 dogs hitting in the same area near the retention pond, type of thing, or what the actual truth of that all is. But if Katie and Christopher, like I said, are 100% truthful and on the up and up, right? There's no vehicle that drove up to the house to take him away. You know, they would have been searching on cameras for any suspicious vehicles in the area. So Sebastian, unless he's dead somewhere in the woods, like after 3 months, Sebastian ain't hiding out. Like, it's not like he's just hiding out somewhere by himself without then the aid of somebody else. You know, so it is so confusing, because really the only real logical thing that makes sense is that he left from his home, you know, in all actuality, because if they haven't found him somewhere dead out in the woods and he wasn't seen on any cameras and stuff like that, then they just simply they missed him, and he's out there and he's unalived. And however that would happen, that miraculously a kid goes without shoes and manages to avoid cameras and manage to, you know, be dead. You know, that would be quite the feat to all happen. So it's one of those things, is that if some weird vehicle isn't driving up, or some pedo, you know, is sneaking around the backyard rapping on his window, considering he went through the front door, you know, it's just all so strange. Like it really is. So you can't help but, hi Half Pint, you can't help but feel that if the oddities of that are hard to believe, there isn't there's the chances of him leaving from his own home are probably the easiest to believe, because we don't know, the dog scents aren't going off of the front lawn, and there's no sign of him on cameras, right? And so it's hard not to think that the opportunity only was at home, but obviously cameras from the neighbors would have seen Katie Proudfoot's car leaving, right? But that doesn't mean, kind of like Charmaine keeps saying, is about the Gannon Stotch case, you know, is that, you know, but why? So let's just say, if you think it's Katie, why would it, why would Katie, you know, like what would be the options for you guys if Katie wanted to remove her son? What do you guys think would be the reasons for that, if you think Katie had anything to do with it? Yeah, I know that the dog's hitting his scent on, you know, but the thing, well, at the end of the day, um, the it wasn't Sebastian's, like meaning at the retention pond. But I'm really confused on that whole part of it, to be honest with you, Snowflake still. But the police did say that it wasn't to do with Sebastian. To protect him. But that doesn't make sense. Because all she had to do, like, it doesn't overly make sense to me, because all she had to do was just not let Sebastian go live with his dad. Like, they have joint custody. And the whole point is Christopher Proudfoot was trying to convince Katie, you know, because their marriage, whatever, was struggling, whatever the freaking reason, you know. So what's she protecting him from? Because all she had to do was say no. And she's literally saying in the interviews that the dad's in the life, he has a good relationship with Sebastian. And so what's she protecting him from? From Chris? You know? Don't, like, it has to make sense why somebody would do something, right? Because there's always the same scenarios. Like, the answer will be simple once it's told, but at the moment we have nothing to know why Sebastian is gone. Maybe an accident. The thing was, if there is like a dead body, the cadaver dogs, they would have picked up on a scent in the home. If something happened to him inside the house, there would have been that scent that the dogs would have picked up. I mean, obviously his typical scent's going to be in the home, but a death scent, if somebody died, that would be different. The dog's going to pick that up. Just it's one of those things, right? That's all we can do is just kind of keep wondering what happened to Sebastian. Katie could have removed him to protect him from an unknown predator. CP, Seth, whoever else she knows about that we don't, on there. Okay, that's Wildfire's thoughts. Lisa says she may have struck him and needed medical attention, but she knew she would get into trouble. Chris convinced her that S was going to be like her side of the family and convinced her it was best. Okay, she may have struck him and needed medical attention too. Chris convinced her that Sebastian was going to be like her side of the family and convinced her it was best. Yes, Robin, I thought that too. That was the accident. Or to protect CP from losing faith. One second here. Evil. Okay, let's see here for a second. Shorts. Just someone. Let me see. Sebastian. Okay, why is it not coming up like it should? Just did you second? 11 hours ago. Katie Proudfoot. Oh, hold on a second. Looking for the one. Sebastian. Oh, I think it's this one here. Hold on. My goodness. Okay, so hold on a second. Because Evil Exists makes a bunch of little shorts on there. Let me just take this down. Someone said that, and then someone said that was bullshit. Robin. I don't know. I haven't paid attention overly to that. So this is 2 minutes, and so
the Sebastian Rogers case, you will know that we are fast approaching the 3-month mark of his disappearance. It is absolutely heartbreaking. Many have seen red flags from his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot. If you guys haven't watched this video that I posted last night, please check it out before watching this one. In that video, I play a clip of Katie talking about moments after she realized Sebastian was missing. Is she telling us what happened with her body language. Well, today I want to take a look at that same clip. The more I look at it, the more red flags I see. Take a look at this. What do you see?
I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying. I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, and he's already
Katie is motioning towards her neck, which seems to be a gesture that many use to suggest something is done or finished or over. She says he's already, and then motions to her neck. Look at Chris's face after she said that. Just seconds after Katie said that, Chris looks pissed and he coughs like a warning to get her story straight.
and he was like three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement.
Now I'm going to say this is very interesting. Is Katie actually telling us what went on that morning through these tiny slip-ups? Many are suggesting that this is the reason Katie is not going on panels like Chris, because he feels like she will slip up. We heard from Katie about 2 days ago where she just said that she is not going on panels and that her husband does not abuse her. Even that statement, people say, sounded a bit forced. Was she asked to say that? Why such a random comment? If she wanted to say something, why wasn't it about Sebastian? What do you guys think about that hand gesture, though? Do you see it?
That's from the Evil Exists channel, that particular clip. 1 second here. Okay, so let's go back to so you guys can check out that channel called Evil_Exists on there. He just basically makes a bunch of 1 minute. Hey, my hair's bugging me. Get out of there. He basically makes a lot of short videos, kind of like that, like little things that he's showing is perhaps cues and stuff like that. That was the Costco pick. Let's see which one. No, that's not the Costco pick. So this one is probably an older one, and that could have been at the Roadhouse if that's the one you're talking about. It could have been at the Roadhouse, like not that same night, but at a different point in time that picture was taken. So that's the one you're referring to, Gail? Is that one? I'm just gonna make sure I'm on the right one here. Oh, this one right here. Okay, so share. Go in the garage. Yes. Oh, okay, that's the pic. So yeah, that probably could be the Roadhouse, at some point in time, but not from that night. Okay, so this is Smiley's World. Okay, now this one is when you kind of get a pissed off Christopher Proudfoot.
Thank you and welcome for coming up here. I appreciate that. How are you feeling today?
Pretty terrible, to be honest with you. 24 days in, and there's a bunch of horrible things being said and a bunch of misinformation being spread, and my son is still missing. And so it's horrible. There's not a better word for it, to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you come up here, and I will I asked my chat to please be respectful, and I will let you say what you feel. And again, I wasn't expecting this, but you're more than welcome to say what you feel. And if it's okay, I would like to ask some questions, but I would like to talk about Sebastian, and maybe we could just start there. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think Chris is still trying to join as well.
Okay. I didn't know if he was, I didn't know.
A lot of people are accusatory when we speak. Oh, it's a lie. Oh, it's not us. And
Yeah.
The
Well,
truth is no matter what any of y'all think, I didn't do anything to my son. My husband didn't do anything to my son. We love him dearly, and we are doing everything that we can to try and find him and bring him home. And his father loves him dearly as well.
Going to report to say
well,
that, Katie.
there's a lot of questions that people have and a lot of what ifs. And, I know sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases like this, and I know, I, you know, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Let me say that. I would not want to be in your shoes.
I wouldn't want anybody to have to be in my shoes, to be honest with you. It's nothing any parent should ever have to go through.
Right, right. Um, I've I've seen in my own family, I've actually had a runaway and I ended up murder, and I know it's not the same. It's not my child. Although I have lost a child, and this is not about me, it's about Sebastian. But I will tell you, nobody should have to sit in your shoes. There's not words that I can say.
Yeah, I think that's my problem, my issue with it as well, honestly, is what are you doing going on channels that is, who cares if people are judging you? Like, that should be the furthest thing from your mind. So this is where all this stuff comes from. Like, why are you going on YouTube channels? Why aren't you going to the news, like sticking with the news? Why are you getting yourself involved in drama? And this is the part that I don't understand. Like, if my child's missing, if anything, I would go on some respectable channels out there that I deemed as, and I'm sorry, I don't want to take anything away from Smiley's world, but I'm talking more about like, someone to do more, I don't know, like with an expert or something like that, or like a Jennifer Coffindaffer, something like that. But who gives a shit? Sorry, I'm eating a sesame stick. Um, so I just don't understand this. Like I said from the start, it's like, so what? So what if people are accusing you guys? It's gonna happen in every case and stuff like that. But why are you feeding into the drama of it all? But anyway, we'll keep playing it.
Hey, but also I do have an autistic son, and I know many do. I'm gonna drop her link again. I'm dropping it again. I think she's having a bad signal. I don't know where she's at. She may be where she can't get the signal good. Here she is back. Okay, Katie. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. And you may have a bad signal somewhere. I don't know if you're having like rain or anything, but it keeps going in and out, but that's okay. But anyway, the main thing is people just have a lot of questions and just trying to make sense of everything. And you're here. Okay, Chris, I'm dropping the link again. I told nobody not to get it but you. Here you go, sir. Oh, drop again. Sorry. There you go. If you'll just click on that. But I do, still with anything that we personally go through, there's nothing, it's not the same. And I understand that. And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for you all three of you. I can feel when his dad talks, Seth, I can feel that pain. And it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest,
Well,
So,
it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and you know, hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating and I know it's irritating, me included. I know I am too, but we're just all, we all have opinions and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And, I just told Katie, we just have to go with, we all have our opinions and they may not always be good, but my heart's in the right place. But go ahead and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
So there's time too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is one call. I don't care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go
I will
ahead.
come
Go
back
ahead.
and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that
yeah.
good?
You're okay. Hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So
just quickly to answer you there, Jan Simmons. What's your opinion on this? Just curious. Okay, if we're just sticking to about Sebastian and why he disappeared, I have no clue. I have no clue. My original thoughts were just that he, well, first of all, the whole flashlight video was coming out, and then it kind of had made sense that he had a little flashlight. So, hey, he just took off, with a friend, type of thing. That was kind of my original thing. But honestly, I'm at a standstill. It's like checkmate. I have no clue what happened to Sebastian Rogers. It's mind boggling. I think that no matter what, logically, everyone can look at different scenarios that make sense and don't make sense, because all we can do is go based on the fact of what Katie has said, Seth has said, and Christopher Proudfoot has said, about Sebastian Rogers not taking any items besides a small keychain. And then what makes sense to that, right? So looking at each direction, what makes the most sense. But at the end of the day, I couldn't tell you if the Proudfoots had anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian, one way or the other. I'm hoping that the case in itself will just come to fruition, and whether Sebastian, hopefully he is found alive. Of course, we don't want to see that he's found dead somewhere. That would be a tragically sad story to this case, going on. I really do pray that he is alive out there and that he is hiding with somebody, and he just maybe doesn't want to go home to either of the parents. That would be wishful thinking, perhaps. But at the end of the day, for me, for this case, people want to talk about it. I like talking about it. And it's only because I just want to bring awareness to it. And I just want to see where everyone's mindset is of what they think. And some people have very, out of the kind of off the spectrum type of thoughts about what happened to Sebastian. To me, I just am still kind of looking at the words and what's being said and what could have possibly have happened. And there's not very many outlets of really what could have happened. There's only like 3 to 5 scenarios that you can really think about with Sebastian. So honestly, this case
it's just a mind fuck. That's pretty much what it is. And just praying that Sebastian is found one way or the other. And if there's any foul play with regards to any party whatsoever, then may darkness come to light. Simple as that for this case. So, hope that answered your question.
Oh, I think he's on mute. Okay. So,
And
Katie.
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris
Thank you guys.
hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him
Okay,
since the beginning of
I gotta
February.
stop it there. I just have to.
I mean, is there a reason?
Okay. So I just want to stop it there, because you guys will have heard Christopher Proudfoot in Terry Lynn's video have said, I didn't say it was the first. And you guys probably have heard me on this live going, no, it's because Katie Proudfoot said it was the first. And it's obviously because that was said. And that's what Katie just said, because that's the truth. Whereas Christopher Proudfoot, and I don't know if that's more so to do with the fact that he's like, we're not supposed to give timelines and stuff like that. And he will just say the beginning of February. He's like, I never said the first. But I know that from this, like his 5th interview, which is this one, that he said the first. Does that mean anything? It just might simply mean that Christopher didn't want to actually give out the date, but because he's having issues logging back on, Katie's the one that said it. Okay. So just if, when you come across those different things, like, okay, well, I called the police when she was in the home, then when she was driving, oh, I didn't work. I'm going up there for work. Or I'm out of, like I'm not working. And then he says in Nancy Grace that he is working. And it's just, and they might be silly things in a sense, but it's hard when your little receptors go off, because you heard something differently being said. And it's not because of somebody else saying it, it's because they're saying it. It's no different when Christopher Proudfoot says, well, we would have heard him go out the window. Well, obviously, if he has an alibi in Memphis, there's no way he could have heard Sebastian going out the window, type of thing. But yet, who knows? So it's just really listening to all the little fine details of it all, and just determining really what you guys think could have happened to Sebastian. Do you feel like Christopher and Katie are being sincere and honest with what they're saying? But it's just so hard because Christopher has done things, right, with the whole polygraph thing. And then you'll see him answer that question. And then he goes on a live and says, I didn't say whose it was. And he plays games. And so then he goes on another live and then he pretends like he's from this whatever movie. And he's going, so I hear that people are saying that the parents are involved. Like, why would you make a joke out of Sebastian's case? Like, why would you, as a step parent? So it's hard not to see those things, because any normal, rational parent would not do something like that.
somebody that's more concerned about their image and needs to bounce around from Facebook posts to the different lives and create drama and talk about drama. Like I said, to me, I just kind of shoved somewhat Christopher Proudfoot to the side because I don't find any sincerity of him being this awesome stepdad to Sebastian Rogers. And no normal parent goes into somebody's life or makes a joke or a mockery of the case by doing such things, right? It's just ignorant, it's disrespectful to Sebastian. And so it's stuff like that, that how do you believe now what he's saying if he's playing these games, right? Because it's, at first I was always believing, like going, okay, he's abrasive type of personality, but hey, he's just cutting through the shit and stuff like that. That's how he sees himself. But when you start playing games in the middle of all this at the expense of Sebastian, it's just ignorant beyond belief that somebody would sit there and call in pretending to be a different voice, telling constant lies about the polygraph and stuff like that. It's almost like he has two different personalities of, well, when I'm on a Nancy Grace show, I'm going to act like, yes, ma'am. I'm going to sit there with my freaking, tail between my legs. But when I'm on an actual, just a YouTube channel, this other personality of Chris is shining through. You would never see Christopher Proudfoot talking like the way that he will talk in this on Nancy Grace. He'll be sitting there going, no disrespect, ma'am, but no, that's not true. That's how he'll say it on like the Nancy Grace. But on here, it'll be like, no, I did not say that. So I don't know. I just see a two-coin person really on this one. But to make a mockery out of Sebastian's case missing for the stepdad to do such things, I mean, that's just like of the low of the lows to do, to me, at least anyway.
Reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other when
Yeah.
you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think it
Oh,
got
okay.
deleted in chat.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
I
Paste.
know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Look. Watch it over here. Okay, I'm watching over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and stuff like that? But basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay, so Are you working now, or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your people?
No, I'm asking you that. I just wondered.
Okay.
Like if you, I was just wondering, like if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No,
preoccupied.
don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
I
No,
mean, that way you can get all these questions coming in because, like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I'd come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful, and I ask for the same in everybody else.
yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. It's
I
not
said
that I
that
don't want to
too.
talk.
I
Right.
said
It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to my entire life.
It's the YouTubers.
Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you will probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, you know, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I've read up on him. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth, because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence.
See, just quickly, like you guys can hear that work radio going off on the side behind him, eh? You know, so this was March 20th that this interview was done, but yet you can keep hearing like he has the freaking dispatcher walkie-talkie thing going off. And at this point I'm like, oh, are you back to work? Anyways, just saying.
And every little detail that we know, I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can't come out, My only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
If somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the
Mhm.
toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
I mean, and it sucks.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. Yes, I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business.
Okay, so he is working.
And I would hope you would respect that because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe.
Kind of think you're.
But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JLR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about, and there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something, whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens to. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this happened, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
No,
or
it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter.
I'm pretty sure he speaks
But
for his wife all
you
the
know,
time.
I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Bullshit.
well,
And I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to some.
This part really pisses me off, because who is he to demand? Okay, so this is the arrogance of Christopher Proudfoot here. So who is he to demand how channels, what they cover? And if Christopher Proudfoot happens to be on, he feels like any of the donations should go right to Sebastian Rogers. And I'm saying, dude, this ain't our kid, okay? You can choose to go on shows or not. That's totally up to you. But who are you to tell the community what they should do with their money that they make? If they just them even talking about Sebastian, be effing grateful for. How about them apples? This isn't our child. We're doing you a favor by covering this case. And we're not even doing it for you, dude. We're doing it for Sebastian. But he wants to turn it about money all of a sudden and how channels. And I find that offensive, at the end of the day. Like, if people want to donate their money, but hey, don't you think it's enough, first of all, that somebody's actually covering the case for you? How about being grateful, but to sit there and basically be like, well, I'm only going to go on channels if you actually promise to donate your money and stuff like that. Great. Like I said, not our kid. It's yours, not ours. Be grateful that YouTubers and people are covering your case. How about them apples? So I find that actually offensive. I don't care if you're a grifter or not. It's not his place to say what should happen or the donations or anything like that. Someone wants to willingly do more than bringing awareness to the case. But I don't know. That one just pisses me off to no end when he talks like this. It's just to me, Christopher and his narcissistic personality going off.
Signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son, I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money
We're
off my
talking about
own
everybody that
stuff. I
wants to
just
have
went
him.
out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with because Seth wanted. I heard him on another show, but anyway, I suggested.
And then he's like, no, I'm not
Same
talking
thing I
about
did with
you.
Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the because Seth wanted. I heard him on another show, but anyway, I suggested. Same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever. 5 minutes later, they see the picture, they see the photo. as long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They
Absolutely,
can delete
Lisa.
or something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing summer wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no. They're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right. I'm going broke.
Right.
Trying to just keep the
Right,
word
Ben?
out or whatever. Like somebody just
Me
gave me
neither.
$10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I knew you just said that. So
Right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it
Right.
to do something to put it forward.
Right.
But those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No, and I understand
and
that. I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it. But I
Go
tell
say it.
everybody,
Feel free.
well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing,
Well,
but understand something, and I'm respectful about it because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
well, I think we kind of think alike there, and
See?
I don't, yeah, I agree. I agree there, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again. And I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you, and I want
No,
to.
that's fun, isn't it?
Not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mhm.
I understand. There is a
There he goes,
situation
making it about
my son,
himself.
not everybody else's. And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it.
But if I'm
What I
on
don't
his show,
appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that when I've asked the guy, I said, do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah, if he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. He wants me on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding him.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course that's fair, Chris, because that's the way that you would like it to be, in control, and that people. So this, like I said, I know, honestly, dude, I would probably, instead of Christopher Proudfoot putting his foot in his own mouth, I'm sure that my shoe would end up in his mouth, to be honest with you, on there. Like that guy, just honestly, it's ridiculous. And no, all he does is ever go on females' channels. He can sit there and say all day long, oh, I've talked to the police, duh. Okay. But when it comes to channels, like I said, 5 marriages, he thinks, I don't know what it is, because, I mean, I hate to base things on looks, but he ain't no treat, just even in the look department. It's not like you're getting a freaking bonus package or anything. And then he opens his mouth and that treat goes to a freaking bone. There's like freaking nothing there besides arrogance. And that's what, to me,
he's showing here so much of. Like, first of all, why are you wrapping yourself up in the drama? Why, Chris? What does it matter to you? Why don't you focus on what was at hand, right? This is the 5th interview, by the way. We've already done the 4 in order of exactly how the interviews went for anyone that's coming in and watching. Okay. Duchess, WSMV, Caitlin Miller. Then it was Chronicles of Olivia. And then this was the 5th interview, which was 2 days after Chronicles of Olivia. Now, if I'm not mistaken, so there was talk, like I think that Smiley's World, I think she was talking with another channel or something like that. And then Christopher Proudfoot got all pissy and then said basically like, you know what, like basically like get yourself up alive and going and we'll come on it type of thing and da. So if that's why he's, I think, somewhat heated more so in this one because she explained it after the fact. But it's one of those things, right? Like I said, I mean, in all fairness, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. If I was Christopher Proudfoot, am I gonna freaking go on JLR's channel, who's been, you know, constantly saying stuff about me? Like, I'm just looking at this realistically. Like, JLR, right? What is he at now? 200, whatever K it is, whatever it is, he's at like 206K, 7K. Or am I going to go on a news station that can get national coverage? You know, so it's one of those things. Is that probably if I was Christopher Proudfoot, I'd be going like, "F you." I've looked this dude up, and this dude has a record a mile long, and he's been bashing me and stuff like that. Which is true. I mean, GLR, like, he puts a lot of shit out there. You either can know about him and like him and whatever, and each to their own channels. But I don't think if I was Christopher Proudfoot in this particular case, I'd be wanting to go on JLR's channel. But when he's talking about the whole monetization thing again, it's like, who's controlling it? Like, thank you for blessing us with your presence on a channel type of thing. Like, thank you. You know, I mean, and to be told what you should do as the creator and that you're making money off of this thing. Hey, there's plenty of other cases and people have followers, and the followers come to watch the cases, whether or not they even know about the case. They're coming to watch it because of that creator, or maybe they're invested in the case. But Christopher Proudfoot, you have absolutely zero say about what a channel creator can have for content or not. So when it comes to him trying to say that, well, if it's for monetization, then he needs to make sure that he donates all of that and whatever. Worry about yourself. Why don't you worry about Sebastian? Why don't you worry about where Sebastian Rogers is instead of making it constantly about yourself, us being thankful for you being on the channel? Bless your heart, Christopher Proudfoot. You know, anyways. And the Smiley's World, I'm not sure what her real name is, but you know, nice lady. She does get her questions out there, and she's trying to be very, you know, respectful to him. But he was obviously as well. So just in all fairness, he was coming off of something he was watching, but that's Christopher Proudfoot, right? He's watching something, gets all, you know, himself in a tizzy, and then next thing you know, it's like, start up alive so I can have my say. So that's why he's more aggressive here. Just saying. But I mean, we've seen that. I mean, it's,
and I get that. I
gives
get that.
himself no
Now, can I
favor.
say one other thing? Because
Yes, ma'am.
before we kind of get started, and
Yes,
the only reason is because fair is fair, and I
Yes.
want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair,
Yeah,
and
I've
I
seen
will.
some
I
of
try to
that.
treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay, but I want to say this. Like, my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody, because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, and don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled off, if it was, no matter what it was,
Right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just
Well, there's no need to
it's
apologize for
insane.
anything. I'm not even sure
It's
what you're
insane.
apologizing for.
I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you. But I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this when she said, I read, she said, can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son because it's not, and it kills Seth even though he don't say anything. I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad
Mm-hmm.
to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I
Mm-hmm.
came in Sebastian's life roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris.
I will
I have
say
always
this.
left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his
All
mother has her
yeah,
opinions, and that's that.
and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care if what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse. Just because, and it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, "Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep."
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but
Let's get that fact straight there on that one, Katie. Because you said that, Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed? That's what you said. You didn't say nothing about making noise toys or whatever. Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed? No, ma'am. She only said that on Nancy Grace. And then she said, it was just a thud. Just a thud.
did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. When he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
I
It's
mean,
just
and please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
okay. Well, I'll explain it to you.
Let's go back to this again. So again, he's so worried about what other people are saying in chat. And then instantly he takes the, so are you asking me this question because somebody else is basically asking you to ask it? When actually you could tell she was just asking the question, but it was too busy focused on the chat shit going on, in all fairness. Because I remember when this came up, I'm just like, dude, seriously? Like, just worry about the live you're on in the sense. Actually, what are you even doing on the live, dealing with drama and stuff like that? It's just ridiculous to me how much the focus seems to be about him. And that's how I keep seeing it.
You. It's
Okay.
because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to get paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask questions, I just listen. Let me just tell you this: when I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also worked for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box. And that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
Right.
that.
So me asking that question back is
Mhm.
because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment, well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth, and it is ridiculous. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you.
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just didn't. I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it, and you already had it in your private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris. Can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got rid, or decided together, or tell me about the snake? I
Okay,
understand.
so right.
More.
So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So I've used long time ago. I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things.
Hmm.
In California, we actually had a snake. Um, they had a bearded dragon. It died.
Hmm.
But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
But we had a Samontine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake.
Hmm.
Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in the world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat um, and I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time.
Hmm.
All of them were ball pythons.
Hmm.
I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That
Yeah.
is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're
Hmm.
going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
He what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
yeah. And
Yeah.
and parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now we're not just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take him.
well, his dad wasn't going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that.
Yeah.
People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets, and so I just wondered.
I mean,
Like,
to this day, I call him my buddy.
mhm.
If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are.
I feel like
And
he's
he's like, if you want to see him, just come on
over-explaining
over,
this.
man. Whatever, just call me up. Cool.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
it wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just,
right.
yeah,
Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him?
Just for 1 sec there, because and hi net detective, and I agree. Sorry to say this, but Chris is a mean ass. Well, let's call a spade a spade. He's an asshole. Okay. Aren't you, Chris? You said it yourself. You're an asshole. We agree. But he's totally actually over explaining this about the snakes. And you can tell it's kind of like, well, before I get into the fact that I took the snake away from Sebastian, let me just give you like the pre-story and then tell it and then give you the after story. And darn well, probably Sebastian never seen that snake once again after that, you know? And it's just like sometimes you just got to teach kids those lessons and stuff like that. But you want to talk about over explaining. That was an exact case of when somebody over explained something. Why? Because he had to make himself look good so he didn't look bad about taking the snake away from Sebastian because he's a dick.
Since he, how did you discipline?
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room.
Here we go.
And people are going to
Where he
make me
shoots
sound like
himself
I'm
in the foot
so horrible.
talking about
But I
this.
promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again.
Yeah, I promise.
So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean. And you go in there and you go to check their room, and the room's not clean. Okay. Thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room is clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to
Hey,
clean
Mark,
your
see you in
room.
a bit.
And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be?
Right.
Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you, you try it with your kids, man, your kids will be like, oh.
You guys, I just want to promote this. Don't forget to try that with your kids, okay? Don't forget to try that with all your ex-wives as well. I'm going to remove everything from the bedroom if you don't clean this right now. You're going to learn your lesson. I'm going to whip your ass all the way to the trash can with it. It just, when he says it, it sounds so natural to him. Like this is life and this is how you do things. And you can call it old school and stuff like that or whatever. But I agree. Like here you have a special needs child, and it's kind of like, like the way he talks, right? Like I said, if he doesn't take care of that snake, then, well, darn it all, I'm getting rid of all 30 of them because you don't deserve a snake and you don't deserve this. And you're not allowed to have any internet access. And you're not allowed to do this. You don't allowed to do that. So would it be so surprising if Sebastian got sick of all that crap? Right? Like, in all fairness, would it be surprising that, like just a regular child alone, when they feel like they're controlled and belittled and made to feel like that their voices don't count, most people want to get the hell out of there and move out of there as fast as possible and stuff like that. So would it be a shocker if Sebastian either left or told somebody about his life at home and type of thing? Like I said, and some warrior came and said, dun, 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 I will save you, Sebastian, from all that, from the mean Chris. Mean Chris. Okay.
Oh my God. They ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
no.
Um,
The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of
that's a
being able
struggle
to,
itself.
yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do with, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other
Mhm.
and finally everybody understands it,
Right.
man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And
But
I have
has
taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman,
Mhm.
period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, uh, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again, there was a time, and this is a long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
No.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So,
so maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe Katie should just answer
no.
this.
That oh Lord, no. That is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not, because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And
When
this
he
is
oh
was
yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture. I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point. I mean, So I'm not. I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. Past is a past. It needs to die. Let it be.
Of course, you want it that way, Chris. Duh.
But
they
at
keep
the
saying
same
who's
time,
Rachel. So they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to wait
yes,
past
yes.
on?
Okay. So I got no problem. Rachel is my
That
third.
me. I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's going to say, "You're final." So let me make that clear. She's probably going to yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name was Rachel. Fourth time, Her name is Nina. And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations.
Pretty sure he's in his 40s.
That's how good it is.
Okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is
I guess
the
we
one I
were
have with my
saying
daughter.
that when they met, right? Yeah.
Sometimes we can have cordial conversations. Sometimes we cannot. I will make that pause. Like, I'll leave that there. That's why we go to court.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met and how long did y'all, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know. I'm just
No. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my 4th wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. We were all friends. We moved into. We shared an apartment together. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, it whatever. So we got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful. We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. You know, I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. You know, as far as I know, she lives. I think it's in New Orleans.
My house, Sharon.
Now.
That's right
And
to
I
my
think
house.
she just had a second child, so she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of your any the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my 4th wife, Nina, she has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because
No,
I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being dragged into that.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage while her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married, but we did, you know. But I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. You know, occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not.
See, my thing is this: is that this is what I don't understand. At what point does somebody not say, you know what, this is about Sebastian. Let's keep the focus on Sebastian. But no, let me just list off all my freaking exes, and here we go. Yeah, you know, I did everything. She cheated on me, and I just, packed her stuff up so nicely, put it in storage, set up the payments for her because I'm such a great, awesome, amazing person. Now wait a second. Now let's talk about Nina, the 4th wife, and like, oh, and it's just like, seriously, like, that's how I felt during this, and this is probably why I constantly take away that Christopher Proudfoot keeps making it about himself, because and Katie included, but like, this whole thing is, to me, supposed to be about Sebastian, and yet we're hearing about freaking the exes. Now, hey, don't get me wrong, we're all in for some good gossip and dish on shit, but but the thing is that the focus is supposed to be on Sebastian, not the drama around it. So he never reels it in and said, like, this is about Sebastian, let's keep it focused and stuff like that. No, he loves being wrapped up in the drama of, he's a narcissist.
You know, they're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever
Right, Robin?
brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had other, or maybe it was in her interview, I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to the
That
house?
scanner noise
Or
is very irritating.
can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children? Somebody outside the family.
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very
He
like
doesn't. He
single mind tracked. Like if he's
yes.
wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this, and he'll be, and so they wind up getting frustrated with each other, and that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is
In personal
because
space.
he,
Personal space.
yeah, personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble, just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. um but he's capable of getting along with other kids, I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot. um we have met some kids, especially like because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them. It gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of
Yes.
social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances. Like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy. And we have like a scale that we work on, like what is the problem that's frustrating you? Is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and then okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So yes, he does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He
Yeah.
don't want to tell mama that he likes girls.
Yeah. Were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
Yes,
church.
we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and
Yeah, when he was in church, so the kids area, oh my God.
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
Yeah. I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Dance.
dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now granted,
He-
what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
He's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
But he loves to dance.
Yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music, he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, Oh, it just makes me, it just makes me smile. I just want them I want them to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we gotta ask these questions and we gotta look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today, and then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. But okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be re-looked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know.
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers, is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things. When it comes to searching, flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs.
Yes.
Those came from us. My mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we ask them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh, that
the
needs
flyers
to be done.
are being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we've never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School. And, it means a lot to me, this case right here. And it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And, it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to
You're
sound like
fine.
a jerk.
Say it. Say
It's
it.
going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard
Oh,
questions out.
shut up.
Sorry, but I
by
just,
golly, let's just
Well,
those hard
let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's
I've had
hard.
it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Hmm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. And in
Okay.
fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it.
Mhm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blue, blue, blue." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute. You cut out. I can. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, but, and I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, "Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that." So that happened. And the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it."
Mm-hmm.
He sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, "See, eat your food." And we
Yeah.
went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know what was he wearing when they went to dinner. Maybe he returned if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying, does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like this.
Now, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call. Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, and he's done. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. He's like, he's going to come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever, and he jumped up here on
That's
panel.
fine.
And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're
hold
not
on.
really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God and Country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was, because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case, and there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I don't, I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. Yeah, I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all
So,
now? I think
so
he said
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So, yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So, my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're saying you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "No, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't think? Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
Well, you said they
come out and
opened up an
say it.
investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay. I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next hard one we got? Fire away.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
Okay. So I was just wondering, like, Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So, like, if y'all were at home alone, like, because Chris works out of town a lot, and I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times, talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a um sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire, and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I meant, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code in.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back? Is
He
that
locks he locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
okay? All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like I mean, I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what. Like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to, or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure
Yeah, that's what I would think.
based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood, because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but it was public because we saw them. We saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay, so did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Asking.
No. I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out. I was like, "What about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that?" And they said no, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
Now, and he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering, so, but so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go
Is
out
there
the
an
back.
exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, so, okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been.
not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So the back
Because
door, so that the back door would not lock.
from the outside, like the front, no. You'd have to had a key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house to
No, I
y'all.
understand
Personally,
that.
that's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that.
yeah, but what I can say is there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own from the outside. And the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yes.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, oh, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Okay, and there it is. We would have heard something. We would have heard something. He would have screamed. We would have heard something. Right? You want to hear that again?
So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yes.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, oh, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it.
We would have heard something because he would have landed on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just the way that he so easily says that. It's like when somebody is being truthful, in a sense, it's almost like their words just flow, right? It wasn't like he was overly thinking about that. So whatever, and so this is where we don't know. We don't know nothing about digital anything or exactly where Christopher Proudfoot was for sure and stuff like that. Like, we don't know. But it's just an easy flow when he says, because we would have heard something. You don't use that term unless he's talking about, if any other time it happened that we would have definitely heard him, but that's not what he says. So it's really hard when you hear something like that, because it was a natural flow of a conversation, and he says we would have heard something. There's no we in one person, and that was Katie. So you would literally say, or his mom would have heard something. Just all I know is, and it might be just his way of speaking, but he, the thing is that honestly, in most of his interviews, he refers to Katie as, the mother, type of thing. So, in the interviews that we watched, it's more like, like the mom or Katie. So, for me, it's one of those things. It will forever sit there until we ever know the truth, and then we can go, he was home. Really wasn't at his job that morning.
Yeah. All right. Let me.
Unless it's a
Okay. So let me
fabrication.
let me get these people. I know. I mean, they're itching for some hard
That's fine.
questions, and I've been. All right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat.
His
And
tennis,
let's go ahead.
his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And so, and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
Which was
what got,
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
and I, because, and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it. So that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
just call them sweatpants, but
Well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
nah, you're fine.
Okay. All right, let's ask theirs first, because I don't want you to go, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll
Well,
stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs, before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. They're 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble. And I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like fresh scratch. I'm just saying.
when I'm in a green shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were talking to Fox 17.
Okay,
Okay.
Fox 17. I had already been home. So I got home February 26th.
Oh,
That
so there
can be
was a new
released because
scratch.
that's when I came
It
home.
wasn't Fox.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then.
Yes, ma'am.
WSM.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
That's
that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh. Because
okay.
the day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay. So y'all, he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you. I had not heard that before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe today, and I asked it yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing like it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
You were?
Yep, there you go.
Yep, absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stump you with one question.
Pretty close. I was like, wait, huh?
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and like, look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. But and I have asked, like, keep in mind, there's like 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
yeah. So, so let's see.
give me a good one.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had domestic violence called on you when Sebastian was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history. Period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic violence, y'all. Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing, ball your fist up, put them down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay. He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums, and then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All 4 fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yeah.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got 1 lick.
Okay. Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie, and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from the 6th, from midnight to 6,
Okay.
being on the phone with her prior to, yeah,
Yeah.
I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I've told somebody this before, my wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it. As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits.
Wait, is that why you were going to
I'm
divorce
tired
her?
of people dragging her through the mud. I'm
Yep.
tired of seeing the stuff that they say about her.
Yep.
Say it to me.
Yeah, say it to him.
I'm okay with it. Say it to me. Leave them alone. Be nice, be respectful,
What a man.
be
What a man.
courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for 1 second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
I say let Katie speak for herself.
Okay.
Katie. Katie. Dun, 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 here.
But we do love all of y'all. Doesn't matter. We still love you.
Like, fuck off, dude. Seriously. We just love all of y'all.
Baby, if you want to
All
answer,
of you
answer. Go
trolls.
for it.
Just,
No, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or I'm honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
yeah. Just can't talk. It's your son, but you just can't
It's
talk.
okay. I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read some of this. A lot of people was asking that, and
Look,
you know,
really the
just might as well ask it.
OG.
No, and we appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Like we said, thank you.
We appreciate all of y'all. All of you, all you trolls out there. Shut up.
All right, y'all. Let's see. Oh, did y'all? What did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever like have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff. He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there.
Mm-hmm.
He Dave and Buster's because games.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Done some hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling.
Yeah, we do hiking and bowling. Wildfire, that was Web Sleuths with Trish. And then remember that's the one where Gray Hughes slides his slimy ass on as well. But that was Web Sleuths.
We have in the summer a family member with a pool, so he absolutely, utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game.
Could he swim?
Like a fish.
What was his favorite food?
Well, that
Depends
depends on which
day.
day of the week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day. Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu, believe it or not, tofu. He's
Not-
he's not a huge steak eater, but
Not
steamed tofu.
fried. Not fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves sushi.
See, Katie knows how to talk, don't you,
He
Katie?
loves it.
Did he like going to? Did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that in front?
Shoguns where they cook in front of you.
Yeah,
Oh,
He
hibachis, yeah.
he
yeah,
likes it, but he doesn't at the same time because it's so loud and clanky.
yeah,
And they
So
use a
it's
lot
like,
of the teriyaki style sauce.
yeah.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask like, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really
Probably a
doesn't.
better boy
Yeah.
than the parents
Yeah.
were.
Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you
See, this is
remember?
where he says it, 1 o'clock. After one?
I want to say it was. Well, hold on. Let's see here. 1 something.
Yeah.
1 something, I think.
Yeah. And then did you have to go back up there and get your camper? I mean,
Okay, so this is where he talks about the camper.
is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it
Yes.
back? Or?
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody was just putting it.
No. You know, so there's a couple things that, because of this whole situation, I hope families never endure.
Right.
It's down to the damn question.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Over this?
Yes, over this, very much.
Mm.
Yeah.
Underwater.
And because of that, I was like, well, so I got permission, and I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home. Because right now, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going. And we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there
Did you say we?
maybe 17 hours. Long enough to get down there. I finished packing everything up. And I say we, I.
Okay.
She didn't go.
Thank you.
I was
Okay.
down there long enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
So he never does say, I guess, what day exactly. And then, so some people.
So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean,
Okay, so let's just clear this up. So I knew the whole time that Chris said that he arrived after 1 o'clock. So I hope that stays in people's memory banks just for when you hear shit, okay? So if you're going to rely on any information, at least let it come from Chris's mouth and not some YouTuber, that acts like he was there in the morning and stuff like that. He'd said that he got someone to replace, he had to wait for a replace shift. He couldn't leave right away. He ended up getting home just after 1 o'clock. Now, Seth the other day said, well, he definitely didn't go pick up his camper on Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday or Wednesday because Seth saw him. So it had to be Thursday, Friday. They obviously stayed the night. So it was probably one of those days that he actually went down. Because a lot of people, again, I like to listen for the information from the actual mouths, not because a YouTuber told me that. I don't want to hear it from another YouTuber. I want to hear from their mouths what they're saying because there's so much wrong information and I don't want to hear that shit. I just want to hear what the time frame is and timeline is out of their mouths, regardless if it's accurate or not. It's still, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh yeah, let me just go rely on like a T-Rev to give me a timeline if he's just right, or about the camper and stuff, because there's so much misinformation. And a lot of people think that he went and grabbed, I think even Bogey thought that he went and grabbed the camper like the next day. But anyways, so yeah, so just, 1 o'clock he arrived on the Monday. Sebastian disappeared. And he went and picked up his camper, but we know that wasn't Monday, went Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know why I'm trying to say Wednesday ahead of Tuesday.
They'll allow you to go back to work there? In Memphis?
Things have worked out, and I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good.
Things have worked out. Seeley says he will be returning to work.
So
then when he was on Nancy Grace,
why the three-way call?
So, well,
because
I'll give
I
you.
was hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic. And so he told me to mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually
A
go
lot of food,
to
Doc. A lot of
your
food.
local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, then they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction. So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them, and then within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house, they were at the house in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember?
So again, I'm just curious, of the two stories that they've told, was it that it was within 10 minutes? Because only the once did they really talk about that Katie gets into her vehicle, and they make it seem, that one seems like she's in the vehicle, and then she's like on Chronicles of Olivia. And like, for anyone coming in watching again, what we've been doing on this marathon here is the 5 interviews, starting from the first one the Proudfoots did on Duchess, then WSMV or whatever it is, Caitlin Miller, okay, Chronicles of Olivia. Now we're on Smiley's World on there. So it's like, so you said you called immediately when Katie was in the house, but then when Katie's talking, it's like she's in the vehicle. So it's the first time we hear that, about that. And then they wonder about all these different things, right? Because you guys, like I said, in all of these 5 things, the one that finally gave the most information, but still not all of it, was Chronicles of Olivia. And that was the best timeline we finally got out of Katie. But I just struggle to understand, as a child that's missing, that you're not shouting from the rooftops. It's the most absurd thing when people, because to me, you got something that's going on, you're hiding. And I've always kept having this impression that it's always, especially to Chris, it's always about how they look to the public. It's about how the perception is. And then they come on these channels, answer to drama and shit like that, and then go, "Oh, why is everybody always picking on me?" You know? And it's just like, well, I wonder why, dumbass. You know, like, I wonder, is it because of the oddity of these interviews? And it's not like there's not a lot of similarities in them as well. You know, Katie will always mention about, and he came out and said, "Night, mama," "Night, puppies." She'll always tell you that. She'll always tell you about usually that colossal popcorn. Well, not always on that. Definitely about the puppies and "Love you, mama." And honestly, it's just like, when somebody maybe she just is not understanding any of it whatsoever, and on that side of things she's more denser than a door. But when someone says, like, how did your day, how did your day go, which has been asked in all the interviews, like, so what happened that day, and it was, we never even heard about the breakfast. It's always just been a skim, over stuff. Like, we went here, or we went out for whatever, to BJ's. We went out to, but she mostly just said errands at first, and it was BJ's and whatever. And it's just been like, here, let me just pull your teeth a little harder there, Katie. Here, let me just pry your ass off that couch. And when you say that you're searching for Sebastian, like I said, it's like, yeah, we're doing searching, but searching is handing out flyers, I guess, but I mean, I'm sure that they were probably driving around, right? I mean, you would think that they would at least do that. But I guess it's just the whole scenario, it's just not normal. And the reason when it's normal is because usually there's involvement or knowledge, or knowledge of guilt of some sort. And I don't think Katie wants to look bad. I think Katie wants to, like, she's trying to portray herself a certain way. And I think that about them not looking bad is more important than it seems to be at the forefront of Sebastian, hence these type of interviews. How about let's just get it back on point about Sebastian. You don't really hear that. It's just, oh, here, let me just talk about myself and my my 5 wives and 4 exes and blah blah blah. And don't you notice what a jerk off he says? When he said, and Katie would like me to say final, like 5th and final, but I'm not gonna say that. Dude, you're a douche. Kate, you are a big douche. And that's what gets me, is that he's a big whippy douche. And then these people that have him on their lives and stuff like that, like all 9 of them going, type of thing. Hey Chris, and it just makes me crack up, to be honest with you. And yet it's not funny, but it's just the ridiculousness of it. I was sitting there, people are like, oh, so go ahead, Chris. You just call me the bitch that I am. Call me the C word that I am. Go ahead, Chris. You're such a man. Go ahead and spank me, Chris. You like to spank children, so go ahead and spank me with the belt. He's such a douche.
Was it a lot? Or
You've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so from our house, go all the way back down to Stafford to that stop sign where Kellen and Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school? Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons, and this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments, and I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started to organize this vigil never even contacted us. Not one time has any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents. I think the only one that's been somewhat organized with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements.
2 hours.
You're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come. And there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked for them to move it to the school, which is literally like half a mile from my house, if that.
It's not even that. It's like a quarter
And
mile down the street.
can accommodate all of the people.
Not only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said. And
I know.
if you're in
I'm
our
reading
shoes,
now. I'm
it
trying
could be
to read.
it could be a security reasons, because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate.
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I could see you're talking if you moved. All right, we'll listen for him. Let's see. Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for, I think, about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
Okay. And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
Yeah.
Or
So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know, and yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or during all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved, and we're our version of spending time with each other because on a different situation where both people come home from work at a normal time. You sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work, so we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot. But that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
yeah, I mean, if it's, every night, I mean, that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different, but I just wondered if it was something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't, I mean, it's not something I would do. So, I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, mine goes, just go.
well, and then that's normal for some.
Some people don't like that about creators and stuff like that, Kelly. I personally don't care if somebody says another creator's name on here. I don't have any right. It's like you can say it, but we just in this whole channel, it's we just don't bash. If somebody wants to say, "Oh yeah, I saw that Christopher on another channel" or something like that, or go check it out, or blah 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 blah, that's perfectly fine. It's just we don't do any nastiness with each other and stuff like that. But as for saying creators' names, but in the bigger channels, it can get a little bit more hectic in those type of channels. So each to their own. But that's perfectly fine. So, anyways, I usually don't say other creators out of respect, but I was on another live. He was going through a call from Clue, like Cluminati and CPKP. Can't believe how consistent CP is. Oh, I can. Yeah. But, okay. Yeah. Like,
Some people, not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. And, and
oh,
I
you mean the
enjoy that
one
he's
that
a
was
part
going to
of
leave
my
you?
life
That
and a
one?
part of, the family. And for us, that is our normal, albeit some other people, may not
Yeah.
the same way. Not everybody wants to be
I
around
know.
somebody all the time, but sometimes, just
But
being on the phone, you're just kind of sort of spending time together.
But is that not, and I think this is a fair question. I'm not trying to be mean,
I'm not
but is
trying
that
to-
not, and this has nothing to do with Sebastian being gone, but it kind of does. I'm just weird like this. So, but is that not taking time away from your son that you could be spending with your son,
No.
being on the phone?
No, because I'm not on the phone during all of that time. I'm not on the phone every minute of the day with him. I'm on the phone in the evenings after bedtime until I go to sleep, that type of thing. I spend time with my son from the time I get home until the time he goes to bed.
Yeah.
But you just said
Yeah.
you.
I guess I don't know.
That's a
That's just
bullshit.
kind of
That's
not
bullshit
something
right
that,
there. So I get this long phone call things, but you can pretty much probably guarantee, like they never bring up about her sitting there, like I was, doing my chapter for school, da 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 da, and all that stuff. Katie, I don't know honestly, like I said, this is what I'm talking about, just being transparent. Damn well you sit on that phone, you get home from work, Sebastian gets whatever of your time type of thing, whatever. And the rest of it is probably you sitting on the phone each night with Christopher, acting like you're not in a sense. But you know what? I mean, each to their own. He's 15 years old. My kid hung out in his room all the time. The only time he came out was when he wanted to either wanted something or just be like bored for a second. Hey, mom, what you doing? Gaming, just like you. Okay, love you, mom. Bye.
You know, my kid preferred to stay in his room. And then if I went into his room, he'd go, "What are you doing in my room? Get out of my room." Mm, You know, just making sure you're alive and breathing, son. But, you know, Sebastian's 15. So I mean, I'm not going to sit here and fault Katie for sitting there talking to um, her husband on the phone and stuff like that. It's a matter, like, we don't live their life. We don't know exactly what went on there for the sake of the relationship wise. So I'm not really going to talk too much about that part because, again, he's 15 years old. Most kids just want to play freaking games or whatever. And he was probably more or less doing that. Who knows? Who knows what was going on in that house? I know that it's a lot more than what they're saying, and they're trying to make it seem like it's cleaner than what it is. Like when I say cleaner, I'm not talking about the house physically.
I don't know. A lot of people just find weird,
Well, and a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could. But if they were in this
Well, actually,
situation,
why
then
why
you know
didn't
maybe they
he
would have a
come
different
home, Katie?
opinion or point of view. But
Well, let's just
you
hold
know,
on a second. Yeah, Katie, why didn't he come home on the weekends for all of February? Okay, you don't think that they're not bullshitting us about that? You know, like Seth had said that Katie would go up. Now he was in Memphis, you know, from January on or whatever. But you know damn well that there's like, yeah, I came home a lot during January. Oh, but from February 1st to the 26th, nope. Right? You can't tell me that that Seth and Christopher talked. So if the marriage is going down the shit house, which shocker, you know, fifth marriage in, shocker, Katie, that he doesn't say that this is his final marriage. Shocker that another marriage should ever fall apart. You know, you can't tell me that there's not a connection between that their marriage was seemed to be on the rocks, right? According to Seth from Christopher saying that, let alone the fact that he wasn't down there the entire month of February. So I call bullshit. I call BS on them trying to present like not to say that they had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance on that. This is just strictly about what they're trying to portray to us versus the truth.
no, I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
Yeah. And what about, and Chris, do you like, are you work, you're off nights, or do you work, do you mind telling, do you work night shift, or is it days, or
Yeah, it's not really
I
weird
mean,
to
do
me
you
either.
mind, is that okay to ask, or?
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So, in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So, helping a guy out right now till I go back, I'm
I
filling
know,
in for a
same
guy.
then.
His
Yeah.
shift starts at noon and doesn't get off until midnight tonight.
Yeah.
That's not your normal shift, you know. So it kind of depends. Some some crane operators, depends what's going on the job site, determines on like the hours. Because if you're doing a concrete pour, um, I mean, you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
And
just
for the
kind of
record,
depends.
because a whole bunch of people just snapped back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not every single day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime until I go to bed or one of us falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well because he does.
Yeah. I don't know, for some reason my chat is not moving and I'm having to scroll it. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know why. And I don't know how far behind y'all I am, chat. I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose
Yes,
nobody.
Monday he came back
Let me try
around
to refresh
1.
it. Y'all don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sure.
Chris.
Let's see if it reloads.
I'm sure when he was talking to Sebastian, it was like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing? Okay, let me talk to your mom again." Pretty sure it wasn't this. "Hey, buddy, how's it going? Next time I come home, I'm gonna sit there and take something else."
I got myself to the stage, and I think, who is Katie up here?
So it's been said.
Or
Probably.
I got one of them's up here, but I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having to do that. That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind, y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend, or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend, and then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And oh, okay. So, but you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants. He had issues where he would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did, of at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then once he, got back on track and he was not having wetting issues at school and or home, he would go back into, regular underwear. And that unfortunately is just something that has been happening for, ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Right. Okay. So why is there a problem? I feel, I feel it shouldn't be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are you so mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I had brought up the question. I said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start trying to raise money to add help to this, however we can?" And the police said, "Hey, no, I don't recommend doing that, because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit." I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." So we all three had an agreement. We weren't doing this. And next thing you know, now there's a GoFundMe page up there.
So, okay. And, but, okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like, there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
So all of this just kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to
Robin.
go out there and blast some family matters to the
Robin.
public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said, this is not family problems. This isn't about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
right.
And we've got some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now, and they're upset. Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot-headed, and if somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah. Well,
we got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
Well, in my opinion, you have to put everything aside. Your feelings, her feelings, and I
Exactly.
know it's not easy. You've got, you honestly have to do this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June, and the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been, unfortunately, found.
And honestly, you guys, this is where it totally went south. All because how does he even utter the words that this is supposed to be about Sebastian, and then start talking about money, and then start talking about a family member is saying stuff? Boo effing who, Christopher Proudfoot. And so this is when everything truly went south. And this is when Seth did a interview on the news channel and said that they're not talking to him. Now, Seth was watching like every one of us were watching. Hey, Chris and Katie, ever think to move that bump off of the freaking sofa? Go look for the child and stuff. Like, to the public, what did we see from Chris and Katie? Well, hiding behind a camera, doing interviews, can't really show their face. They're involving themselves in a bunch of drama. You have Seth here who's going out, and then all of a sudden, like I said, Christopher makes a big stink about this whole GoFundMe. Seth has been the first one to say, look, my sister started the GoFundMe. She asked me and I didn't want to, but then he was like, okay, you know what? Because he knew that he would have to take time off of work and all that stuff, and it would be costly. And you can tell the difference in the homes, people. You can't tell the difference of the homes, who has money and who doesn't have money. obviously Seth is a one-person income. You have Mr. Moneybags there, Christopher, and Katie, who make a lot of money, and he wants to make a stink about the GoFundMe. I get it if you feel that you're feeling betrayed, like, hey, look, we had this pact going on that this wasn't supposed to happen. Hey, how about just being adult and talk it out, right? Instead of acting like you're a freaking 2-year-old, and next thing you know, they're not talking no more. But at what point was that about Sebastian? Okay. And again, if you have the differences about the GoFundMe or a family member speaking out of turn that you don't like, okay, get over it, because it's about Sebastian. And that's the whole point of it. This is about a child. It's not about money. Money is the last thing. You want to get pissed off, be pissed off. But you know what? Focus on Sebastian. And that's where this started just going south. And then as time was going on, of course, then Seth started, at first he was being very slight, with little slights in there, kind of like, and then all of a sudden they started getting thicker because you could see he got pissed off. He was like, I'm out here searching for my son. Like, what the frick are those guys doing? They don't go to no vigils. We don't see any other family members helping in the search and, all this stuff. And like I said, it is just from there. And at the end of the day, even now, even at this very moment, they need to put their shit aside. And if nobody has anything to do with anything, then just put your grown-up shit aside and focus on Sebastian. And every time it seems like, well, see, this is where can't really give Seth a pass, because every time he says that they're going to be working together, then he goes onto a YouTube channel and starts basically saying something about Katie or something like that. I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow. Like, hey, let's work together. Oops, on another YouTube channel, making some slide marks about Katie, and Kristen type of thing. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, just always those little pot shots in there, and then it just got worse and worse and worse, and it's just turned into like a Jerry Springer and shit like that. But at the end of the day, like I said, just grow the fuck up. And it's about Sebastian.
And but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care. There's no doubt in my mind. And
I know, because they're like,
one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know. And there's good people there. There are good people there. And, I see the difference. I really do. And, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging and they're doing everything they can to find Sebastian, and they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian.
By the way, I remember when Christopher Proudfoot posted, hey, does anyone know what time the vigil's at? Thinking that, oh, okay, he wants to go. And then I think it was more about not having it in their neighborhood. And then they ended up not going. Right? Amazing parenting. Losers.
Because everybody deserves a fair shot, Raleigh. Everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit. But you can't give up. We can't give up. And sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things. You're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian. Because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good, fine, or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody, and he's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody.
Yeah.
And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back. Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more probably. Today, after rethinking everything, to this day, if he could hear you right now, what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would say to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out because we're going to come and we're going to find him.
That
We're
would
not going to stop
require
and we're going to bring an
movement
army with
off of
us.
your couch.
An army of support of people that are helping to look and son, I love you.
Thanks, Gail.
Katie, if you could take anything
Thanks, Gail, for
back
the memberships for
about that day, about Sunday,
Yeah.
and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just
Go check on the thud. Oh, too late. You didn't.
I would have. I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times. You know, they get older, and you think that they're okay and that they're good, and you don't check as much throughout the
You're
night.
lazy.
Like when you get up,
Get
you
off your
know, when he
ass
was
off the
little.
couch.
If I
You're
woke
too
up,
busy
I'd check
talking
on
to
him. You know, I was
Chris.
always looking at him, and as he got older, and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, you did. You took it for granted. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats, they want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you. Chris, why not focus on searching for Sebastian?
Well, Chris, come on, Chris.
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Why? Or you could just turn it back to Sebastian and not answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. Well, I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? They said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay, so they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Absolutely
No,
not, ma'am.
Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, he gives me a big old hug, says I love you, says I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
You know, I can tell you in personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. They've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah. And
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up, and I will send you the point of contact.
Purchasing them,
and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
In fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all, be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down it, and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all. I have to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while.
Oh, okay.
In here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio. Say step. Oh, that's when we first come on here, and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk?
I
Yeah,
don't
did he
think they have
sleepwalk?
anything. Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night and sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing, but
And
sleepwalking,
to
no.
clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Sneaks candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And throw
When
your
you're done
wrappers
with
in
it,
the
you put it in the
trash.
trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And
What happened to
that's
her
what they're
head?
saying. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason. It's not
Okay,
showing me the
it says
comments.
you
But
about killed Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't
blood
know.
everywhere. Thought I would. No. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be they paid to ask that question, which I'm just now getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's why I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen, I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all feel
No. I'm not. I'm sitting. I'm like, and just like her head, blood everywhere.
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I mean that's a new one on me. So I apologize. I mean, I don't really know what's going on there. Again, that was
my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean that right there ought to tell you the kind of relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
Yeah.
She's got her 2 kids. So where all that stuff's coming from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there y'all have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they're saying yes. All right, let's see. Thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yeah. The medicine that Sebastian, is that life threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it,
Right.
Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, and in a hurry, it can cause seizures,
Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It's not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? Well, I mean, just like, I know you've probably had
quickly because I just seen it being said. Haven't seen it today, but I guess Chad Daybell was sentenced to death today. Like green pill that shit. Anyways, what a sick, twisted story that I knew about, followed it for a while. Then it was just too weird and effed up. Kind of like Summer Wells' case, to be honest with you. Anyway, so like I said, how people's minds work, especially in that whole Fallow case. What a bunch of sick, twisted people. Like, what wires get crossed so badly up there, that, I mean, I know you guys in the States and we don't, in Canada, you guys got about like the whole freaking zombie apocalypse and shit like that. But that's just like too out of my realm to even deal with, thinking that your child is turning into a zombie and different shit. So I better take their life. It's just, what the fuck with people? I don't know how.
2 or 3, but like, what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
So do we, Katie. So do we.
But not so much where he was, but like, if you just play it back in your head, like, if you think, what in the world happened? I mean, what could have happened?
Perfect world.
Is there things
right?
like
Perfect world
that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him.
Yeah, because he
I
just
mean,
left out
we've
that
gone
door.
over wild probabilities, you know,
Oh,
all
we got a
sorts of
lifeline working
stuff,
down.
and
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
we,
It's unfortunate.
I
Working hard, Chris. Working
haven't been
hard.
able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Perfect home. Perfect home.
And they want to know, do you know this Katie Fisher or Carrie Fisher personally, the one that redirected the search? Was
No.
convicted? You know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
I heard about that, but no, never met her before.
How
I
do you
don't
feel
know
about
her at all.
How do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, you know, an issue and somebody felon was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot. And we went to them and
Oh,
I
almost
was like,
8
what the heck?
hours.
Like, what is this? You know, what are y'all doing with it? You know, is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just know that
Oh, that was the crack Jack from Facebook.
that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet? I mean, I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore. But I mean, do you think it was something that just blew out of proportion?
I mean, it's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because
Yeah.
law enforcement said that that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was just the question that was on here too. And okay, so they want to know. Somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not. Oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying. Always L8. Okay, so that's about Carrie. A couple people asked me that one. Okay. What are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, you know, hyper. His behaviors become a little more like he'll flip flop between his moods more, you know, like being overly excited or, you know, he has periods where he's really calm, where he just hyper focuses on, you know, whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
Yeah.
He can become a little more temperamental, like more easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
Right.
He does get an increased appetite when he's off of his meds. You know, an unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit. So he'll eat more. But and he will be more, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like when he'll start telling you something, he'll be on a bunch of different subjects, but all like in the same sentence. So his thoughts become less coordinated. Yeah, he becomes a lot less coordinated in his thoughts.
Yeah. Oh. So okay. So when he took. Okay. So Katie, the trash cans at the end of the driveway Sunday night. Was there any strange cars around the end? Did the dogs, and they want to know, did the dog pick up that scent at the end of the driveway?
Can I?
Okay.
No. So I'd like to clarify this whole dog scent thing for once and for all. So the dog scent, everybody said, oh, the dogs didn't get a scent. Dogs didn't get. The dogs got a scent. What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this. For the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the
March
place.
20th, Kelly.
But of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone and took them over to a retention pond. Now, the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it. But from there, the scent disappears. There's poof.
Right. Right. Why did you log her up? They said.
Well,
see,
I mean,
see,
who's my
Christopher,
lawyer?
you
I'd love
can't
to
shut
meet
the
him.
fuck up. See, he just wanted to take control of that topic. I wanted to hear Katie talk about the freaking ass trash can about Sebastian. Perhaps she might have said about what time that maybe Sebastian, she would have said, took it out when they got home from dinner or something like that. But Christopher Proudfoot, he just can't shut his effing pie hole, you know, and he just over talks here because he was just like, can I talk all about that? You know, kept cutting his wife off like normal. You know, when we probably could have had a better answer about this whole trash can thing. Thanks, Christopher. Douche.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart ass, folks.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just
I mean, if somebody said we got a lawyer, I'd like to meet him because, sure.
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm just reading the questions. So let's see. So somebody said, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian? I'm just reading the questions.
Yeah,
I can't see all of them until I pop them up.
Yeah,
unless I can see the very top. We'll see. Okay, let's see this. 3 Tennessee families, each kid missing a child. 2 of the 3, at least one present on social media. At least one parent on social media whom is more concerned with how they be portrayed or treated. So what about getting the word out about their child? So I guess what they're saying is, are you like, who are you? Why are you worried about who gets the word out about your child? I guess that's what they're asking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Like, why does it matter who gets the word out about your child as long as it gets out? Oh, did he drop down again? Whoops. No, he's still there. You still there, Chris?
Hello, can you hear me now? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like
the whole thing about I heard your question. My answer is simple. We want correct information out there. We don't want false information, which unfortunately somebody has put out false information. And the downside is I mean, one anchor in particular, I don't need to put the name out there.
It's okay.
But the one news anchor, instead of just reporting, kept insinuating stuff, which in itself is a problem. And it drew the focus away from Sebastian and started focusing more on, who did it? Well, these people are, and that was a problem, so we don't want false information. None of the parents, none of the family members want false information. We just want the accurate information out there and people to focus on finding him instead of bashing parents or bashing something that they don't like, and just, if people would put that focus into finding Sebastian instead of bashing us, that would be amazing. We love you all regardless.
I understand that. But here, listen, I know, and y'all, let me get back to the comment. I'll get back to this in a minute. I think, Lord have mercy. Now, there's my comment. Sorry, y'all, I can't see my comments. I'll get back to all that. Thank you for all that. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's just too many, and I don't know how much further along it goes down. But I just don't see what's the difference in that. And maybe, and we did want the correct. I said this from the day that I opened this up. I want to make sure the correct information, and I'll try my very best to do that no matter what. And I could be wrong on some things. I really could. It's hard to get facts out about everything, and I'll correct if I'm wrong. But listen, and on this channel, I do say things that others won't say, and that's okay. But because I do care and I'm passionate about the kids. I don't care. I'm not in it for the money, the clicks, likes, views, whatever. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But Chris, it's what you said. So I'm asking you, why not go on these big channels or bigger channels, or little channels? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, what does it matter? Is it that important to you that a person you feel, and your feelings are your feelings, but I'm just saying that you feel is getting this misinformation or this information about you or digging the dirt on you. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, or you go on this channel per se. He dropped off again. Hold on. Paste it back up. Y'all must have, are you having a Wi-Fi issues or storm, or is that where he's at right now working?
I think it's where he's at.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he wasn't invited to Nancy Grace, but I'm sure she would love to have them.
We've actually reached out to Nancy Grace and hadn't heard back. We didn't know about the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think she would love to have it. Here he goes. Okay.
I think it would be great because she's got such a vast audience and a way of getting it out there big time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But Chris, I was just going to say, what's the difference in that and being on any channel that maybe is just trying to make a name for themselves? Is that not like, is that not who's not really does stuff like this? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, is that not important to y'all?
Finding Sebastian is every bit of important as anything else. But at the same time, do I want to sit down with somebody who's dragged me through the mud, continues to drag us through the mud, and keeps putting false information out there, which causes a lot of problems, not just for us, but for the law enforcement folks that are also doing their job trying to find Sebastian. It's an issue.
Well, can I just ask you, what about Nick Barris? I mean,
That's who we're referring to.
Okay. I don't know anything about that, so I'm just gonna say okay. Okay.
Right, and unfortunately, and it's nothing against everybody out there. There's stuff that people don't know, and they're not going to be. They won't know because they weren't privy to the conversations.
Yeah.
You know, not only that, but you know, it just sucks. And there's a difference in journalism and trying to get your Emmy nomination. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not, and like I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but
oh no. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. So yeah.
I mean, trust me. If I can go to everybody else and I can go get all these people, and we can get Nancy Grace, and we can get anybody else out there to spread the word, I'm not gonna worry about one anchor. I'm not.
Right. Well, I say everybody, needs to do it. I mean, everybody needs to do what they can, no matter if they're this big, or this big, or gigantic. But it's just, it is what it is. It needs to be found, and that's all there is to it. But Chris, I'm going to ask you, same thing I asked Katie a while ago. If you could say anything in this world that you rethunk this 3 weeks, what would you say to Sebastian today, tonight, right now, again? I mean, you don't have to be the same thing. It could be now. What are you feeling tonight?
I miss him. I want him home. Look forward to him being back home. I'm looking to see, happy to get things back to normal instead of chaos.
Yeah.
I mean,
Come on now.
I'm not a man of emotional words.
You're not?
But
Privy.
Sebastian, he knows. Deep down, he knows.
What would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday? And I know you were not home, but what would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday?
Let's say that one more time. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
If you could turn back time and you could change anything about that Sunday, what would it be? I know you were not home. You were in Memphis. But if you could do anything over about that Sunday, what would you do?
Have Katie get off her ass and go check on her son. Would you?
If I could go back and change anything, I wished I was able to work in town. Maybe things would have been different. Because we both would have been home. I don't know. I mean, there's so many should have, could have, would have, and I wish I could have, and wished I would have, and I don't have the answers because
you weren't there.
I don't know.
Sure talked like you were there.
I mean, I know I got my stepson's missing. My house is not whole. There's a big emptiness right now.
Yeah.
Not buying that.
Somebody said it took you 7 hours to get home.
Oh yeah, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 11, 12, 12 to 1. That's 7 hours. Yeah.
It's a 7+ hour round trip from my house to Memphis.
Yeah, no,
3
yeah,
hours
it's
and
not.
33 minutes
Yeah.
door to door.
So they're saying that some people were saying that you like didn't leave right away and you were waiting, and we already went through all that. So
Well, and some of those folks' comment is correct. Yes,
yeah,
yes, because I cannot leave. I can't just. It's not a normal job. You can't just tell your boss I'm out of here and walk out the door, get in your car and leave. You know, I mean, there's a lot of safety involved. You know,
Yeah.
Sebastian's dad, same thing. He's not going to be able to just be like, hey, I'm out of here and walk out the door. You know, I left as soon as I could.
I don't know. Why does he compare that?
What
You can sit on the live for over 3 hours though, talking about the safety.
Somebody wants to know why you didn't want him around your daughter.
There's the word
That
pervy. Pervy.
That is a personal family matter.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Personal pervy.
That, unfortunately, that's not one I'm going to open up.
Okay.
It's not a.
Well, okay, you don't have to. Let me ask you this in another way. Let me ask you this in my way, not their way. I heard that it's possible. Well, I heard that is he supposed to be a witness in some kind of case that you have with your wife? Is that true?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So I've heard that somebody said he was supposed to be a witness in my custody case with my daughter.
Okay.
And absolutely not.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I when I heard it, I was laughing internally. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of wondering how that would work, but yeah, I just thought I would clear that up. But okay, so I won't keep y'all on here all night, but I want to ask you, like, how did there's just a couple more. How come Ellie, do you think, hasn't publicly cleared you, like in the public cleared you, come out and said, hey, their parents are clear? Because I know what you said, Chris.
Right, but they can't.
Why?
Because the
Protocol.
investigation is still ongoing, because Sebastian is still missing, which is why they came out and clarified that no, we are not suspects, and yes, we are.
If you're not guilty, the first thing that they would do, just like with Elizabeth Smart, is come out and say they're not guilty. Same thing with Brandy. I mean, Brandy Neal Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom. That's what they're going to do. I mean, they're not going to, and others in the news, that's just who I think you're familiar with. But that's what they're going to do. They're not going to like just allow you to be sitting there hanging in the public's eye and take all this criticism and stuff.
Because there's so many agencies involved in this investigation.
I agree.
And I mean, across the board. And you think of an alphabet, it's probably involved, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I have begged and begged and begged, and so has my wife. Seth, when he was at the house before, same thing. We all asked, why can't you come out and just say it? Y'all told us to our faces.
Mm-hmm.
And the response we get, because it's an ongoing investigation and protocol does not allow us to do that. And that is the answer we're giving.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying you're telling a lie. I'm just wondering why, because I would be demanding. I really would be demanding. I'm just trying to think, I would do everything in my power to, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying, again, my intro, one of my intros has it on there. I'm not saying, but you are suspicious, or this is suspicious, however I say it. And I mean that. I mean, things don't add up. Stuff don't add up. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful either. I'm
No,
really
I
not.
mean so here's something that's very unique. And I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdo everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because poof, nothing. And it's, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything is just, it's really strange. It's really strange. I don't know.
I mean, I wish there was something, anything.
I do too. If I could get it, out there somehow. I mean, from what I see, I don't know for a fact. There's almost 1,700 people in here. That's big for me because I don't never have that. Numbers don't matter to me. But somebody pointed out, stop saying that, Smiley, because it matters when these kids are at risk. Yeah, I mean, that it is. It's important when I'm talking about a child missing. And this definitely means a lot that so many people are in here. They're in here because of you guys. Thank you. You guys need to be out here, in my opinion, speaking on him, not fighting with the Facebook groups. I see you in there. It makes me want to go in there because sometimes you push the wrong buttons with me. I'm just saying.
Well, and don't get me wrong. And like I said, and I've opened that communication with you, and I told you, you want to talk, you call me, you want to send me a message, something. And as I've been very respectful to you, I haven't,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I may not always say the right things. I may not. But it's that last time I looked in the mirror, I'm a human. I'm entitled to my emotions. I'm entitled to my opinions, and I respect those, and I respect everybody else's just as much.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing that compassion is a virtue that is in very short demand in today's society. Because if you sit back and you look at all these families, now we got another one, Riley. A 6'7" guy disappeared in the flood, gone. Now we got another family that's hurting.
Yeah.
If you, as a person, ever set in the shoes that me, Katie, and sit into this day.
Thank you, Miranda.
Or the Riley family for that much. I promise you.
Thank you, Half Pint.
The outlook that you're going to see from our view.
I'll check that guy out.
You'll understand it. You'll be so riddled with emotions.
Hey, Ben.
And you really don't care because all you want is the same end result. You just
I don't
want
love you
your
anymore.
loved one.
Right. Right. I know it don't get any easier each day that passes. It don't. They want to know if it's possible, since y'all were on the phone, if he could have tried to walk to Chris's work. Thought maybe he was that close, the building site. The construction site that was by your house. Maybe he thought that was Chris's job.
Oh, Lord. No. Sebastian, no. Sebastian knows when my job sites, he knows what to look for. And what I do
site
has no equipment of that manufacturer on that site, period.
Yeah.
Well, Katie,
go ahead, Katie.
Go ahead.
The construction site near our house isn't like a skyscraper. It's just houses and homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're building a small subdivision.
Yeah.
And we've searched it several times.
I mean, I'm currently sitting, today's my last night covering this crane, but I'm sitting at Vanderbilt
Ben's just trying to
University
get rid of his
Hospital, 300
wrench.
feet in the air with
I think he
a
likes
skyline view, and I get to sit here and do what I do, but I also sit here and I watch life flight helicopters coming in and land every
You sure you don't miss
so often
Mustang?
at Vanderbilt and at the Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
And I have nothing but to sit here and wonder, could one of those be Sebastian?
Yeah.
Sit there and wonder, Chris. Sit there and
I
wonder.
understand. Well, my prayers are certainly with every one of y'all, and Seth and Katie and you and the grandmother and everybody and Sebastian. I want everybody to the whole Hendersonville, the community, people that didn't know him love him, and I want to see this come to an end in a good way. In a good way. Just to think positive, happy thoughts. Just think happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts.
Very, very true.
And if anybody has any information, to call that number 615-442-1865 or the 1-800-TBI-FIND. See, I moved it, but please print one of these out. Print it out. Pass it out everywhere. You never know. Again, like I asked you today, put it in your mail.
It's your loss, Ben.
Don't hurt if you mail a letter to somebody. It's your old friend. Mail it. Put it in there. Send it all over the world.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say it because I've got confirmation that there's folks in Australia, Spain, England, Austria, UK that they've got wind of this and they've got some posters posted. So it's actually kind of cool. I never thought that would happen, but that's pretty cool.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 second. Ben, you don't realize when you talk dirty like that, that's actually a turn on instead of a turn off. So I think you're barking up that wrong tree on there. Yeah. So, and that's your headache right there. That's not mine. No, you're keeping it. Yeah. Keep talking dirty to me like that. I enjoy it. Think this is almost over. This was over. I'm just trying to always figure out dude, you're working, but yet you managed to sit pretty much full out on over a 3-hour live. I'm sure your work was impressed, with that longevity.
Funny Face Brenda says love should have brought you home. Yeah. And
right. But that's what I'm telling you.
They were talking about he wanted friends. He's got more friends than he will ever know what to do with. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Well, I said it before, when he does come home, and everybody complained how packed the block was with cop cars. Well, he's now become like the son of Summer County, so it's going to be a long line.
Yeah.
I think I'm Christopher.
I sure hope it's soon.
That's Nancy Grace.
I sure hope it's soon. Was there anything that you would like to say that either one of you that you think that we can do to help? I mean, that we can really do to help those near, those far.
Over in Betty's was good.
I want to spread his face to the ends of the earth and back because he's out there somewhere and someone does know something and someone needs to come forward. Whoever may have him, assuming that someone might have him, needs to let him come home.
Maybe we will go to
and we need everybody everywhere to see his face and to know his face. All the missing children. But I personally think that the more people that know his face, the more likely it is that if he is out somewhere, that more likely someone will actually recognize him and be able to call and we can bring him home.
And we can do that, and we have these platforms. Will you, consider doing something for me, though? Will you please consider talking to some of the bigger creators? And it don't have to be like the news or whatever, but would you consider talking to some, especially, I know JLR, again, Chris, I hope I got you calmed down on that a little bit.
I'm calm. I mean,
I'm so calm. I'm just
emotions
at work earning money.
The best of
Sitting there for 3 hours.
I know.
I'm calm.
And because I personally want the word out. And what Katie just said about, that was perfect, what she just said. But if you will allow yourself, and listen, if you ever have a question and you want to private ask me, look, is this person, whatever. I've had my fair share with some of these people. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm not going to say, but it's your ultimate decision. I would say, I don't know. I'd watch that one. Because what I don't want these creators who's going to end up like Summer Wells case and then be fighting each other. I don't want that. Okay. This is about him.
Sebastian.
Okay. This is about him. But what I want you to consider is, I want you to consider, Chris and Katie, to please, right now, early on, go ahead and let's get his name and face out there. And please consider talking. I mean, you got Jay for Justice. And she's sweet. I mean, just let bigger channels please talk to them. You know, the ones that's really for the kids, please. I'm just looked up because I'm nobody, and you did make a promise to me. Trev time is, you know, I know you spoke with him already on another channel. I don't know how you feel about that, but he really is for the kids.
Well,
You
here's
know,
what I'll say about Trev, and I'm gonna say this open and
That was
publicly.
on Duchess.
it's okay.
So Trev sent me a message and he apologized.
Hmm.
He apologized to me and my wife because he made a mistake. He got wrapped up in, I'm going to call it the sauce. He got wrapped up in that with jumping on the bandwagon of assuming and accusing us. Now, he went back and he has changed that. He has apologized.
Hmm.
That right there alone, I'll do your show
Hmm.
because you did it. You did what you were supposed to do as a man or a woman, excuse me. I think
Yeah.
new age thing nowadays. Sorry. Righteousness, the right thing, that will get you a lot farther than the rest of it. You know, I mean, it's one thing, and that's what I'm saying. With the JLR, this dude, he's gonna have to make a public apology. He's gonna have to make it public for me to consider him. And the reason why I say that is because how much crap he put out there and to the level he has gone to certain topics. There's one topic, okay? My kids don't cross that line.
I
I don't care who
understand.
you are.
I understand. I'm just
You know,
saying,
I mean,
it don't even have
one
to
of
be.
the one of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews, okay, and this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media, we were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning. Hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing. Okay. That has always been our pact. You know, we would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey man, do you want to like phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this as a group? What do you want to do? We've tried and we want to do this as a group. You know, unfortunately, you know, somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. I mean, but it's everybody's getting the word out.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I just don't want anybody's ego and nobody to get in the way. I mean, I'm just saying, because Katie did say it perfect just a minute ago, and if you can say it for the you know, for the flyers and stuff, I just want it to be known that, because I always say, and no matter if it's a missing child.
Talk to me, Ben. Did you hear that someone tipped that they found Sebastian on Google Earth? Effing amazing, Ben. Effing freaking amazing. If someone found him on Google Earth, you know, which obviously it's not going to show him live, right? It's going to be freaking dated from a different date. But hey, if there's those special people out there that have that power, you know, I guess really probably the aliens dropped him off there at that certain point in Google Maps. Probably Sebastian has like the 3-word code that you put in to know his exact location. Or would the map be updated though? No. Come on now. Come on. Google Earth is not. He's not going to be found on freaking Google Earth. Not unless Google Earth themselves has their own live freaking feed going on that they're watching. We don't see it. I think that's just a special kind of tip right there. Hey, it would be great. And Chris said, don't tell Seth. Okay, y'all took my meds. I'm getting sleepy. Good night, Half Pint. It's okay, Half Pint, because we're just going to watch Bullhorn Betty now. I wasn't going to at all. In fact, I feel like I need some begging to continue on past an 8.5 hour live. My ass is a bit sore. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I've been fudging in my seat for since about the 1.5 hour mark, considering we did a live last night. And this chair, I think it's losing its bounciness, you know, pretty much feels like my butt cheeks are on springs. That's what it feels like, just hard as freaking rock. That's because the butt cheeks, you know, they leave like after sitting in a chair for so long, it's like, oh, no more cushioning left. Happens. I don't know how my husband always breaks his damn chairs, though. I'll tell you that much. And you missed? Okay, so fine. Fine. I'm very satisfied and happy I stayed for it all. This has been a good one. I like your channel. Thank you, Wildfire. So yeah, so we'll watch Bullhorn Betty, I suppose. Now, I just want to say this. So that was the 5. So anyone again watching this video, it was 5. I'll be shocked if one person doesn't try to copyright strike this, to be honest with you. Out of all of them, like, I mean, this lady, whatever her name is, Smiley's World, to me, she's a very genuine person at the end of the day. Just you can see that she's caring and genuine. But anyways, so we watched The Duchess. We watched WSMV. Then we watched Caitlin Miller from Fox 17. And then we watched Chronicles of Olivia. And then this was the 5th interview. Now, back in the time, I actually knew which interview Seth had done in a row. And then all hell broke loose and he was everywhere. Go for a run. I already took my run to the bathroom, Ben. I was like, oh, gotta go to the bathroom. Gotta go for my nightly jog. Yeah. That took like less than a minute. Anyways, she stated she sent it to CP and CP stated not to show Seth. She also stated she told Ali weeks ago. You know what? This person, cuckoo fucking clock, cuckoo, hello. She should do a video, okay? Cuckoo clock. Go eat some more Fruit Loops, lady. I told her with respect, show receipt or remove video. Like I said, these wacko jackos out there, you know, that just, oh my God, sometimes the stupidness. But, you know, I mean, it's one of those things that's just like, it's almost comical that people can actually be that stupid. But they can, absolutely. You know, I guess some people's light bulbs don't go right to the top of that Christmas tree, do they? She blocked me and asked for opinions. And I don't know what that stuff is up with Dolly. Was he making a mockery of saying that he saw Sebastian? What was up with that stuff? We're just gonna take a few minutes stretch break. I'm gonna itch my underpit, if that's okay. It got itchy all of a sudden. It's hot in here. I'm gonna turn on my fan for a second. Can you guys hear the fan? I usually don't like having it because I don't like noise as I'm talking. Good grief, Google Earth tips. Unless it came from a high up person, right? That's what I'm saying, Karen. Right? Like, let's stick to normal thinking, not, oh my God, you know, like. But I've literally had people with Delphi show me shit from freaking Google Earth and tell me about these little freaking miniature Chinese men that were all part of the Delphi, like, and you're trying to make out these freaking nothing out of nothing besides sticks. Well, mind you, can't really sit there and talk about that shit considering I thought I was doing this amazing job with pictures, zooming in, finding stuff. And then as far as I know, the crime scene doesn't show most of that stuff, to be honest with you. But live and learn, you know, at least I'm willing to admit, okay, I thought I was doing really awesome for someone that didn't know nothing about pictures and spent freaking 2 years freaking trying to decipher that Delphi crime scene, thinking it would hold the answers. After seeing the crime scene photos, at least 4 of them, I'm like, where's that shit that I was seeing? It's not even there. The fuck? Sonny, do you have an AC? Yeah, can you hear it? That's what I'm asking. Can you hear it? It isn't annoying or loud. Right, unlike Ben. Whenever Ben sits there and I can feel like he's typing, like, I'm going to pretend to love Sonny.
Oops, no, I love Aspen instead. That's probably more annoying. Yes, because sorry, I just gotta hold on. Oh, yes, hit me, fan. Oh, yes. Oh, so there's nothing like a good jolt of fan. There. So yes, because he misses the misinformation. If she is stating that has this map and talk to CP, like I said, have a freaking another bowl of fruit, and cocoa puffs there, eh, Fruit Loop? You know. It's actually kind of comical though. Like honestly, it does add to like cases are serious, but to me, my channel, and uh I care very deeply about people and stuff in general when we talk about cases and stuff like that, but never would I joke about a case. But yet we can joke around during the downtime. So, if we happen to watch some Fruit Loops video about seeing, Sebastian on Google Earth or something like that, you know, sometimes, just knowing that those people are out there that do exist, that literally have a few screws loose, but they think that they're normal, and they think it's actually possible that you can see Sebastian from, sometimes that just makes my night, knowing that those people exist, not gonna lie. I mean, if everyone was the same, life would be boring. Did you, Ben? Did you turn in that tip, Ben? Bet you pulled up your Google Maps. Yeah. Do you have Cash App? Nah, I'm Canadian. Yeah, PayPal. PayPal and coffee. Coffee app. Yeah, we don't Canadians, we don't have Venmo or Cash App. Really sucks, to be honest with you. Why don't we have Cash App? It seems so ridiculous. Get with the times, Canada. Freaking PayPal. I'm so over like PayPal I use for when I take my Uber to work. And PayPal I use because with PayPal, you can just like the reason why I like actually PayPal, like just in general I'm talking about, is because I can go, oh look, I don't want you to charge me anymore. Delete, you know what I mean? Turn off mode type of thing. So I don't like using my credit card if I have the option to use PayPal, because it's just easy just to go, turn you off. Let me oh, you're taking money from me every month too. Let me just turn you off on that. Put coffee app out for her. Oh, that's pinned in the comments. If anyone does want to, ever donate or whatever, wants to, I'm just saying wants to. The coffee app and the PayPal is always up in the pinned comment section. I don't sit there and really talk about that stuff too much unless somebody does bring it up and they want to and stuff like that. Or sometimes they do it and I have no idea. And then I look at my phone and I go, oh, somebody bought me a coffee. Let's see here. Your monthly recap is in Indeed. And that's about it. Okay. Because super chat. Yeah. So let me just, for anyone obviously about this, YouTube takes 30%. So if you donate $10, $7 goes to the creator, $3 goes to YouTube. So yes, YouTube is like, it's one of those things. It's their partnership, and they're the ones that get to decide what the leverage is. And I think it's kind of asinine that they take 30%. But hey, the billionaires don't become billionaires for no reason, right? But anyways, yes, YouTube does take 30% of super chats, and basically any of the forms of money that come in besides merchandise. But they can't take away from, of course, coffee apps or PayPals. That's why people put up their Cash Apps, because especially people that are donating like $100 and stuff like that, and it's like, well, there's $30 for YouTube right there. Each to their own, though, right? Each to their own. You guys ready to watch some Bullhorn Betty? So this is the first time I've actually watched Bullhorn Betty. And I really enjoyed this interview with Seth. And of course, Tony's on it as well. But, Tony is more, for the most part, he just sits there, right? And he kind of just watches what Seth is saying. And then maybe we'll interrupt if he's like, Seth, get back on course. But for the most part, no, I mean, for this interview, it was a good interview. I still wish that there was a couple questions that would have been asked, but this is the type of interview That's exactly what we should be seeing out there, is ones just like that. Keep it focused. Seth does say a couple things towards what he believes is Christopher, that's possibly watching in the thing, and he probably is for sure. But anyways, I personally enjoyed watching this with Bullhorn Betty. She's kind of like I haven't watched her enough to really determine, but I do like the fact that she's kind of like me, like meaning if Chris or Seth or whatever is on the panel, I'm one of those ones. I just write with, I'm not like this. Oh, like, okay, so like for instance, Smiley's World, she was kind of like, can I, I don't mean to disrespect, but can I ask you this, type of thing. I'm not really that way. I'm just more like, let's get to the point, there's nothing, it's not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but let's just talk about it and ask direct questions type of idea. And there's no personal trying to hurt someone or trying to make them look like a fool and stuff like that. Just a matter of straight up, straight shoot talking and just getting those questions answered. So in saying that, this interview I thought was well done by Betty. She's a very vocal person herself, in a lot of ways. And, she likes to, I could see that she was like laughing a lot too and stuff like that. Meaning that, she just kind of reminded me of myself in certain ways, but I don't know her enough. Maybe she's a lot more outspoken or basic or whatever. Either way, I enjoyed this particular interview. I enjoyed Bullhorn Betty for the first time actually watching her, considering I had heard a lot of negative stuff about her. So I'm not going to sit there and, say anything about her because I don't know her enough. I like to base my own personal opinion. And so far, I personally like what I see, and others can like it or lump it. I don't really care either. She kind of speaks my language. It's like you care, but no one's going to sit there and tell me how I'm going to run the channel, what I'm going to say on the channel and stuff like that, because that's nobody's right to do that, because it's either you like watching the channel or just hightail it out of here, if you don't. So I'm not here to please everybody. I'm just here to do my thing, chat with you guys, and it's like our community, and either people like it or they don't. Nobody twists somebody's arm to stay there and go, you have to watch this. You're forced to watch me.
Wake up, brother, gonna rise
Okay.
the sun.
What's
Step two,
this?
get some good, some food in here.
Every difference. Blow your mind, guys.
Okay.
Law enforcement told them to stay home. However, we have
Okay.
this child walked out of positive light.
This is the right one, right?
I did. You want to know what that
Maybe this is the right one. I don't think this is the right one. Definitely not the right one. Okay, what the heck was I looking at? Let me just, I thought I had the right one, but apparently not. Because I thought it was a little bit longer. Oh, here it is. This one.
However, that very
No, that's
evening,
not
they
it.
were
Come on now, Betty. Where are you? Am I blind? Oh, see, I knew it. I knew when I seen 1 hour and 36 minutes that
It was I go pick him up on Friday.
Dang. Okay. I found the right one. All right. On there. I thought she did a great job. BB has a family full of lawyers that has some things. I never even heard of her until this interview. Thank you for the coffee. Did I get you a coffee? Anyways, Island. Hi, thank you so much. Bogey, it's too bad about her and JLR. I understand a little bit more about the two of them. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really follow the drama. I know that her and JLR hung together. I don't know what issues went on between them or didn't go on between them, because I'd have to actually care less about that part of it, and I don't. She brings it up sometimes. What about her? Okay. They were partners at one time, very good friends, and he taught her some things. Yeah. Are we still friends at Bogey Street? I'm pretty sure I seen Bogey nod no. Okay. All right.
Let's see how far we get in this before my husband goes, I'm tired and I want to go to sleep. Okay.
A high functioning autistic from, myself as well as our audience. So thank you, Seth, for being here.
No problem.
Thank you, Seth.
I know that this has been a very challenging time for you, and I really honestly can't imagine what you are going through.
Be right back.
Do you want to talk a little bit about, before we get started, about, just how things have been progressing in the case, just maybe some updates or anything like that, and then we'll just get started?
What updates?
Okay, well, that's it too, right?
You know?
Gotcha. Well, this is what I'd first like to do. I kind of want to explore your unique relationship with Sebastian. I heard that when he was born, you were kind of dad. You were home with him. Explain how you guys learned about his disabilities and ailments. Was it right away? Was it
Read a lot of books before, she was pregnant for 9 months. So read a lot of books.
Oh, just 1 second here. My bad. Okay, so Island High. Okay, so when you said that, I thought you were literally talking about like a coffee or something like from the coffee app. But I see that you had sent a PayPal. So thank you so much for that. And so let's see here. Unfortunately, PayPal doesn't let you take anything out until you hit the $15 mark, though. Little suckers. Anyways, thank you so much for that. So just so you know, just to be transparent, so it was 1307. Okay, it's because I'm Canadian, so that's why you're obviously American because you asked about the Cash App. So I appreciate that very much. It's never expected, but it's very much appreciated. But never expected. So thank you so much for doing that. And thank you again to Gail Hurd, who donated 10 memberships earlier today, probably at about the less than 1 hour mark. We're almost at the 9 hour mark. And to Charmaine last night, who gifted 10 memberships as well. I hope I didn't forget. I feel like there was one I'm forgetting, and I'm sorry if I am. But anyway, so I just wanted to say that. Oh, no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Next time I take my Uber to go to work, it will just take it from there. So don't worry about that. But yeah, it really sucks though that like PayPal puts their like little minimum standards on shit like that, I remember one time it was like 15 cents away from $15, and I'm like, really type of thing. But don't worry about that. Because like I said, I use my PayPal as when I order Uber and stuff like that. So it will just take it from there. So that's like 2 Uber rides to work. So I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get into
Never been a parent before, apprehensive, must devour information and knowledge.
Yeah.
Try to, be prepared for what's going to happen. And
yeah.
First thing that I kind of really.
Let me pause it one more time. Yeah, thank you so much, Island. Very much appreciated. Thank you for that. So you guys, I'm going to put this on 1.25 speed just because it's like over 2 hours. Okay. I got to save ourselves a little bit of time. Is it still on 1.25? Whoops. We don't want captions. Yeah, we want 1.25. If it gets too fast, sometimes it gets too fast. If they're talking too fast, then I'll slow it back down.
Realized is that my son was, he'd be awake for 16, 18 hours a day as an infant.
Thanks, Ben.
And I'm like, well, that's not what the books say.
Betty.
The books say he should be sleeping this long.
So he had sleeping problems as a very young baby.
Yeah. And it's just like he was awake. He was active. So
having a new baby and already being sleep deprived, that had to have been an interesting combination.
Well, I already have my own sleep issues as it is, especially back then. When Sebastian was born, I was working full time, going to school full time, and I was just okay. So I have a child. So So I was trying to be a dad full time, and it was a lot.
What kind of challenges, did you guys have learning his disabilities?
Well, we found out about the chromosomal deletion syndrome at a very young age. Took him in to Jacksonville, and they told me and Katie we needed parenting classes, and it was like, it's not parenting classes, it's sleep. There is no downtime. It's like, you don't understand, between work and my son, there's no time to sleep. It's not I'll take a nap when he goes down, because he doesn't go down. I mean, you're working 8-10 hours a day, you're taking care of your child that is active, functioning active, like crawling around. It took him a while to walk, but he was always active. He's always been active.
What kind of accommodations did you guys have to make when learning of his disability? Like, other than the classes and stuff like that, what did the doctors say? What did you guys have to do?
More reading. When he was born in 2008, like 8 people had it, 8 known cases. So there was really no information about it. Doctors were like, there's no money in researching this, so people haven't researched it. So it was, every day was a day, as it comes, you figure it out and you do it.
How was it like when he was a baby, and how did you guys deal like with his sensory issues and other things? Like, did you just have to try stuff?
It was, well, I like it quiet to begin with, so it's not really much of an issue on that one. But when he was young, it was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, it was new to me, so it's not like I was comparing it to any other child. To me, this was my first child, so I had nothing but books to compare it to. And we all know children are different. I remember him sitting on the threshold between the living room and the kitchen, and just sitting there, and you buy him all the toys he wanted, but he was going to go for that. You give him an empty 2-liter, and he would play with that more than all the other toys that you bought him. All right, and it's like, okay, well, whatever makes him happy, And at one point in time, it was about 45 minutes that he just sat there and laughed the whole time. And Katie was on one side, I was on the other, and we were just making funny faces at him, and he just kept laughing. It was,
Tony, thank you so much. I wanted to welcome you, but so sorry I started a little early. I didn't want Seth sitting back there too long.
It's all right, don't interrupt the boss.
So yeah, what is one of your, tell me a little bit about like fondest stories. Like what did you guys like doing when he was a kid, when he was a baby?
Swimming. Boy loved to go swimming, and it was great activity. Putting sunscreen on him and then just going. And I've always liked to be a swimmer. To me, it didn't matter. Like, I swim it. When I grew up, swimming was, you swam in ponds. You didn't have a pool. You lived in the country. So, I swam in rivers, lakes, ponds. If there's something there that'll eat you, you'll find out. Otherwise,
right.
It don't kill you. It makes you stronger.
There you go.
Sebastian, on the other hand, he's swimming in a lot of different pools. Saltwater pools, freshwater pools, chlorine pools, but it's always been pools. He never really liked the beach because he didn't like the sensation of the water around his feet. So,
and he doesn't really, well, I've got it down further, but to go through some of the stuff, because he doesn't really like dirt and stuff between his toes, it seems like.
No, he doesn't. I mean, when he was younger, it didn't really matter but as he got older, I've got pictures. I've got plenty of pictures of him dirty. But that was before he started talking and, dressing himself. And, then it was like, he didn't want food. He didn't want himself dirty. And it's like, still got to take a shower, boy.
Gotcha. And it kind of dovetails right into kind of my next line of questioning is I want to kind of discuss his disabilities a little bit and want to explore like his likes and dislikes. What are like some of the major things that he absolutely loves?
besides like video games or, because what I've gathered over the last 3 months is that he's different at my house than he is at his mom and stepfather's. So, I've heard some of the stories, and it's not one of those pleasant things that I like because it just means I was inadequate in doing what I should have done.
In a situation like this, it's always the coulda, woulda, shouldas. You'll have plenty of time to beat yourself up later. We just
It doesn't matter. It's an everyday process now until I find it. But he loved anime. He loved watching cartoons. Even though he's 15, I mean, one of his favorite ones, like he loves ramen. Like we have a Japanese restaurant here in Clarksville that I will take him just to eat ramen. But like we'll spend all day watching Naruto. So when we go to dinner, he'll want to go have ramen. He likes a lot of anime and cartoons. Which
gotcha. What does he absolutely dislike? Like just without a doubt, like it's a no-go. Like he just absolutely can't stand this.
Boring movies would probably be his go-to. He doesn't like to watch like old, like I like Stargate movies, old Star Trek movies. He doesn't even like the old Star Wars movies. If it's not new, he doesn't really like it. If it's not his like generational thing. When he was growing up, like we made a big deal every Christmas when a new Star Wars movie came out. Me and him, that would be a me and him night. We would go have dinner, and then we would go to the movie theaters, and we would watch the first showing of the new Star Wars movies. And that was just one of the things that we did as a dad and son.
So you have that beautiful memory. I think I kind of glossed over some things, but like with Katie, how did that whole situation work out? When he was younger, because I did watch you. I think it was Jennifer Coffindaffer, and you were talking about that you took care of your son. That she ended up after his medical diagnosis went off to the Navy. How was that? What prompted that decision?
I really don't want to say anything bad about his mom, but if you're not willing to do something along the lines of taking care of the child, then you have to do something else to help with the family. And I was going to school full time, I was working full time, and I was taking care of the child full time. And she sleeps like a rock. She slept like a rock when she was with me. And like he'd wake up and scream, and it wouldn't matter if I had just had 30 minutes of sleep or 2 hours of sleep. As soon as he would wake up, it's like, hey, are you gonna go take care of him this time? And no answer. And I get up and I just go back to doing what needs to be done because it's not his fault he's awake.
Right.
And it got to the point that I had to drop out of school. And it was just like, then I talked to her and I tried to have one of those life developing conversations where, you don't want to be in the career you're in 20 years from now, still be doing it. So if you do 20 years in something else, then you can retire and have a nice little, then you can go take all that education and learning and go do something else with your life too. And here we are.
Brenda,
years later.
I gotta check my lottery
How
ticket.
is Sebastian
Maybe I'm a
at
big
meeting
winner.
new people?
If he got a bad impression about you the first time, he didn't want to talk to you.
How about sorry, I didn't mean to go. Did you want to finish that? Sorry.
If he liked you, then he would not put himself out there, but he would not hide. All right, because you got pretty much three different things. One, he would hide. Two, he would be shy, or three, he apprehensive. Like I've watched him, and it's like as he got older, it's like she thinks he was cute or something, Yeah. Is that why you went out and shook her head and told her, what your name was? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fine, son. Just keep it like a gentleman,
Mm-hmm. Aw, he's starting to have crushes. I heard he had a big crush on Taylor Swift.
That's pretty much, he was a Swiftie. He liked her music and he liked to, I guess he liked to watch her videos and stuff.
Mm-hmm. How is Sebastian with changes in, like, say, his schedule? I know he was about to go to your house. I mean, how is all that? What is his behavior like?
At my house, it's routine. I really don't know too much about their house, but he was getting accustomed to it because every other week coming here or during vacation times and stuff. But I didn't have much of a schedule here unless we were doing things. Because if he was going to be here and he didn't have school, it's like, hey, you can't be up all night. I have to work. You definitely need to be going to bed by like 1 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you're watching TV and I know you're playing games on your Switch. And like, if I was at work, I'd just call him from work, see what he's doing, check in on him. And he knew that he needed to make sure his phone stayed charged. And then he needed to answer that phone when it rang because it could either be me or his mom calling him.
How did he like trying new things?
Like food?
Well, I'm going to be asking you about food, but just new things, trying like maybe a new event, a new activity.
Well, I'm a creature of habit, so I don't really understand what you mean by,
So I guess like new, like would he, like if there was a new game, like if there was a new tag game or a new running game, would he be wanting to try it or no?
Not really here. As for playing tag or anything,
Mm-hmm.
it's really not a new game. That's just, it's an old game with a new twist.
Gotcha.
And
Now,
like
now's the
going
question.
to the park and stuff like that, he always loved to run. I mean, he liked to always play tag. Anything that got his blood pumping and him running around. When we were in California, I was teaching him how to play soccer. I drew the line at football, and I was just like, I can't have him have a head contact injury or something like that. And no, so
Yeah, and I am going to dive into a little bit of his the stuff, but it's a little later in the show. So now I guess the question is, what about food? Trying new food.
well, how do you know if you don't like it if you don't try it?
Right.
Now, if you try it and you like it, that's good. But if you try it and you don't like it, at least you tried it. And that was the whole point with him, is getting him to realize that you can't say you don't like something just because somebody else said they don't like it. You got to be your own individual.
So he is willing to try new food.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Now this is going to be one. How about changes in the weather? I hear in sensory issues that weather could impact that. Do you?
Again, when he was here, if we had thunderstorms and stuff, like when we had the 2 tornadoes that hit Clarksville, the one on Fort Campbell Boulevard and the one on Tiny Town Road,
mm-hmm.
He was by my side the whole time. Like, I went out front, smoked a cigarette, and I was like, well, that doesn't look good. And I was like, well, I'm going to walk back this way. At least I won't see it when it hits the front of the house. Sebastian had already put on his boots and everything because he was ready. Because I'd already told him, listen, we're in a tornado watch warning, bad thunderstorms, get everything ready. I had the bathroom already prepared.
Good night,
towels and stuff in the bottom of the tub.
Thank you.
So he could go in there and I could throw the mattress on top of him if necessary. And went to the backyard, saw them from coming down from Tiny Town Road. So it was kind of like, well, they're coming from both sides. I don't know what to do, And we went back to watching movies. Had the doors open so that we had a breeze coming through here.
Absolutely. Thanks,
I
Marco.
You did well, huh?
Have a good night.
Well, it's like I'm not worried, so why would he be worried?
Right. Interesting.
Your children take a lot of their cues from you.
What would cause, because I've been reading a lot of his chromosome deletion as well as autism, and there are things that trigger them that cause some mood swings or something like that. What would cause a mood swing or trigger an episode in Sebastian?
Sometimes it would be like literally nothing that you would observe because everything's coming from his perspective, but stress is one of them. I mean, I've seen him, again, hindsight's 2020, but stress, probably feeling like you're not in control of yourself, like you have no control of your life.
What does he have a problem with overstimulation? Like if he had an overexerting day, have you seen that trigger an episode in him at all?
I have seen him stay up for 2 days, 2.5 days straight from overstimulation. Yes.
So it causes them to get in almost a manic type state?
The brain gets like, instead of, it's like the old fashioned tops, you know, give it a couple, 2 or 3, it spins, and then, but when you break the gears on it, it doesn't stop. It takes forever for it to stop. I have seen him stay awake for 2 days here. He's gotten overstimulated before on road trips, and he'll stay awake for the whole road trip, coast to coast.
Wow. Wow. Well, I could use a driver like that. Just saying. just saying.
You know, I get him. We're not even going to go there. Trying to get him to actually get behind the wheel of the steering wheel for a vehicle for me to even teach him. He's like, no, Dad, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, you think I'm going to drive you around your whole life? He was like, I'm not going anywhere. So why do I need to drive?
Aw.
I'm like, you going somewhere? Here's the keys. Go to work. You know, you're gonna have to do something. You know, you like playing Magic the Gathering. You like buying these cards. You're gonna have to have some way of supporting your habits.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to kind of go to the, events of the day before your son disappeared. After hearing the events that unfolded the day before, do you believe, based on what you heard, that it was possible that your son was overstimulated?
We had a very, very packed day. There was a lot of goings back and forth to the store, then back to the house, things like that. When he was at my house, he had the option of either staying here or going.
Okay. Let me ask you guys about that quickly, eh? Okay, so again, like on this particular day, now that we're talking about this, so Katie makes the comment like, and fun fact, I made breakfast, type of thing, right? And it's just like, woohoo. And so Sebastian was on the phone bragging. They go off to BJ's, right? Not only to Costco the day before, they go off to BJ's, buy some snacks, returns home. Again, we don't know. Sorry, let me say that properly. So they head off to go pick up Esther, go to BJ's. He has a colossal popcorn. And then she says that they get some snacks and then head back home. Again, we still don't know what time Esther was dropped off, at what point. Now, they come back home and then they go bowling and then they go out to dinner. Like, that's quite the eventful day. So I could understand why someone would surmise that it was almost like well, let's just treat Sebastian to this wonderful day type of thing. And then, oops, he disappears. The Last Supper. I mean, I can understand, in this situation, why that would be being said, because again, the last point of contact that we know is with the mother, right? And I don't know if this is a regular thing that occurred, that Sebastian had all that in one day. Like, do you know what I mean? All it sounded like it was like this huge food day. And here, let's go to BJ's and eat the samples because that's what he likes to do. So typically they go to Costco, but they wanted to go to BJ's because they do the sampling, including, you can see right at Costco, he's sitting there having something to eat with a drink, whatever, that one picture. Then they're at BJ's, have some food, go buy snacks, come back home, go back out to the bowling alley, probably had some snackies there too, and then go out for dinner. And it just sounds like just a big old fun packed day. And I don't know if this is a regular occurrence or if it, so if we don't know if it's a regular occurrence that, say, Katie, does this with Sebastian frequently or not, but I can understand if we don't know that answer, why people would think, so this is kind of like his last hurrah, and then, oops, just disappeared. So anyways, food for thought.
going with me to the store. And I preferred him to go with me to the store, but there was times he was just like, Dad, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave the house. And it's like, okay, well, understand that if you don't come with me, I'm only picking things up on my list. There'll be no extras, nothing that, normally I would get you or anything like that because you're not going to be there. And he would think about it. And he would be like, okay, and either he would stay or he would go. If he stayed, then it was just literally run to the store and I'm back in like 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If he went, back in like 45 minutes, and we may end up going out to dinner afterwards. But I like to take him with me because, like, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? And have him help pick out things for dinner.
That might be absolutely true, Ben.
Getting him to voice his
Who knows?
opinion,
Who knows?
have his own ideas.
Mm-hmm. What you brought up something that
My only thing about that is I'm going to say this, which I wanted to talk about before as well, is, okay, if Sebastian left home on his own, if he's living in this happy bubble of a world that's so wonderful at his home with stepdad and mom, so let's just eliminate the whole pedophile thing, because that kind of just seems like, nonsensical, to be honest with you. There's a couple pedos in the thing. They would have been checked no matter what. And it seems pretty unrealistic that some pedo's going to rap on his window and be like, hey, Sebastian, I've been watching you at school, I think that one probably, to me, can come out of the equation, or at least go to the 0.0001%. So if Sebastian left on his own, which still seems really strange, but obviously if he left on his own, it's because how Christopher and Katie are making it sound, is not truthful to what's really going on. Because if a child has it so great and is loved so much, why would Sebastian leave on his own? Why? So in a typical world, in a sense, not talking about autistic children, right? There's teenagers that go to school, a lot of the pressure, a lot of the bullying, a lot of the whatever, and they take their own life. Okay. Very sad, but it happens a lot and it's true. And I always feel so bad for those children because they have no idea how much life they had left to live, but they get in that space. Now, Sebastian, is that on the playing cards? Well, it is, in the sense of, if he didn't take anything, that's typically when somebody would do that, because they don't have a care in the world about anything. They just want to take their life. But yet, again, it's hard to believe that that's a possibility with Sebastian. It just doesn't seem like his style. And why wouldn't they have probably found him by now, let alone, even if he missed the cameras, that they didn't see him. So if he just went out the door, and Katie and Christopher, they're trying to make it sound like he lived in this, like amazing world at their home and da-da-da. But yet when they talk, you notice how many times they talk about him, like, yeah, just call and check on him, how's Sebastian doing? Like when Christopher was talking, has he been acting up and this and that? And there always seems to be these references to, like, almost like, is he being good today? Is he being, and then even when Katie talks to, it's like, yeah, he had a pretty good weekend type of thing. But everything always references to as if Sebastian doesn't seem to have a lot of, great weekends or great days and stuff like that. And then they, by the same token, they turn around and say, such a smart boy, so smart. Oh, especially with that goofy smile of his. And, oh, he loves to dance. Yet they're probably making fun of his dancing, to be honest with you, on there. But it's just, like I said, a child's not going to run away if home life is great. So what other options could have happened, right? Food for thought. Just food for thought.
I didn't even think about on my list. So when you go to the store, what snacks, what kind of snacks did he like? Like, what was his favorite? Like, I don't know. Did he eat candy? What did he like?
No, well, really kind of depended on his mood on that one. Sometimes it was ice cream. A lot of times it would be like Debbie snacks. Like he liked Nutty Bars. He loved zebra cakes and Swiss roll cakes. But it's like I still have a box of his Fiber One granola bars up there in the cabinet. It's not open. He finished off one of his last ones when he was here. I've got his.
This is heartbreaking when you start, like, okay.
Deep breath, buddy.
Emotions, genuine emotions.
I'm so sorry you're going through this.
It's about to stop.
And this is 3 months later.
Take your time.
Okay. Do you see Katie and Christopher acting like this?
Okay.
This is
Well,
genuine
hello, Mr.
emotion.
Mathis. How are you doing this evening?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am doing, as good as expected in a situation like this.
I know they said it multiple times,
But,
Alan.
it's great having you. I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for, speaking to me and
Thank you, Ben,
helping
for
me with all of this.
posting.
I really do appreciate it.
Sure.
I really do appreciate it. While he's taking a little, break, maybe I'll just talk to you about some things. How have things been going with everything on your end?
As far as working with Seth, it's been fantastic. I mean, you're not going to find a better human. I think a lot of the challenge has just been not understanding how people function in a situation like this. And I would think that when somebody's child was missing, that everybody would bond together. And, regardless of their feelings about any of the parents involved, I mean, you would think everybody would be kind of like 9/11, right? Where it didn't matter what side of the aisle you were sitting on, and we were all Americans. And everybody kind of bonded together. And you'd think when a child was missing, that's what you'd see. But in the words of another creator, it's out here in the streets. That's not the way it works. And, that's been the biggest challenge. But I'm laser focused on taking care of Seth and helping him find his son. So as far as that goes, it's been fantastic. I mean, he's got a very small circle, but there's some wonderful people inside of that circle. And I talk to each of them every day, sometimes wee hours of the morning. And, that part's been fantastic. So one thing that a lot of people don't know, and I've never even shared with you, is Seth and I didn't know this till we started working together, but we actually grew up 15 minutes apart.
Mm-hmm.
He grew up in a little town called Riverton, Kansas, and I grew up in Joplin, Missouri, and those places are 15 minutes apart. So, we ate at a lot of the same restaurants growing up. So, we have that now to go back and talk about, even though we have a history beyond a month or so.
Right. Right.
And I did bring my latte this evening.
Oh, did you? I made one right before the show too. I made one right before the show. Sorry, I had to slow chat down just a little bit.
Okay, just quickly before we get started again, thanks, Ben, for posting for Bullhorn Betty's thing. And I just want to say, because I haven't said this tonight, thank you for the 80 people on Twitter that are watching. Nice to have you watching here. At the moment now, there's only 26, and it's a Crime and Shame channel. Again, about awareness. So whether you're on Twitter, YouTube, or whatever, again, it's just about awareness. So please share on your Twitter, share on your social media and stuff like that. It's not about, this has been a 9-hour freaking live so far. And it's one of those things that, people get to see what's been said from the Proudfoots, and partially on this one by Seth, which I wasn't planning on doing, but it's a good one to watch for people that haven't watched this one. Again, and I'm so sorry, but there's a huge difference between true emotions coming out of this man here. Okay. He is not perfect. He's not claiming to be perfect, but there's a huge difference that somebody's literally still, as many times as this man is tearing up during this interview, it's heartbreaking. Like, it tears at my heart every time, because this is genuine emotion. And that's what ticks me off when I'm watching. Like, let me put it this way. I'm going to take Christopher Proudfoot kind of out of the equation. Why? Because he's not the actual biological father. And you can see that what he's portraying and what they're portraying of this great circumstance with Sebastian is that you can tell that he is not attached to Sebastian. To the mother, sure, to be there and supportive. Does he hate Sebastian? No, probably not. Is he irritating at times?
probably so, maybe to the point of why they were gonna, heading for a rocky divorce or something there. But regardless, so I got to take him out, because when you're not the biological parent and you're not acting with, like, there's biological parents, right? And then there's the stepdads and stuff and mom that truly take on those children as if they're their own, and the emotions are just that of a real parent. But in this case with Christopher Proudfoot, he does say he does lack the, expressing the emotions outwardly. But you can see by all this time, 3 months later, that the attachment to Sebastian just doesn't seem to be there. But I'm going to take him out of the equation, because this is about Seth and Katie and the emotions that one should still be feeling after all this time. And with Katie, have not felt this at all. Maybe the first 2 interviews, especially the first one, here, really choking up more so. Second one, after that, like, we don't know how many times she was crying behind the whatever, but we're talking 3 months later that this man, instead of sitting there freaking having a live, sitting there giggling his ass off about freaking cake pops and quenchers, and acting like Sebastian was like at home, or, like he was still alive, and, just living it up, telling stories about him. That freaking live that he was doing, which was on, which channel was it now? Was that one? Which was that? Queen Bee's live, right? And it was just such a huge joke that it's like they're having a gay old time, like meet the Flintstones, type of thing. And then here you have Seth Rogers, who's literally, I don't know, multiple times during this live, just choking up over 3 months later. A huge difference. A huge difference. That's why people can sit there and go, well, you're just biased. Damn straight I'll be biased when it comes to the emotions of a person. As for the case, who knows? Who knows what's up with how Sebastian, miraculously just disappeared from a home. But it certainly wasn't no happy home if they just think that he walked out the door. How could it possibly be a happy home? But 3 months later, and this man is still tearing up. So when it comes to truth and transparency and genuineness, Seth, again, he doesn't have to think about it. He's just talking. He tears up because he had a memory there. I could picture Sebastian probably going into the cupboard, eating those granola bars. Oh, I'm just saying that. Okay, all right then. All right, and I didn't win $70 or $70 million, Miranda. I checked my ticket. Somebody in Ontario
Again,
won.
Seth, I'm sorry. I know that this is probably.
Don't be.
I'm sure you feel like you're going through a meat grinder.
It's when I say it's a never-ending nightmare, it is. I just want everything to be the way it was last time he was here. When he comes back.
Betty, these kind of questions are tough on Seth. But quite frankly, Seth will be the first one to tell you that this is the type of stuff that he wants people to hear, and this is truly what he wants to talk about.
There's so much stupid fucking drama, and it's not helping me find my son.
And we'll get into that a little bit further down. It just I can't even remotely imagine what you're going through dealing with a missing child, but all the other stuff going on that's just unnecessary. I mean, there's a time, I always talk, there's a time and a place for everything. This isn't the time, this isn't the place. And
it's never the time and never the place for a kid to go missing.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the other nonsense.
I try my best to ignore most of it.
It's probably the best thing you can do. I mean, like even right now, I got my list of questions over the comments and just praying to God that everybody's being good over there.
I'm not even after being on another particular podcast or show. I don't even see your comments.
Good,
I don't even have them up.
Yeah, I'll be doing a Q&A and I'll be kind of vetting the comments before we go over them. And we've got so many questions here, and I've got questions for my mods and a couple of questions that were sent to me for some, and I don't want to keep you all night, but I do want to get through a few.
Well, I'm pretty sure you could try to keep me all night.
Yeah, well, I'm sure even when you do have an opportunity to get sleep, it's your brain probably doesn't shut off. So
it doesn't.
So this is going to be, I don't know, this is going to be a little bit different. you asked for a kind of, I don't know how, I'm just going to be blunt. You asked for basically a proof of life video from law enforcement because you had not spoken to your son since the Thursday before he went missing. So you didn't speak to him Friday. He was out Saturday with his mom, Sunday, and then Monday he wasn't there. And so law enforcement did brought you in and talked to you about the Roadhouse video, and you got an opportunity to see your son walk out of the restaurant. Can you tell me, what was the first thing that you noticed when you saw that video?
He's alive. It was literally just a proof of life video.
What was his demeanor like?
There wasn't enough for me to tell.
How about the clothes that he was wearing? Were those, I think you've already answered this, but just for my clarification.
Chris answered that question.
Huh?
Chris answered that question.
What did Chris say?
Chris said that they used his clothes from the night before for the sent-off.
Okay, gotcha. Did anything appear odd or out of place when you were looking at that video?
Didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see that.
Gotcha.
Do I wish I had? Yes. Do I wish I had that video so I could sit there and just look at it? Yeah. But I'm not law enforcement in this case. I'm a suspect.
And you have not been cleared?
No. Nobody has.
If you had a list,
I think it's kind of hilarious, but you know.
And actually, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here, but just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
I was in jail.
so you were in jail, and I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh yes, I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning, exiting out of the garage.
If you had to list Sebastian's favorite activities to his least activities, which would those be?
Favorite activities?
I think I already know the answer to that, but
well, again, it really kind of depends on his mood, because here I'd say his least favorite activity is going to bed, but his favorite activity is sleeping.
Interesting. I was rolling the dice on video games and cleaning his room.
His room is actually, when they came in on Monday, that he disappeared, they trashed his room. Flipped mattresses over, took sheets and blankets and stuff off of his bed, went through his stuff. And I told them when they came in, I said, listen, his room is probably a mess. You know, just bear with it. And when they walked in, they were like, his room is cleaner than my kid's room. Well, needless to say, when they left my son's room, it was like he had been in there a week and never left. And it took me a minute just to go in and clean up his room. Put everything back where he had it. But he doesn't like cleaning his room. Very rarely does it. You just get him to understand that if you pick it up and you put it away, when you're done playing with it, you know where it's at when you want to play with it again. And, you know, when he's awake, he loves playing with his Legos. He'd be underneath the bed playing on his little Nintendo Switch thing.
What are some of Sebastian's allergies? We hear a lot about he's got some allergies.
He's allergic to grass. That's about it.
Gotcha. Well, I guess that would be kind of medical. I was going to say, because I don't know why I was thinking.
He's allergic to grass.
Oh, HIPAA. We're not
I know. That's what I was about to say. Better be careful, huh? I'm skating a little too close.
I mean, hold on, wait a minute. I don't have a PhD and I don't have a doctorate in the medical field, so I can't violate HIPAA.
Yeah. Wow. When Sebastian's,
I'm allergic to grass myself, and they mowed the yard today.
Oh. Don't worry about it. We'll forgive you. Maybe I should mute. Maybe I should just mute you just a little bit. There we go.
That's got his own
There you
bullhorn.
go. Are you cleaned out?
Yeah,
Just
currently. That means a different thing in the medical field. It also means something different in jail.
so when Sebastian stays with you, what does a normal weekend look like for you guys? What do you do for fun?
Well, I pick him up Friday. It's depending on traffic, an hour and a half drive to get back up here. Sometimes even longer, depending on what direction we go, depending on how his day went. Sometimes I'll let him pick the route. You know, do you want to take the interstate? Do you want to take the highway? Or do you want to take the back roads? I mean, as after time change, with it not getting dark until after 8 o'clock, time change, we normally would take the back roads. There's been times that we've seen a lot of deer and turkey and stuff as we're driving back, which I don't understand that anyways, because he would be playing his video games and not paying attention to the road anyways. But I mean, come back up here, get up here with enough time. If I'd already had everything planned, I'd already have stuff in the back of my truck, tackle boxes, chairs, fishing poles. We'd just go straight on through and head over, go fishing at the high school, or go up to Yellow River, go fishing up there. I always enjoyed that. Pick up some food on the way up, or I'd already have like bread, sliced meat, and cheese to go ahead and make sandwiches. Pick up graham crackers, marshmallows, and chocolate. Making s'mores is always fun.
This is probably going to be a little more difficult, but what has been the most difficult part of you dealing with your son's disappearance?
You hear that? TV's not on. He's not playing video games. Nobody goes in his room. His light's not on. He's not coming to ask me what I'm doing.
Like, seriously.
He's not asking me to play card games. Up here. He's just not here. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where my son is.
It's gotta be. I can't even imagine. It's so hard for me to try, and I'm trying to stay away from the drama during this interview, but some days it's just so hard for me to understand how people could be mean to this man.
Absolutely.
I don't get it. I don't know if I really don't know if I will quite, ever get that. I'm just.
Why we lose our minds once in a while.
Okay. So this is.
My house is not a home. He should be here. School's already out. He should be here enjoying summer break.
He was going to be moving into your house this time. Like, he was supposed to be coming to you and living with you full time, like right about now.
Several days ago, 2 weeks ago, he'd have been here. He'd have been out of that situation, and he'd never have to go back.
Now, this is kind of another dovetail. You had received reports. I know you can't discuss the reports. Maybe you can answer this. Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I was.
Hello, Moto. Okay.
I was
I know
even
that.
shocked more when my name's not on any of the reports.
Scared me yesterday.
They didn't bother to call me.
Yeah, and that's been a because you had. I mean, I want the audience to understand. Hello, Moto.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Betty, I think it was just as big of a shock as to the fact that they didn't notify him as to what was inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. I don't know, a father that has joint custody, I don't understand why he wouldn't be immediately notified. unless that information was withheld from the Department of Children and Family Services. Sometimes they don't have those details.
I mean, if he had no custody whatsoever, no custodial rights, is the only way it makes sense to me.
Right. And he had to hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. He did.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me. The only thing I can say that those records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal quagmire. So I'll let you speak about what you're comfortable speaking about, but just.
I can't really mention anything about him. Lord help me if DCS contacts my attorney one more time. I'd already told her what to do if they contact her one more time. I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
Right. Yeah, and you're not doing anything.
Okay, so well, let's just talk about that just for a second, because you heard Christopher Proudfoot and Katie saying basically, like that their home was a safe place. If I had to choose, I'm pretty sure if Sebastian just left out that front door, it's not because he loved being in his safe place, right? So the thing is, again, unless like we're born underneath of a rock and have no freaking emotion sense whatsoever, when you're watching Seth's interviews, right? Okay, I know he's gone off a few times, whatever. But when you're watching Seth's interviews, unless you're heartless, okay, unless you're like literally born heartless, you can't help but feel the emotions. And it's like yeah, the other day when I was watching this live and I watched the whole thing, I could not stop listening to it, because it's kind of like, when you're watching something and you're just drawn pretty much to every word that's coming out. And as he's doing this interview, like I said, Bullhorn Betty did a really good job of this interview. There's a couple questions in there, like just like me, if I did an interview type of thing, I'd be going, shit, why didn't I ask that question after the thing? Because there are a few things I'd like to have cleared up still. But she did a really good job with this interview. But when you're watching Seth, you're feeling these emotions. Are you feeling that same way when you're watching Katie and her emotions talk about? I don't care about Chris's emotions, okay? Because like I said, Chris is his own narcissistic personality. But when you're listening to Katie talk, are you feeling these same emotions pull at your heart the same way as when you're listening to a father who actually still is tearing up after 3 months this many times in a life? I think there's a huge difference in that. And the fact is that Sebastian disappeared under Katie's watch. If Sebastian left out that front door, it's not because he loved being there. Now, was the issue with Christopher Proudfoot if he did leave on his own, accord, or had someone assist him because he wanted out of that home? Was he, or did he have an issue with his mom? Because I think that there's definitely skeletons in Katie's closet, whether it's drinking, whether it's she's more verbally abusive or something like that. We don't know. So if Sebastian left, like I said, it's not because he left this. No one's going to leave a home that they like being at. They're just not. Okay, it's that simple. So did Sebastian, if he did leave on his own, right, is it because of Christopher, both Christopher and Katie? And if he did leave on his own and he loved being at his dad's, and you can kind of see, and now we could be wrong on this, but there's a huge difference between the home at Seth's house as he tells it versus how Katie and Christopher tell it. It's a huge difference. You have two parents, stepdad, mom, that basically feel like it's a boot camp, basically, but yet, hey, Sebastian, I made him some breakfast, fun fact, took him out here, took him out there, but then if he did leave home, why wouldn't he reach out to his dad? And why wouldn't he take anything? Why did he not take his money, his phone, knapsack, snacks, shoes, whatever? Why did he not take anything at all? His Nintendo Switch, right? It doesn't make sense. No child is going to run away and not be prepared. They keep saying how smart he is, how he can kick anybody's butt at chess and all these different things. But yet, by the same token, it's like they're putting him on a high. And I'm talking about Katie and Christopher mostly. And then all of a sudden, but they always have these like remarks in there. So it's almost like here, he's so smart, type of thing. And then it's, well, you're not in trouble, type of thing. Just come back home, walk through that front door type of thing. Nobody, we're just going to kumbaya as soon as you do. And you're just going to have so many friends. Fake versus real. That's how I see this in a sense. And I'm not saying that Katie or Christopher had something to do, but when these emotions are truly coming out, it's not rocket science to see true emotions in somebody. And what Chris can go F off for all I care. Like, Christopher, fuck off. Seriously. Go do yourself a favor and like literally dunk your head in the toilet. Like, seriously, dude, you're just the biggest POS, honestly. And you've earned that title. Katie, like I said, I don't get these same emotions. I had those emotions for Katie in the first 2 interviews. And after that, each one, and yet we watch this man all the time in interviews tear up for 3 months. Sorry, I can't preach this enough. And people can sit there and say whatever they want. They can kiss Christopher Proudfoot's ass, whatever, and say whatever they want. But I'm all about, regardless of what happened to Sebastian on that, it's about who has the truer emotions and who's being more truthful, about things. Even if Seth hasn't maybe said everything, about his life and stuff like that, and people want to dig up work and only read Katie's side. So did Sebastian maybe have an issue with his mother more so than he did Christopher? Was it both? For a child to leave a house that's so freaking happy and, like for the most part, great. No kid's going to do that. So what's the other options that happened to Sebastian? Because it just seems so strange that a child over 3 months later would leave a house and have the ability to go, you know what? I think I'm just going to go, like I said, Tarzan it out in the woods. I'm not going to take the money that's in my closet. I'm not going to even put on shoes, but I'm allergic to grass, and if it doesn't make sense, it's because it's not true. Okay. Something's not true.
To violate the confidentiality, you're happy to have those reports. At the end of the day, you now know what happened or what is alleged to have happened, at least for whatever incidences those cover.
It's more insight. It's more insight in figuring out what was going on, because it's obvious that the communication that was given to me wasn't proper communication.
Have you ever been contacted by DCS at all? Ever in the past?
Not here. Not here. I'd had it at CPS in California.
And can you share what that was related to, or is that?
My son went to school and told his teacher that I beat his ass. And when CPS showed up, I was like, I told him to clean his room, or I was going to bust his butt. Did you bust his butt? No, he cleaned his room. There was the threat of a butt whooping.
Right.
And
can I actually say this, because obviously the same thing happened with Christopher Proudfoot, and then Seth's telling you guys about this one with Sebastian. I guarantee that Sebastian probably did over exaggerate the truth, which happens, right? Because honestly, I do believe that Sebastian did over exaggerate, because for a parent to say what he said, for instance, like, I'm going to bust your butt. Okay. It's an expression coming out of your mouth, basically clean up your room or you're in trouble, So I think Sebastian did over exaggerate some truth between both Christopher and Seth, to be honest.
And he was like, well, he said that you were going to beat him. And I'm like, wow, okay. So when he came home, I literally turned on Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on, and I showed him what a beatdown was. Through video games. was like, you see all that blood and everything, son? That's a beat down. I was going to bust your butt. Come on. Really? It was like, I'm sorry, Dad. And I'm like, there's no reason to be sorry. Just educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use, because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing. So,
do you think that that might, because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion, do you think that, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion, or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California? How old was he? Like 7, 8?
5 or 6.
most of those were, he wasn't. It was, I want to say 5 or 6.
Gotcha.
So he was only really going to school for a half a day.
Gotcha.
Which was only a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about this because I didn't quite hear this, but my audience and my mods had brought it up to me that you had indicated that your son had some type of brain ailment that you guys learned of, either fluid on the brain or...
He had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. It's been there since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
You have to watch him, make sure he doesn't suffer any head injuries or anything like that. It was too big for them to put a
stent.
A stent. It was too. It was not big enough to put a stent in, but still big enough to actually cause damage if he had. That's why I didn't want him in football.
Right.
I didn't want him putting on a helmet and going, head first into something, because anything that might cause damage to his head is not something like what my buddy would say.
This is all about what Katie.
When you heard Katie indicate that there was a potential thud coming from his room with the knowledge of his head injury, how does that make you feel?
If I'd heard it in my house, I'd have been in my son's room to find out what was going on.
Common response.
If I hear any kind of strange noise coming out of his room, wherever room he happened to be in, any room, period, I'm going to go find out what that noise is, verify, see what's going on. The fact that she would say that there was that type of noise and not go check on him, to me, is not proper parenting.
Based on your knowledge of your son's behaviors, do you believe he would have left the house in the middle of the night?
Different scenarios go through my head. For him to leave and not have his shoes, coat, take his switch or his phone, stuff that I know that he went with him if he was going to run away. No. But for him to leave without shoes or anything else on there, the situation would have to be severe enough for him not to be able to grab that stuff. So, based on the information that I know about my son and this story that is being told by his mom, for him to have left between the times of falling asleep
and
6 o'clock in the morning, this is straight bullshit.
How many of you guys agree with that?
And she knows that's how I feel
That
about
the
it.
12 to 6 time is just complete bullshit.
Have you been involved or heard of any other incident where he disappeared or got lost in the past?
Never.
Betty,
Is there... Mm-hmm.
I will tell you that I had a private conversation initially with CP and KP, and I asked them very directly, and I know there's been some contradictions, but I asked them if it was normal for him to just walk out of the house regardless of the time of day, and they both in unison said absolutely not.
Yet he walked out the front door. That it was
Pretty
all.
interesting.
Had to be a reason if he did.
Is there a special spot that Sebastian loved to go that you're aware of?
Up here?
Anywhere. There, near their house, near your house?
Down there, I don't know. Up here, The park that I've done 2 or 3 interviews at, he loves to play there. He likes to go to the pond over by the high school, which is a 45-minute trip in my truck.
Agree, Ken.
And Yellow River, which is clear out in Palmyra. So, but would he know how to get out to those areas?
Right.
And I've been out there. I've been out there along the rivers looking.
I'm really sorry. I don't.
Just want to find my son. Just want to bring him home. Just want to bring him home.
When you learned of Sebastian's, many medical issues and disabilities, what did the doctors instruct you guys to do as parents to properly care for your son?
They didn't instruct us to do anything. So
there wasn't like any special classes or anything that you guys that they recommended or anything like that?
Well, Sebastian went to a lot of classes. We didn't. He had speech therapy. He had speech therapy. He had fine motor control classes. He had gross motor control classes. You name it, whatever it was I could get him into, I got him into. I mean, anything. Going to California was the worst mistake in the world because their education system sucks beyond belief. First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S. Like, my son knows the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Right.
Because y'all suck.
Yeah, that's California. I didn't know their education was, I don't know why I didn't consider their education.
Off topic, No Child Left Behind was handled the wrong fucking way. All right. Instead of just passing kids to get them through class so their numbers look good, they should have hired more teachers. So you had a higher teacher to student ratio. That way the children would learn. Then no child's left behind and everybody gets a decent education. Sorry.
That's okay. But you had a lot of problems, like even with the type of classes your son needed in California. I think I heard you say that Georgia was the best, or was it just the opposite? You hated Georgia.
Oh, Georgia was extremely horrible.
Okay, gotcha.
Georgia's where they sat there and told me, won't your son just grow the chromosome back? Like he's a fuck. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. I'm one of the lizard people, and don't worry, my eyes blink regular, but he'll grow back his chromosome like a lost fucking limb. I mean,
my goodness.
Best place ever was Kansas.
Nice. That's kind of, actually, to be honest with you, Kansas is not really, I wouldn't have thought of that, to be honest with you.
They have a facility in the town where he was from, Betty, and it's really good.
Gotcha.
In Riverton.
I feel so bad for Seth. I'm really sorry. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're here, keeping him, at least nothing more. He sees a friendly face when he looks up. It's got to be probably pretty hard on him and terrifying all the same. I mean,
I don't think Tony's the bad guy.
Well, like I said, these are.
I don't.
This is what he wants to be talking about. It's not easy, but he would much rather be talking about this stuff than some of the other BS.
Yeah. Was he going to be a person that was going to need lifelong assistance?
Good chance and possibility.
Gotcha. And prior to this whole disappearance, what was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife. The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things, and when the divorce initially happened, I had an attorney. And
to do with that paperwork that's out there now.
Pretty much, he told me that he just wanted to play dirty and take everything from her. And I was like, that doesn't help our son. I just want a divorce so I can start again. And that's just before she accused me of some of the things that she did. But when she did that, he was like, you're the one that chose to play it nice. And I looked at him and I was like, I chose to be a human and not accuse her of everything that she's done. Child still deserves a mother. Child still deserves to have his father. And it was like, well, this is what you get for playing nice. And I looked at it and I was like, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of that retainer because you're not getting any more from me. I'll represent myself. So I did. And so,
You know, I just want to say this because for me, like honestly, because this breaks my heart because when I was going through my divorce, you know, and stuff like that, same thing. I thought if I did everything right, you know, like I said, I could have been my ex-husband's best friend. It didn't matter. We were married for 17 years and, you know, we had this, you know, our son, and he might not have been the best father in the world in a sense. But he wasn't the worst either. But there was a lot of things, you know, more so in hindsight that I'm like, you know, because it was kind of like what I felt for the most part. I'm trying to raise Matthew to be respectful, you know, kind and nice and caring and all that stuff. I raised him on Barney and all that stuff. And the ex-husband was, I don't know, it's kind of like having a white trash mouth in a sense, you know, very much racist comments all the time, telling Matthew he doesn't have to listen to that stupid CHINK and stuff like that, or that dumbass PAKI, and you know what I mean? And I just couldn't believe that that's the values he was trying to do. So it's like you're trying to combat that, but you know, was he a good husband? Was he my best friend? Yes. But it's kind of one of those things. It's just like, you know, I thought I was doing everything right by Matthew. And this is where I'm just saying this because I can relate to Seth here, because I believe him way more than I believe Katie. Why? Because he has shown the compassion, the heart, and everything. And I remember when my son, when he had bought these $285 dragon glasses, and he had gone to 7-Eleven, and then had left 7-Eleven, and he forgot his glasses, and this guy is chasing him down the street. And I remember my son, because this is when, you know, I was living in my own place, and he would come stay with me on the weekends and whatever. We just lived like freaking maybe 20 blocks from the house to house. Anyways, but he calls me up and he goes, Mom, you're not going to believe this. This guy, he could have stole my sunglasses and everything, because they're like $300 basically sunglasses, eh? And he goes, but he didn't. He chased me down the road to give them to me. You're right, Mom. You know, about, you know what I mean? It made me feel so good that he literally called me to tell me that, you know, there's some really good people in the world. And you're right, Mom, people can be kind and this and that, you know. So during the divorce, I thought if I did everything perfect as best as I could for our son, that me and his father could still have a relationship. You know, I could have took my son back down to Vancouver and left the ex high and dry back up in Whitecourt, Alberta. You know, but I didn't want that. So what Seth is saying there, I wanted the same thing for our son. I wanted Matthew to be around his dad. So I was willing to not go back down to Vancouver where all my family is, where I am now. And I chose that. I felt that Matthew needed to be around his dad. And then it all backfired. He was only as kind until I was out of the house. Then he's basically like, FUB. I said that you can come get the rest of your stuff after. You ain't getting your ass back in this house. Your son, you know, he freaking hates you and stuff like that. And you're so selfish and all you care about is yourself. And it was like the pain and the hurt of that, you know, that you sit there and you try to take the upper road, right? Because you know that that's the best for the child. That's what I see Seth doing. You know, in all honesty, when I listen to Seth, my heart breaks for him, because I'm not saying he's perfect and didn't do anything, because I'm sure he has the mouth of a sailor too over there. But if there's one thing I do believe, is that I'm more apt to honestly look at Katie and who she was than Seth, who is actually showing the true emotions. I think Katie has a lot more skeletons in her closet, because Sebastian is not leaving a home that he loves being at, you know. And as for him making his way to his dad's house, that would have to be if Sebastian actually left that house. If Sebastian left that house by himself, right? And he left, you know, when he was more laid back at his dad's, he could do Wi-Fi more so with his dad's and stuff like that. Now, this is just speculation, but, you know, you'd think he'd be going like, Dad, please come get me, or something. Something has gone on that is very sus, right? Because no kid just takes nothing and all that stuff. So I'm just saying, someone can call me biased all they want. It's not even to do about bias at all. It's honestly, it's being a people person, understanding people and how they should react and how something comes across as sincere, right? Versus someone that's just talking and speaking, but you're not hearing this, just Sebastian, like from Katie, like, Sebastian, like, please, please come home, did it. No, you ain't hearing that from that. You're hearing this poor gentleman pretty much
So much
down in
happened.
tears.
I wish I had more money. I wish I had a different thought process, because I just wanted to be in my son's life. And I didn't think that my son deserved not to have his mother in his life.
You talk about, obviously it was, and of course it's been plastered all over social media. So, even I know about the divorce proceedings and how
Actually, I'd like to say something about that. It's funny how every one of her declarations that she wrote is out there. None of my declarations are out there. So everybody's only getting her written side of the divorce, but nobody sees any of mine out there. I really think it's funny that that's out there on Reddit, but my stuff isn't out there on Reddit on the stuff that I submitted.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. It seems like
Chris
it's a
is
one-sided
loving
narrative.
this.
For sure.
And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine, because all of my declarations aren't written by me. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors, what she put me through, the hell that she put me through. I didn't have a single, we're talking about, I was 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, I wasn't looking for it. No. It takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse. And I was good living in my sanctuary, my house. The only person that came into my house was my son. This is the safest place he knew, because he felt safe here. Of course, he's going to feel safe in my sanctuary, because he had his own little sanctuary here too. You want to know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house. And I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son, because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4. I'd rather give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak, instead of building stuff up in the system. And you're giving him Ritalin. You're giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids?
Yeah. You wanted good, wholesome remedies to help you.
He, as a child, needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me, and all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore, and then all of a sudden he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else, and he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication. I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that.
So you kind of hit on something, and I was going to be getting into your relationship with Katie a little further down in this, but you said some things that kind of perked my curiosity. Was Katie abusive to you?
She had a drinking problem, and when you say abusive, she was active duty Navy, and their slogan nowadays is "I'm a sailor with a drinking problem" instead of being a drinker with a sailing problem. You want to know about emotional, physical, all that? You can check all those. I dealt with a lot. Being a stay-at-home dad, and I'm not doing a man's job. and getting told this all the time, that she does a man's job. No, you're not doing a man's job, honey. You're literally an electrician. It's a profession. All right. That profession is not limited by your gender. I'm very, there's 2 jobs in the world, maybe 3, but a man's job is to protect his family, and a man can impregnate a female. A female is supposed to take care of their children. All right. Very specific gender roles in my life, the way I was raised. Everything else is a profession. All right. I got tired of it. So when she asked for the divorce, I was good. I was like, please. I just want to be in my son's life.
May I ask you something? And I just want to ask you this kind of, because this has kind of unfolded itself like over the last 24
Isn't it
hours.
funny how that made it
Did
out?
Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Well,
'Cause I wouldn't know.
somebody is actually saying that it was February 26, 2019, exactly 8 years from the day your son disappeared.
2016.
From 2016. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, someone said something about February 26th.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go literally through either through the records, the paper records, or I'd have to go through my emails.
If you found out that it was on the date that your son disappeared, what does that mean to you?
Just another day that she fucked my life up. Another day that first one was a divorce, way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's 2 things in this world that you can do with these. You can either build or you destroy. Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer. That's not gender specific either. That's with everybody. He was going to be a builder.
At some point after the divorce, the animosity had to have calmed down. It sounded like you guys kind of got into a rhythm, a system, if you will. You know, Sebastian was, going to your house. On the other, the weekends, it seemed like you guys weren't having custody disputes.
I don't think. Yeah. I think that.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't.
I know this
I
is
think
difficult.
that's full of crap. And
really
if you
sucks.
said that Sebastian was upset.
What I was asking is, after the divorce, obviously it was pretty
What did she
contentious.
say that, Karen?
And, you tried to keep the higher ground.
I didn't try. I did.
Yeah. You guys were clearly
I like
at some
that.
point started working together.
It's like, I didn't try, I did on there. Now, again, there's 2 sides to every story. Stuff's not perfect. Katie's definitely not perfect. But if I was a betting woman, which I am, I would definitely, I think, like I said, from all the actions of what we have seen, I am more going to lean towards that there's more truth coming out of Seth, because Seth, honestly, he just honestly speaks from his heart. And to be held back, he doesn't like to be held back. So I'm sure it took a little bit of getting used to with Tony down there, because Seth just likes to speak from his heart. Now, I tell you right now, if my Hex was talking about me, he'd be cutting me down, putting me down, and left, right, and center. And then people that didn't know us would literally be kind of probably torn, but it would be, and the thing is in my life, my ex-husband, everyone always believed him because he was a total freaking wolf in sheep's clothing, right? And you sit there and you just go, what the fuck? Like, you people idiots or something. But, it's one of those things when you have 2 people saying different things in a sense. And more Katie's was in those words. But how did those papers get all of a sudden suddenly leaked out? Hey, Chris, you know that Christopher is reveling in this. He doesn't give two effing bombs truly about Sebastian. He's pissed off, and he's been pissed off that he's been attacked and that Seth was the good guy in all of this. Hence, I wonder why, Christopher Proudfoot. I wonder why. There's a huge difference in this whole searching and wanting someone to find their child, whether it's based on emotions or actions. Yeah. And so he's pissed that Seth is getting all this love. He said it himself about Seth, you know, that everyone thinks that Seth is the good guy and I'm this bad monster. Well, because you are. All right. In comparison on there. But it's just like I said. So Seth is, Chris is loving every bit of this. And these people with brain cells like this big that can't seem to understand this, that someone is being genuine, at least when they're speaking and showing the emotions, and they're just flipping on Seth left, right, and center. You know, I'm not saying that everything he's done, you know, like whether it's with YouTubers and whatever, has been, you know, this perfect thing. It never goes out that way, right? Especially when you deal with drama YouTubers or people that are trying to, I'm your best friend. You know, you can talk to me. Just text me, Seth. Oh, Seth, you said something or whatever. You told me off. Oh, let me just, I was just keeping this close to my heart, my vest. Now I'm going to flip on you and I'm going to flip the switch and I'm going to call you out for all this shit and stuff like that. Like, you know, oh, Seth, you know, and you know, this, like, I don't even know much about this whole girlfriend thing that something about with T-Rev and this girl and whatever. Okay. You know, freaking darn well that was some sort of setup to get into Seth's life so someone can get closer with information. Like, come on, really? You know, playing Seth, like playing him like a fiddle. And, you know, in all honesty, right? Like I said, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. But you guys can deny this shit all you like. But from a woman's point of view, I know this to be true. Women can play men like fiddles because they play fucking head games and mind games, right? They do. And men fall for it. All you have to do is, you know, basically freaking not, they don't even care about this as much as they care about this type of thing. And they think with their wrong head. You guys do. Sorry, but most of you do. And that's what gets you guys all in trouble because you'll fall for all these stupid games that women play, you know, and it makes me sick when I see. And I know darn well that person, that so-called girlfriend shit, was complete setup. That was just bullshit.
You know, started, you know, making sure that your son, you know, went back between the houses, that it was calm. It seems like you guys were becoming a
Sometimes I
well-oiled
do,
machine,
too.
if you will. Is that an accurate assessment?
Looking at these DCS records,
No, take those out. Just your knowledge of the situation, just the way your
my knowledge of the
yeah,
situation,
just at the time, you know, before your son disappeared, you know, you guys appeared to have the animosity worked out. Where you guys is that, would that be an accurate statement?
animosity was probably still there. It would raise its ugly head every once in a while.
Gotcha.
Me, I just tried my best to ignore it.
Except for you, Ben.
Simple things like, why don't you enforce the same
You
rules
didn't
that
fall
at my
for it.
house? You know, so on and so forth. And it's like, got in trouble at your house. He got in trouble when you're watched. You tell me why he's in trouble, and I will determine if it's severe enough that he will be punished here. But if it's not, I'm not going to continue the punishment. This is a different household. You know, he didn't do his homework. Well, he's going to suffer on that end, but he's going to suffer at your house. He's not going to suffer at mine. Because when he was here doing homework during COVID, he did his homework. I didn't have to worry about it. I just don't see the point of him getting to come stay at my house and be in trouble for something that did at your house and being punished at mine.
Right. You wanted to visit with him. You didn't want to punish him.
I got 2 days with him.
Right.
And literally, you know, I go pick him up on Friday when he gets out of school at 3:00. I literally get Saturday all day with him and then have to take him back on Sunday. So I'm really getting only one solid day with him. You think I'm going to punish my son?
Right.
You're out your fucking mind. You know, Mr. Chris, I don't like the fact that he's, you got him wearing underwear at your house. Well, we don't have the accidents at my house that he seems to be having at your house. So why, again, am I going to have my son wearing a fucking diaper at my house when he can get up and go use the bathroom and not have an accident?
Do you think Katie and Chris stressed him out? Do you think that's why he was having accidents?
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DDC with 65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stress me the fuck out and work them. Wow. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
And this is probably gonna, my next questions are gonna kind of be geared toward Chris. So, according to Chris, both of you guys spoke. What he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true, and how often?
About Sebastian, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's feeding me a line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number's still the same. And I know he's probably watching. He's probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. You can call me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's been my key phrase, I guess.
Right.
But that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house. Beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But I'm just tired of the bullshit. No parent should be going through this. Whoever has my son, just drop him off at a gas station, man. Show a little fucking humanity. My heart is missing. Just drop him off. Tell him to go call 911. I need my son. I want my son back.
Yeah, absolutely. Bogey.
Life ain't fair.
It's been.
This is bullshit.
It's like he's going through those emotions of.
Give him just a second, Betty.
Yeah. And I know you're a smoker. If you need to light one up, go ahead. It doesn't bother me one bit. I know this has got to be just awful. While he's taking a break, I just want to do a check in chat to make sure everybody is doing well in chat and everybody's,
people kept
being
saying
good,
he's
as good as
what happened to that?
800 people, So I do appreciate everybody being here. If you guys are getting something out of this,
He's a
please
broken
consider
man.
hitting that like button. And again, Tony, I do appreciate all this. I know this has got to be.
He couldn't have shut down his GoFundMe, but
we appreciate you. We appreciate the format. We appreciate you keeping this predominantly about Sebastian. I mean, like I said, these questions aren't easy for a grieving father, but this is really what he wants the world to focus on is Sebastian. And he says that 20 times a day. And I think you would agree after seeing him tonight that he clearly means that.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, it's been hard. I mean, I'm thankful for these glasses. And one of the reasons why I'm not taking them off, because you'll see my eyes are like, they're tearing up. I'm having.
You guys enjoy this interview. It's a good interview, isn't it? Like you're hearing a lot of things. I think she's doing a really good job.
Be here, and we are. So what can we do to help? At this point, I don't know. I really don't know, except keeping his name out there and letting people know who Sebastian is.
Well, I mean, you said it 100 times on your show. What we would ask of everybody that
Yeah,
has
I
a
don't even
heart
know
that
what
doesn't
fully
want to go
happened
through
there, to
this,
be honest
that has
with
some
you, Lauren,
compassion, is that we focus on the child. We focus on Sebastian, and either do your part and pray, do your part and keep the word out there, or just move on to another missing child that needs a platform.
And there's always, you can always go and just, if you want to do something, go post a flyer on your pole right outside your home. That's probably the quickest and easiest way you can help.
I just got back from, as you know, from North Dakota like 15 minutes before we got on.
How cold was it there? I hear it's cold all year round.
No, it's like 70 degrees. It wasn't bad.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But, I had the magnet on my truck, and every gas station I stopped at from Oklahoma to North Dakota, at every gas station in North Dakota, I went in and put flyers on the windows. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the messages we want to get out there is we don't know where this child is at. Mm-hmm. And, it might sound silly to be in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and be put flyers out 40 minutes from the Canadian border. But, we've heard theories about him being in Alaska. We've
Yeah.
heard theories about him, being across the border. I mean, it's just
This is the way that the
we just don't know.
interview
And
should be conducted.
people that truly want to help, that have
Like,
compassion,
this
that
is
are
the
part of, as I
example
always
of
say,
an
part of the
interview.
solution, not the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can print a flyer off. I mean, it doesn't have to be on 50 cent a sheet paper. I mean, they could be black and white flyers. It's still getting his image out there.
Yeah.
You have to ask yourself when you're involved in cases like this, are you an asset or a liability? And there's really no in between.
Right.
Hey, Chris, are you an ass
There's not really a
at
middle road.
or
It's all in,
liability?
all out.
Right.
Asking for a friend.
Well, I've got a few questions, for you, but I'm kind of waiting to the end because it kind of all dovetails into my closing. So the only real thing I can really ask you is how has, and it's going to be kind of talking about behind Seth's back, but how has Seth been to you, behind the scenes?
We talk multiple times a day. I mean, I have a routine. I usually check on him in the morning. I check on Randy Harris in the morning. Randy and I talk about
hold on a second
things,
about
and Caleb and Seth and I talk about what.
Okay, so he just did this the other day, and he's saying, I talked to Randy Harris in the morning, but yet people want to spew out that bullshit that Randy Harris wants nothing to do with them, right? Because people just want to spread a bunch of hate now with Seth and listen to the bullshit and stuff like that. Like, God gave you a brain, use it, right? This isn't rocket science. This isn't about how much I don't like, say, Christopher Proudfoot versus Seth. I'm looking at what's being shown to me. And as a decent human being in life, okay, this is what a father should be doing. Not jerk off that's sitting there narcissistic, making things about himself. I didn't portray that. He's portrayed that image. He ain't no victim, Christopher Proudfoot, of freaking wrongdoing. Okay, maybe a little bit. Okay, let's give him a little bit of grace. Maybe a little bit wrongfully attacked for sure, in a sense, right from the get-go, And there is always a lot of bullshit with cases. And the more the community grows, the more bullshit that there is. Stupid drama. The reason why I don't know much about the whole T-Rev drama going on is because the minute I even know that it's about drama, like that type, I don't even pay attention to it because I could care less to waste my time and energy, about somebody that's here. Let's put out some more crap drama and this and that. And right. And then this whole little bullshit, but this whole little attack on Seth, I find it just absolutely disgusting myself. And it's not because, like I said, I just look at who the decent human being is here. If it was Katie and Chris and Seth all together and they were all doing, doing their part, the empathy, and they got the public behind them and stuff like that. But that's not what happened in this case. It's Christopher Proudfoot has literally made comments about B's and C's and whatever, like this. He's ignorant. He can call himself brass all he wants. He's literally a jerk off. He's an asshole. Okay? Like, seriously. And he's a narcissistic that cares about what people think. He cared about the GoFundMe more than he cared about Sebastian. He cared about the fact that Robin Rogers, was talking about freaking him. And then, but what about his sisters? His big ass mouth sister that came into the chat, the one I told off, because it's another Christopher Proudfoot. That family is so far up their own effing asses, right? Seth will tell you in this interview that he was so sickened when he went in and they're talking about the vacation, which is obviously the one to Alaska, meanwhile, Sebastian's missing. You didn't see them, part ways and go, you know what, son, we're going to be here to help. But hey, here's probably some money for you if you need it, type of thing. Anyways, it's just, for me, I just think it's an absolute joke that people are trying to turn on Seth, a decent human being, a decent, caring father, and they're trying to slay him now. Like, fuck you, Christopher Proudfoot, because you're enjoying every second of this. All right, preach it, Sonny. All right, go on. Go on with your bad self. All right.
Whatever it is he wants to talk about,
Yeah.
He's a dick.
Actually, I was just going to say, in the next break, I would like to get an update on Caleb, but now that Seth is back, I would like to. Hey.
Well, I heard him talking behind my back, so I wanted to come see what he had to really say.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know me, I'm trying. crying over here.
Buddy, I'll tell you what, you're going to be putting time out after this show. I can promise you.
Yeah. Well, it's just an unfortunate thing, but it's kind of hard because I'm trying to find the perspective, and the way I'm seeing this kind of unfolding is it seems like Chris is like the domineering one. And how often did you speak with Katie before all of this? Was you primary contact Chris, or did you ever speak to Katie?
I spoke to Katie, but see, the animosity
what part?
was there between me and Katie. Wasn't really there between me and Chris.
So you just find it easier to work with Chris than you do to work with Katie?
Yeah.
Prior to this, right?
I think I want to say
how did Chris approach,
like how it's all unfolding?
When he asked you, how did he approach you when he asked you to take Sebastian full time? What was that conversation like?
Many discussions had been had before it was approached, but both Chris and Katie and everybody was like, he is a different child when he comes back from living with you. And because he's a different child, it's like I kept trying to tell him if they're having a problem with him, let me talk to him. Let me know what you'd like me to address so that I can speak to him. Me and Sebastian could,
and
from an early age, me and Sebastian communicated.
So do you guys just quickly remember that Seth said in another interview, I think it was on Court TV, I think it was that one, when he made that comment, like basically like some people need to take care of themselves, right? Which was referring to the issues that were happening in the Proudfoot household. And he was being, at the time, he was trying to be, more politically correct. And then until basically Chris and Katie pissed him off with the whole search thing and the GoFundMe thing and the drama and crap like that. That's when all of a sudden it was just like, okay, I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy now. Like, like screw you guys.
Like before he could even speak, he would do grunts and sounds and stuff like that. Point, and I know exactly what he wanted. And it upset some people in life, but it's like, it's not my fault. I know what my son wants. Our wavelengths were more in tune. I connected to my son. I mean, you kind of do that when you're, deadbeat tired to the world, and you're sitting there feeding him a bottle, going, "I'm still awake. I'm still awake. There's still milk in the bottle." Trying. I've got pictures of where, he literally crawling everywhere, and then he would just hit his limit, and he'd be out on the floor. And it's like, do I pick him up, wake him up, or do I just slide a pillow up underneath him and then put a blanket on him, and try to get 20 or 30 minutes worth of sleep while he's passed out? And it's just one of those things. It's like, I believe children are supposed to have a solid foundation to lean on as they grow up. Mm-hmm. And I believe I was that solid foundation with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine. The court system literally at one point in time during the divorce told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8. It's like, how is that borderline abusive? It's routine. It's school. You need to lay down. You need to have your hot shower, be clean, lay down clean in your bed. And whether you're asleep or not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
I don't know how because that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8:00 because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing for an hour or so. And
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have a that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled in me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive, and to thrive.
And they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic, but with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand that it's not even for autistic children. It should be all children. Mm-hmm. All children need to have a routine, and it's a foundation, because then it's stability. they already know what's going to happen as the night progresses. No surprises. You know, you got to go, you got to take a shower.
Again, I did hear that phone call because I just happened to click on the live, and all of a sudden there was this phone call he was holding up and about that. And then it was just, I'm sorry, but it was just kind of like one of those things like, you know, and then, you know, he'd asked me to buy a gun and, you know, but I've been holding that stuff close to my vest. Oh, here's a phone call. Hey, Katie, here's Sebastian. He was fine. Oh, here's a phone call, you know, and it's just, honestly, here, let me just record it all secretly so Seth doesn't know. And then we're going to play it on the air, you know, and it's just like, here it is. Here, you know, here's that phone call. And Seth is basically like, what the hell are you going on about? You know, and it's like that person, just say it. Just say exactly what you know, you did type of thing. You know, it's kind of like that reminded me of this. I'm just going to say this quickly. This one particular day, my ex-husband, but we were still living in the same place. So he was my husband still at the time anyways. So this one day, I don't usually lose my shit, but he was provoking me to no end. And so he ran into the bedroom, right? Because he's like taunting or something, right? So he runs into the bedroom and closes the door. And I'm just like, so I'm of course trying to push the door open, and I'm like, you know, fuck you. Like, anyways, he lets the door go and he's recording, right? Basically saying that, don't worry, I'm going to use this if I need to for custody of our son. Because he's trying to use the whole custody thing with like men, sometimes the levels that they'll stoop, you know, in a sense. And it just made me fucking laugh. But so he was literally trying to record me as if I was this psycho chick that was breaking into the room. And, you know, and he's like, got this all on camera, this little part, right? Type of thing. And I'm just like, you're so pathetic. You're so pathetic, you know, because all he was ever doing was trying to use threats against me and stuff like that. And the joke of it was, besides the one time when my son was 2 and I smacked him on his bottom, never touched my son. Never touched my son. He could not say the same. So it was like such a joke to me that he was trying to, you know, like, you know how those people, when you watch videos in the store and they're like, but ma'am, I'm just trying to get my receipt. Okay, I'm just trying to show you my receipt. Here, let me just stick the camera in your face, ma'am, because I'm the nicest person in the world and stuff. That's what that reminded me of when I seen it on TRAV. Like, okay, you guys, here it is. Here's the conversation. Seth, can you make yourself look like shit in this conversation, Seth? Because we're recording you and then we're going to blast it across the freaking internet. But we're not a drama channel. Bullshit, whatever. You know, it's just that stuff makes me puke. How low people will stoop. Yeah, I would never do shit like that to people. I don't care if you're my worst effing enemy and stuff like that. I don't play those freaking childish ass games. To me, that was a complete setup and bullshit. And
Sorry, you got to get to bed, you know, so that you can get plenty of sleep, so you can wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, get ready for school. You need the sleep for your mind to recover and your body to recover so that you can absorb the information that's being taught to you at school.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
Thank you, guys.
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
Narcissist.
I was aware of that.
Narcissist.
How did that affect your marriage?
Seth, stop for a second.
I prefer not to speak about her personal stuff.
Okay.
I still consider myself a gentleman, whether other people do or don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that is her personal life. And that is something that, for me to say anything of it would be disrespectful for anybody to speak on how somebody else has been as a.
Gotcha. Well, then let me ask you this. Do you, and this is going to be a pointed question, and you may want to answer it, you may not want to. Do you believe Katie would abuse your son?
Come on. Talking about SA, my son?
No, abuse your son. Just abuse him.
Mental abuse?
Physical, mental, verbal.
I mean, for my son to sit there and have told me while we were living in California that why does mama hate you so much? I wouldn't know, son. She's never said that to me. Oh, she said that on the phone to you. Well, no, she didn't. She had already hung up before she said that. Things like that are mental abuse to a child that was called my mini me. And whether she realizes it or not, every time she said something that was negative about me, I'm pretty sure my son took it to heart because he's my son.
Well, I have to. How when you hear Katie talk about your son, this is one thing that's really kind of rubbing me a little
Went to
bit wrong.
Losers Island.
You know, she talks about some.
Get off
In
fucking
my
life.
viewpoints, the way she talks is disparaging. Are you getting that same?
You're talking about her interviews and stuff since this has gone on?
Yes.
I can't sit through any of her interviews. I can't. I cannot listen to her. She won't even say my son's name.
No, she won't.
And there's a reason why I say my son. Because my son has a name. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's my son. I'm looking for him. I'm asking everybody to help find my son. I don't hear her doing that. I don't see it.
Oh, really?
I don't hear her saying his name.
Proof is in the pudding.
I don't see her saying his name. I don't see that. Nothing would have been better for me than being able to put our differences aside and work together to find our son. But I'm not going to let some dirtbag run the show when it comes to finding my son. The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me. We run the show to find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not.
I prefer douchebag.
A united front is not me and the stepfather working to find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband working to find our son. But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son. But I don't see that. And it's not my job to support her. It stopped me in my job to support her when she filed for a divorce. You know, the only support I have are some of my close friends. You know, I have close family, but they're in other states. You know, the support that I get from them is a phone call. You know, see how I'm doing. Got friends in other states. They call me, see how I'm doing. But
There was a vigil you had, and there was photos of Chris kind of being in your personal space, in my opinion. There were rumors at that time that he was screaming at you or raising his voice, or something about the whole GoFundMe situation. Do you have any comment on that?
you're speaking about I think that would have been less. He didn't like the path. He did.
It was right before they were seen at a motorcycle shop.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he didn't raise his voice at me. He was asking to literally to work together. This was before I spoke to Tony, and before I spoke to a dog person who was completely ghosted me, by the way. I don't care what her opinion is. She can't be looking for my son if she doesn't have his shoes and his clothes. They're at my house. Chris has already said that he's not giving her anything of Sebastian's. So I'd like to know how she's got a scent to find my son. And you know my phone number. Give me a call. He wanted to work together. I believe that was the one where another creator turned around and showed what I said at the very end first, instead of actually showing how everything went in order. And people took offense to me telling the people, if you don't like it, to F off or kick rocks or however I'm supposed to be PC. I've never been.
Don't worry. They would have gotten a lot worse from me if it was.
I mean, people don't seem to understand, but if somebody walks over to my neighbor's house and sits there and be like, hey, I'd like to search your property for Sebastian Rogers. His father has told me to come over and ask you. Now, if I have not given this person permission, and that gentleman that is my neighbor sits there and goes, well, sure, I know Seth, if he's asked you to look here for his son, go ahead. That person goes in there, looks. I don't know that they're doing. I don't know what they're doing at all because they're not communicating with me. and they kind of stopped communicating with me, which is why they're no longer on my team.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not going to do stuff without letting me know, because that's my name. Yeah. If that person gets hurt on that property, then it's a liability for the property owner, and then it's a liability for me. And in the name of Sebastian Rogers, they got injured and hurt because they were doing what the father asked them to do. No, it's a liability thing. People don't seem to understand that. So when I sit there and I know that people are doing that right now, I get phone calls, police departments. Hey, is your PI hiring this person for a dog person, and they said they work for you? I get calls like that, and I'm like, let me reach out, text them, call them, find out that they haven't. Reach out to my attorney to make sure my attorney hasn't, because they can communicate with me. Mm-hmm. And then I'm calling back the police department. No, don't have anybody out there doing that. Well, there's people out there saying that they are. So when I do go to ask somebody if I can go search on their property, and they'll turn around and they're like, well, you've already had searchers here. Why are you coming back? No, there's people here that are stating that they're searching and that they're part of my team. They're not part of my team. Mm-hmm. That becomes a real issue. People don't seem to understand. If people are going to do things on their own, do it on your own, but don't put me and my son's name into it. It's a liability issue. Because when I do go to that property and ask to go search that property, and the owner is telling me somebody has already been here and in my name has searched their property, and they were not law enforcement, they were not SAR trained, they did not have the, and they tell me no. Now I can't search this property for my son, so I don't know if that property has been properly searched or not.
Right, because you don't know who did it.
I don't know who did it because I'm not having communication. Mm-hmm. Who is on my team to find my son is my choice. Mm-hmm. I'm the one building the team. I'm the one that's responsible for him. As the gentleman here has already said, I'm the boss. I'm the one that asks things to get done. I asked Tony to do things for me. I asked him to put his feelers out to get things that I need. When I sit there and I ask people, if you want to help and you can't come and help search, send me an address to send flyers to. Oh, that became a huge. That's asking for your address. Yeah, I got 1,000 flyers that I'm getting ready to pick up, so I can sit there and hand them out to people who want to hand out flyers.
And let's just be honest with you. The people that want to participate can give their address. The ones that don't want to participate, don't give your address. Go over to TBI and print off your own damn flyers. Let me just be very simple.
But some people can't do that. Some people don't have the monetary sources to go do that. And I'm
let me ask you something real quick, and it's kind of talking about your team. Now, this is kind of like a little sore subject because, there's been a lot of criticism about Tony being on your team. I know
they can get over it.
Yeah, but, a lot of people are just, concerned that he's taking advantage of you somehow.
In Hawaii Island?
Is there a way for Tony to take advantage? Does he have access to money, fundraiser, or credit card? I mean, how is he taking advantage of you?
I don't know. Tony, how are you taking advantage of me?
I think it's those secret late night calls, Seth.
Oh, you mean right after I go to sleep when you call me to tell me that somebody's running their mouth? Or the late night calls where I call you because I want to see how everything's going, so I know what to prepare myself for the next day. There's nobody taking advantage of anything. He's a volunteer. If he wanted to, he can tell me, hey, I'm done with this shit. I can't do it no more. And I tell Tony, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I know where you live.
Do you have a TikTok account?
No, I don't.
You don't have a TikTok account? Okay.
I don't have a Facebook. I have a YouTube account, which people have looked. I've had this since 2006.
Nice.
But 2006 when I made my Gmail account. Mm-hmm. That was 2 years before my kid was born. And before this, I used YouTube to listen to music.
Right. Yeah. That's the way I was too before I became Bullhorn Buddy.
Seth, let me ask you a question. When you're with me, forget you paying for anything for me or me taking any money. When you're with me, do you even pay for anything for yourself?
No.
Well, thank you, Tony. God bless you.
Tony won't let me. Tony won't let me. Mm-hmm. I've with my team, we've gone out to dinner at times, and I get the third degree when I start reaching for my wallet to pay for shit. And it's like, I was raised to be a gentleman.
Right.
And he might
I had a particular female got mad that I bought her dinner, but everybody was splitting up the bill, and I was like, well, I'll pay for these two people here, this one and this one.
Right.
And I got the third degree because I was told not to. Then I got yelled at because I left the lady a tip.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
You know, in this world, you can't do anything right. But I tell you what, everybody's opinion is just that. It's their opinion. Yeah. I just want to find my son. And, you know, there's always going to be haters out there.
Mm-hmm. So I want to kind of bring us back to
Sebastian.
My husband.
Yeah. And I want to kind of start now picking your brain on trying to remember, and it's going to suck for you, and I know, and if you need to stop or slow down, just let me know. But I want you to kind of go back to the morning of February 26th when you listened to your voicemail message and you heard Chris on it. Was it Chris? Was it on the voicemail?
The text message.
Text message. And
I had a missed call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot telling me to 911. So I called him.
And what was that conversation like?
Don't be angry or mad. Sebastian's missing. What are you fucking talking about? My son is missing.
Did you find the statement, don't be angry or mad, odd?
Yes and no. I mean, my son's missing. You know, distraught would have been a better word. Confused on why he's gone. Mad and angry now. With what I know, yeah. Mad and angry fits now. But then again, what I know now is everything that Chris knew beforehand.
Did you get immediately concerned when you got that call that there was something seriously wrong? Did you just know immediately?
I left there and I was doing well above the speed limit trying to get to Katie's house to find out what's going on.
Looking back on that call you had with Chris, does anything now seem out of the ordinary or odd?
The lack of emotion, maybe?
Interesting. When you got there, what did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the door, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party.
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on. Started kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know why. I just started looking to see what I could see. Obviously, my son's not there.
How long were you there?
Turned around and I was there for a little bit, just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said. And then I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Immediately?
Within 30 or 45 minutes. I don't like a lot of people around me to begin with. And obviously my son's not there. And I'm under the assumption that he just walked out. So I jumped in my truck and started looking. Driving up and down the roads, screaming for my son.
Did you stay with Chris and Katie there for several nights?
I didn't stay the night, but that's what you're asking. Hell no.
Oh, okay, so you guys didn't sleep. Well, because I had heard rumors that you and your family stayed there, and I was going to ask you about some.
No,
you know.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They told us not to search. All right. They told us not to be getting out and walking through the forest and shit like that, looking for Sebastian. that they didn't want one of us to go missing while we're looking for our son.
What's the channel name, Miranda?
Understand that. That's why I did my searching out of the vehicle. Driving around, hollering for my son, going up and down every road, looking as far as I can see, screaming for his name, almost went and bought a bullhorn.
I got a couple around here. I can send you one. You might have to buy batteries. You know, I wear them out, but I got an extra.
I think it's a little too late. I don't think he's, in the area.
What was Katie's demeanor like that morning when you got there?
It's really kind of hard to explain. But
Was she acting normal?
Her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, trying to prove something to me. That's not how you.
Statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. On top of that, that picture wasn't taken BJ's. It was taken at Costco, and it's like you're already throwing false information in my face.
Do you think they actually went to BJ's or no?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I was just asking. That wasn't on my list, but you were saying that, and that does sound like a really odd statement, convincing language, so to speak.
Doesn't work on me.
Yeah.
I get plenty of liars at work. You know.
I bet you're almost like a human lie detector.
Well, I look at them and I call inmates on their bullshit. It's like, don't try to bullshit me. It's not going to get you anywhere. Be as honest as you can with me. I'll be as honest as I can with you. It's a respect factor. Mutual respect.
Diving in. Do you think she was bullshitting you?
Yeah.
That morning. What?
Yeah. That's why she doesn't like my opinion. That's why when I told Chris I needed to speak to Katie, well, you can't do that unless I'm there. I don't care. You can be there too, buddy.
Wow. What was she wearing?
I don't remember. She was dressed. I mean,
was
obviously
dressed?
there was people in the house, so.
Right. But I just didn't know if she was in her pajamas or she was dressed.
You guys, I can
So
only
Betty,
stay
if the
one
sale
second.
is that you were told not to look.
I can only stay on for 15 minutes because my husband's saying he wants to go to bed. So I said, can you give me like 20 minutes, which was 5 minutes ago on there. So I can only watch, like I said, about 15 more minutes of this. There's about just under an hour left of it. But, so I'll just put the link if anyone doesn't know it. So I wanted to try it, but it's already 11 o'clock and I do have to work tomorrow. I know I can, it's not till 10, but whatever. So anyways, I'll just play it out as much as I can.
Look,
I wonder if it's
and you
too
were told to
fast.
stay home
on-
in case your child came home.
I wonder if this is
Then we could buy that if they actually stayed home, correct?
Right. What was the weather like there? Was it raining or snowing that day? Was it cold? Like, can you?
First day was pretty decent. I mean, I think that low the first night was 50. The next night it got colder, and then I think on the third night, on Wednesday, I think it was 20 degrees, and then we had rain for the next 3 or 4 days, and pretty crappy fucking weather.
But it wasn't crappy weather the day he disappeared.
No.
Did the neighbors speak to you?
Briefly, one of the neighbors spoke to me. Lovely lady that lives next door. She introduced herself. I'm horrible with names, but most of the time, the people that came over, I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me, and then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie and Kathy and whoever else was there. There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people you just introduce. I was watching their behavior.
Did the neighbors say anything odd? Was their behavior odd, or were they just appeared to be concerned?
Some of them appeared to be concerned. Some of them brought their video footage over for Chris to look at. So Chris got to see all the video footage. I didn't get to see shit.
Who?
That's quite.
Still in the dark.
That's quite interesting. Was Chris friendly?
After Chris lost his cool, I couldn't stay there after Wednesday.
Lost his cool. How? I never heard this.
The GoFundMe my sister set up to help me pay my bills while I look for my son.
What was that
The
all over? Why did he want
GoFundMe-
you to stop?
hold on.
Why did he
Hold on.
threaten you?
Hold on. It was a GoFundMe that my sister set up for me to pay my bills while I look for my son. It wasn't set up as a reward. It wasn't set up as anything else. People want to know what happened to it. It was donated. I used it to pay my bills. I used it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back.
You don't have to convince me because I know how expensive.
No, it's just a little annoying. If there would GoFundMe had been put up for a reward, yes, it would have been used as a reward, and I still have some of it, and I still won't touch a portion of it because I'm looking to put it into. But it has to be set up properly, and law enforcement has to literally approve of it.
Right. Gotcha.
You know, just because people want something done doesn't mean it happens. I'd like my son to be found, and I'm looking for him.
When you were there and you saw Chris and Katie, did you see any injuries on their persons?
I was not paying attention to them.
You say you didn't see any scratches on Chris's arms?
I've seen pictures of the scratches and stuff afterwards.
Did that concern you at all?
Nothing I can do about it now.
Did you find any behaviors when Chris and Katie got together and the reason why they were the last person to see your son? You know, I'm not trying to, I don't want to put you in a
Their
position.
conversations are inappropriate for what was doing.
How do you mean?
Talking about the next vacation, the jewelry that, you're going to buy for that is Kathy wants jewelry and wants Christopher to buy it for her. I mean, the conversations were enough to make me sick, so I left to go try to find my son.
They were having these conversations in the house. Kathy was these people.
Vacation and jewelry.
My opinion of her?
Yeah.
Really going to piss off Chris if I sit there and tell you my opinion.
Have you met her before?
Yes, she was actually supposed to be helping me find a place to live. She's a realtor. Has plenty of access to plenty of places.
She knows law enforcement. They have connections. Do you know if Chris has family that works for Sumner County Sheriff?
I've heard that he does.
And do you know that his mom has a friend by the name of Ginger, which is, I guess, a Henderson chief or some kind of lieutenant or something, Henderson Police Department?
Someone said that was debunked.
I just know Chris grew up in this area. They've been here for a long time. And unfortunately, I'm classified as an outsider. But my son lived there. He went missing in Sumner County. People may not like me as an outsider. He's my son. People are going to have to get over certain things because I'm not willing to be over my son just poof, as Chris says, or Houdiniing himself out.
What was Kathy's demeanor like that morning? Did anybody in the house, when you saw them, appear nervous or out of place or odd, or just maybe they weren't doing anything, but there was just something in you that made you feel out of place or made you feel odd?
Katie seemed to be the only one that was upset, grieving, and maybe would be the word.
What was she doing? How was she acting? What emotions was she displaying?
Just sitting on the couch crying.
Have you seen
After
her?
the initial me coming in and her shoving her phone in my face and all that sort of stuff, then,
Do you feel her behavior was genuine?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair enough. Were you there when Chris approached the law enforcement to get the camper, to get permission to go get the camper?
I was not.
But you heard about it.
Oh, I heard about it.
What day did he leave the very next day, or was it a day or two after?
I do not know. I mean, it wasn't Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday while I was there.
Gotcha. And what did Ellie say at the time you left the Proudfoot home about the status of the case at that time?
When he left?
No,
when
he probably went to go get the camper and you probably went on your way. Did law enforcement give you an update? That was really early on in the case, obviously much different than where we
After
are now.
Wednesday, my parents showed up from Texas, and they were staying over in Goodlettsville at the RV park. I told them where I was at, and they knew where I was at. And except for me calling them to find out what was going on, really didn't have much communication with them. I was kicked out of the command center.
What was that about?
I shouldn't be here looking at the computers. I was
You
looking
were
at
crying
the
too.
my son's missing. I want to see where you're searching. Why? So I can go search. I gotta stay in my vehicle. I can't get out and go running around. But I can sure drive around. I can look. I was told that I'm not supposed to be doing that.
But you did it anyways.
I've never been one, when it comes down to something important, you're going to do what you're going to do.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
And there's nothing more important to me than my son.
There was a video that was released by Nick Barris about some light movements on the outside of the home. Did you, and this was added after the fact because one of my mods wanted to ask this. What did Ellie say about that video? Was the time truly stuck? I guess I've never heard the time being stuck on one specific time. Off, maybe.
311.
I mean, when I saw the video that they showed me, it stayed there. It was just stationary at 311.
Do you believe that that video was taken later, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. I've got just a few more questions, and then Tony, obviously, I've got some questions for you, which I've asked a lot of the questions in our downtime. So, but it's been really good. This has been really good. I really do appreciate this. I hope I've been very respectful of you both throughout this process. I wanted to be I pry, but I understand the situation as well, and it's kind of hard because you're the only person I've had an opportunity to speak with. So I really do apologize that I have to ask you all these questions. But what do you think the most challenging thing for you has been since the disappearance of your son? And I know you're talking about the loneliness, but has there been any other hindrances, resources? There was a time and a place that you actually said that you believe you may know where your son is, but you just don't have the resources to get him.
He doesn't remember that.
I don't remember stating that.
I remember it.
But he's somewhere. When it comes down to resources, it's like I would like to follow every lead possible. I'd like to go down every rabbit hole. And I know I can't do it. Everybody
Well,
wants
you
to
heard
think
that
about this,
correctly,
think about that.
Karen.
And it adds stress. And stress is the number one killer in life. It's not that I'm alone in my house. It's the fact that my son could possibly be somewhere. He's possibly alone. If he was here in my house, he may not be stuck to me. He may be in the living room in the recliner, in his recliner. His recliner. That's his recliner. He chose his recliner. Laying on a switch, watching, and I could be in my room. I could be in the kitchen, watching my own. It's not about it's about not knowing where he is. Supposed to keep your children safe. Never said I was a perfect parent. I only have one child. It's a learning experience for me every day. But it's been an unending fucking nightmare since I got off of work. The fucking Monday morning. To find out that my son is just gone. And knowing that there's two other people that are responsible for him. It seems that they're having the fucking grandest time of their goddamn fucking life. Well, I hope they fucking enjoy it. Because I believe in fucking karma. When it comes around, I hope it smacks them in the fucking face. All three of us haven't been cleared yet. And I'll tell you right now, had nothing to do with my son's disappearance. Sumner County should understand that I didn't. I've got records where literally, I've had him enrolled for school. He should be living with me right now.
Could it be possible that your son is a victim of an online predator at all, or they've eliminated that possibility?
I don't know. Talk to Sumner County. Maybe they'll tell you.
Now, I'm going to ask you
do with the case and stuff. If it's pertinent to the case.
He's a victim of online, but they didn't take his phone.
And it's not because I might come tell you all. It's because they keep things close to the chest, which I have learned since this has started. I don't tell anybody shit anymore because there's very few people that I can trust. I mean, literally, what just fucking happened in the last 3 or 4 days is evidence of why I don't trust fucking people. Fucking snakes. Where I come from, we kill snakes. We cut their heads off. Skin that bitch, throw it in a skillet, and watch it fucking squirm. And you eat it. We'll salt, pepper, and hot
Maybe
sauce.
that's a little over the top on that one, Seth.
I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you have anything to do with your son? The disappearance of your son?
No.
And you have passed a polygraph?
Yep.
If another parent is going through this situation, what would be your best piece of advice for that parent?
Yeah,
Find hope.
Karen.
Hold on to it.
She didn't know. She just said it was
I
odd.
have a lot of people because there's a lot of trauma vultures out there in this world.
You must have missed that part.
A lot of fucking pieces of shit in this world. And
That'd be true.
you'll find out who your friends are. There's not a playbook for this shit. And each one is different. Sooner or later, even if you're a good-natured person, you have to kick people to the fucking curb. Don't let them tell you what to fucking do. It's your child. And if you stop, are you worthy of being their parent? I won't stop.
Well, I just got a few more questions, and it's going to be kind of directed toward Tony. So I've got a few more questions from some subs to you, but I'm just going to let you kind of take a break and get a cigarette. And
Okay, I think I'm going to stop this here, you guys. I'll drop the link at the end of the day because, my husband wants to go to bed and I got to get up. And I would have played it out, but, freaking husband, he can't freaking stay up longer than me. Pussy. I've been sitting here for 11 hours. I was ready to pull 12 hours. Longest me and Aspen did was 13 hours on there. Okay, so there's the link. This is for Bullhorn Betty, the channel there. I hope you guys have enjoyed today. I thank you guys and Ben and Sharon and all you troopers out there that have lasted the whole time or come back in and stuff like that. I didn't go into today thinking I was going to do a marathon, but I was like, you know what? I got one day off this week just because I transitioned into my work schedule, my actual work schedule this week, like starting tomorrow. And I was just like, YOLO, right? At the end of the day, again, I hope it brought you a little bit of more information if you forgot some of the stuff or never heard some of this stuff before. This watching it myself, I just want to say kind of like my final thoughts on this entire thing. I think it's very strange that if a child enjoyed being at home, they would not choose to leave that home. Knowing that his social media was very limited, what's the chances? So even if he did have some access at Sal's house more so and stuff, to meet up with somebody type of thing and sneak out and not be seen on any cameras, walking down no roads or anything like that, no vehicle that's been unaccounted for, and who knows how this will all turn out. But I think myself that there's a clear difference between what Seth is doing, and I wish that people would truly use their brain cells and no bullshit and drama when you see it, and quit flip-flopping like fish and turning on Seth. There's a far cry between what's happening on the Proudfoot corner and what's happening on Seth's side. And that's not about being, just like I said, biased, okay? I have a bigger brain in a sense when it comes to stuff like that. It's about someone's true character coming out and their true personality and stuff like that. When I came across JLR, I didn't even have to. Sorry, guys, like this, I'm just going to use him. When I came across JLR, I can smell a con, type of person when I see them. So instantly, I could to me, they're just transparent as glass. So when I looked him up and I seen his history, and boy, what a history. Now, eventually he started talking about his past and whatever, all the power to JLR and what he does. He's got his army going there and he's making money legitly instead of scamming people and stuff like that. Anyways, his life, his viewers, whatever. But I'm just saying, just like when I met Anthony Greeno, I came across him. Same thing. I know a con. I can smell a con a mile away. And they just ooze. It's like freaking, like it's just like red sonar alert buttons that go off. And it's because I always look for authentic, genuine people that either are hosting channels or just as people in general. You guys know that this channel does not put up with bullshit. I do not care about the subs versus the integrity of the channel and the respect of the people that come within it. We will have no drama here, and if there is, then you get booted because we don't have the time of day to waste on that type of crap. And maybe to some people it's the downfall because I don't know about all these different things going on with T-Rev and Julia and all the stuff. I know that PIs were fired and stuff like that. But as a human being, all you have to do, you don't need a freaking psychology degree to determine which side is actually representing what a parent would look like if a child was missing. And if people are that thick in the head and they want to sit there and stir their drama, whatever, you know what? Go ahead, morons. type of thing. But at the end of the day, this is about finding Sebastian, not the stupid drama shit to the side of it. But again, when it comes to about Sebastian, what could have possibly happened? Okay, a child does not leave a home that they love being at. So make that make sense. A child doesn't leave a home and run away and take no items. Make that make sense. So the theory that Proudfoots have keep putting out is that he left through the front door, but he's not a runner. He's not an eloper. He's never done something like this. So why are they so stuck on the fact that he left? And if he did live, why was Katie crying? Have guilty knowledge about what truly was happening or transpired? That her vehicle did leave the carport that day from the garage? How does a child disappear for freaking over 3 months if he just left himself? Come on now. Unless he's dead somewhere, then everything fell perfectly together. He left the house, wasn't seen on cameras, managed to make it to the woods, bunked his head somewhere, boop, ended up drowning or whatever. How did all that happen just like that? Could it? Yeah. But come on. He's not Houdini. You don't leave a home that you enjoy being at. So either he's being hidden or else he's been unalived, or else he took off and somehow managed to escape every normal thing that would typically happen in a case and managed just to bypass everything. No cameras, nothing. Take nothing. Don't even, you know what? I'm so out of here. I'm not even going to take any shoes. Who does that? Come on. Right? A person that does that, leaves the house without shoes, is a person that is running out because they're pissed off at maybe their parent. I've done that before. You leave running out there type of thing after an argument going on. Just run out the door with your shoes because you just don't give a shit at that moment. Done stuff like that before. But this isn't a regular child, right? He is autistic. He's allergic to grass. The whole scent stuff going on. I'm just saying, like at the end of the day, I just want Sebastian to hopefully be alive somewhere. If somebody does have him and they think that they're protecting him and whatever, it just seems really, I just can't buy into this, that he ran away and that either what Seth is saying is so far from the truth about Sebastian, and Sebastian wanted to have nothing to do with any of them, and just miraculously for 3 months has been unseen, unheard from, haven't found anything. It seems a little bit, ridiculous. I don't think he's way off in some, he could be off in with some other state, but how is it, like I said, to avoid all the cameras and stuff like that? I don't know. It's just a kid doesn't leave a home that they enjoy being at. Simple as that. So that's all I have to say about that part. I respect Seth and what he's doing far more than I respect it. But at the end of the day, all of them make no difference to me, hide nor there. It's a matter of keeping Sebastian out there to the public, keeping awareness. And hopefully at some time this story does change. And hopefully it will have a happy ending instead of a sad ending. So with that being said, I'm well past my time. I missed even 11:11. It's 11:13 on there. Have a in your work. Yeah, you guys take care. Thank you so much. Thank you again to Island High for the PayPal, and thank you again to there we go, Gail Hurd, who donated these at the beginning of the live. Oh, it's 11:11 on the live of how long I've been on. Anyways, you guys, take care. All the best. I dropped that link. Thank you to both Horn Betty and all the other channels that we've watched today as well. And if I get a copyright strike, I'll live with that. Don't really care. Don't have any. So, all right, guys. So I'm going to play the outro. Is your name? 1 second. Oops, I got to go by to the live thing. Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah. Okay, Sebastian Strong, guys. Take care. Have a good one. And see you when I see you. Bye.
Okay. Ready? Ready? Are you ready?